session. So we're going to start with a roll call vote. Anne Marie.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Kemp.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here. And now Councilmember Whalen will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand and join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and for all.
Wow, you guys sounded great.
Madam City Attorney, do we have any closed session announcements?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 4 items listed on the agenda. There was no public comment in advance of the closed session. On the item of initiation of litigation, Mayor Pro Tem Orgill recused himself from that item for a conflict of interest. And the City Council gave authority to file a claim to become a creditor in the bankruptcy action involving the Mom Investco LLCs and their subsidiaries. As to the remaining items on the agenda, the City Council did not reach the general liability update, and there was no reportable action on the other 2 items.
Thank you. So at this point, we are gonna we have several presentations that we are gonna start with before we get to public comment. So I have the 2020, and I'm not sure what's happening with this item. The city manager doesn't either. But is there anyone here on the 2025 water quality and wastewater awareness poster art
I
contest?
see some really good posters out there, so I know something's happening.
Okay, we have some.
Is it
okay,
Frank?
Good.
Okay.
Frank's presenting on that. So go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The city held a water quality and wastewater poster art contest. The theme was Ocean and Environment Protectors. The contest was open to 1st through 5th grade students at El Morro and Top of the World elementary schools. Staff provided classroom presentations and outreach to the students who were challenged to illustrate activities that increase the awareness of maintaining clear sewer and stormwater systems in Laguna Beach. We'd like to thank the environmental green team leads at both elementary schools, all the teachers, parents, and family for supporting the students that participated in the competition. We received a total of 120 submissions, all of which can be seen on the city's website. Tonight, we're recognizing 12 students for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place and honorable mention at the different grade levels. Students, when you hear your name, please come up to the front for your certificate. And then please remain standing up here so we can take a group picture once we're done.
Mayor Renagi, if you can come down here too.
All right. We'll do 1st place, yeah. So, for the poster contest winners in the 5th grade category, we have an honorable mention for Max Moratorio from Top of the World Elementary, but I don't believe he's here tonight. 3rd place was to Meadow Ingram Rubino from Top of the World. Is Meadow here? And then 2nd place was Liko Dang from El Morro Elementary. And I don't believe he's here today. But 1st place is Charlotte Hiromi Yasui from El Morro Elementary. And she is here tonight. All right, moving on to the 3rd and 4th grade category. We have honorable mention, Devin Sutoran, 3rd grader from Top of the World. That was honorable mention. 3rd place, Victoria Parlapanides, 4th grader from Top of the World. Second place was Camilla Ozutual, 4th grader from El Morro, but I don't believe she was able to attend tonight. And then first place, Millie Cook, third grader from Top of the World Elementary. And then finally, winners in the first and second grade category. We have honorable mention, Linus Wong, first grader from El Moro. Third place, Luca Baxt, first grader from El Moro. Second place was Molly Going, but I don't believe she's here tonight. And first place, Jade Boulanger, second grader from El Moro Elementary. We can get some.
You want to squeeze in a little bit? Yeah, want to come to the side. Why don't we have
Congratulations, guys.
Good. Well, so next up, great job everyone on that. Next up, we have our Breakers girls volleyball team. Can we get the whole team and the coach up here to stand up here with me? So on November 9th, as they're walking up on November 9th, 2024, Laguna Beach High School girls volleyball team became the Division 7 Southern Section champions, crowning an extraordinary record of 12 wins and 26 losses. So they started, the season didn't look like it was going to be a CIF winning champ, but that makes it even better. So that's amazing. And whereas they won the CIF Southern Section championship by beating St. Paul High School in a 3-0 sweep in the final. And we have, where's Sadie? We have the co-captain Sadie Holmes was selected as the CIF Division 7 Player of the Year. Congratulations. And coach, where's the coach? Coach Sanan, Tanik, and his staff are to be commended for their dedication. So yeah, that's amazing. Going from a 12-win and 26 loss season to winning CIF champ, right? I got that right? Okay, good. Do you want to say anything quickly?
Blessed to be here every day. I'm blessed to be and I feel blessed to be representing our.
It's rare to have a group where I can't stand behind them in the photo because they're, the girls volleyball team's so tall. Okay, so now we have let's have our public works team, and we're just gonna I'm not gonna go through all this, but we have National Public Works Week, May 18th through 24th. So Mark McAvoy, do you want to join me up here? And do you want to say a few words?
Yeah. Good evening, City Council. Mark McAvoy, Director of Public Works and Utilities. Really excited to be joined by the Public Works Department, a lot of employees from our department. We love serving Laguna Beach, and we look forward to continuing to serve the city for the next year, and we appreciate being recognized. It means a lot to me and my staff.
Good. Do you want to bring them for
Yeah.
the photo? Okay, the last one is probably the most important thing, presentation that we can have because it's about water reliability, and what's more important than that. So we are pleased to celebrate. 2025 is the 100th year anniversary of the Laguna Beach County Water District. And since that time, the district has been vital in securing a safe and reliable water supply for the Laguna Beach community. And because without water you can't have a city, and Laguna Beach was founded in 1927. So without the interesting story here, and I talked about this in my State of the City, was in a creative and visionary move, 5 leaders formed a so-called duck hunting club to purchase land in Huntington Beach. And so people thought they were duck hunting, but they were actually securing the future of our groundwater. And over the past century, the district has evolved to meet the challenges of drought, population growth, and environmental change through innovation and foresight. And the district has been a leader in promoting water conservation, public education, and sustainability practices. The thing I'm most proud of is, so if you didn't know this, but the Laguna Beach City Council, we're your board of directors for the water district. And so by the way, can we have the water district team up here? Do you guys want to come up here? I should have done that at the beginning as we're doing this. So let's give them a round of applause. I think the most exciting thing about our 100th year anniversary is that as we celebrate 100 years, we're working, and I see that we have a Newport Beach council member and a board member of the Orange County Water District, which is, has a role here. Eric Wygand is here, and we're working with Newport Beach on building a well in Fountain Valley. So 100 years after securing our water rights, we are back to the groundwater basin, and we're going to get 2/3 of our water supply locally. And so that's couldn't be more excited about that. So looking forward to the next 100 years. Let's bring the whole council down for a photo with your Keith or Debbie. Do you want to say anything? Do you want to?
I'm just the commissioner, and it's just wonderful to have an amazing board that supports us in everything that we do. And looking forward to the next 100 years.
Good. Okay, let's bring the whole council down for this picture. And then we have one more presentation, the Laguna Beach Flow Wildfire Preparedness video. So I don't know who's taking the lead on that. You have those, Anne Marie?
My name is Ria.
My name is Warren.
My name is Graham. We are
Let's stop.
partnering with the Greater Laguna Coast Fire
Pause
Safety.
it.
Yeah,
David, do you want to say something? Okay, good.
David Horn has been coordinating this with the high school.
Hi, I'm David Horn. I'm the chair of the Greater Laguna Coast Fire Safe Council. In January, I made a presentation to all the ninth graders at various times about home hardening moves, and the FLOW program became one of our partners. And I asked students to volunteer to help me make videos that would give demonstrations of what home hardening actually was. So 3 of the students that are here tonight, Rio and Graham and Warren, if you would quickly stand up, please. They made the videos, they did all this themselves, and so now we get to watch these. The idea is that they've already posted them various places, right?
Yeah, it's posted on several social media applications.
Way beyond my skill set, so someone that knew what they were doing. So now we can watch the videos. So thank you, guys. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do this.
My name is Ria.
My name is Warren. My name is Graham.
We are partnering with the Greater Laguna Coast Fire Safety Council to help protect our community from the devastating impact of wildfires. Today, we're sharing 3 quick and effective tips to help keep embers out of your home and reduce the risk of wildfire. You'll learn how to clean under your deck, clear out your gutters, and replace your vent mesh with a safer option. The first step we'll cover is how to properly clean under your deck. But before we get started, let's head over to Ganal Lumber to grab the tools we'll need.
We're at Ganal Lumber, we're gonna pick up some supplies.
Grab wire cutters, hammer and staples, and a roll of small squared mesh to secure under your deck. Finally, check your vent size. Most homes use 14 by 16 inch, but measure to be sure. Let's get what we need and get started.
Identify your large combustible items, like large pieces of wood or old furniture.
Now we're going to remove all the remaining flammable objects. Clear out small debris like dry leaves and twigs from underneath your deck.
We're gonna rake out the remaining leaves and brush.
Clearing out leaves and debris from under your deck is an important step in fire prevention. Dry vegetation can accumulate quickly in hard-to-reach areas, creating a perfect fuel source for embers during a wildfire.
Last step to ensure that brush and leaves aren't blown back under the deck is to add mesh along the bottom of the opening. See, our deck already has a wall preventing leaves blowing along the ground, but we're going to reinforce it with some mesh along the top. If yours doesn't have a wall, you can put the mesh right on the ground. It only has to be around a foot.
Installing mesh around the base of your deck is a simple but effective way to prevent leaves and debris from accumulating underneath. When dry leaves build up in these hard-to-see spaces, they become a major fire hazard, especially during wildfire season when embers can travel and ignite flammable materials. A fine, non-combustible mesh barrier blocks debris from blowing in while still allowing airflow. Adding this extra layer of protection is an easy way toward making your home more fire resistant. Now, we'll get started with the gutters.
3 of the most common things that can be stuck in your gutter are twigs, branches, and pine needles. Should an ember from a wildfire get into your gutter with all this debris, it can light on fire and cause detrimental impacts to your home.
Our gutters are packed with dry leaves, twigs, and even small branches. All this can easily catch fires if embers land inside it, which is why it is so important to clean out your gutters regularly.
Grab a bucket that you can use to put all the debris from your gutter into to clear it out.
As you can see, we have removed all the dry debris that was sitting in the gutters.
Now, after emptying out your bucket, fill it up with water to flush out the gutter.
By removing dry leaves, twigs, and dirt from your gutters, we've cleaned out one of the biggest fire hazards on a home.
We're going to show you how to switch from 1/4 to 1/8 inch mesh in your vents.
Okay, first unscrew your screws from your previous vent.
There are two types of mesh that you can purchase to guard your vents. One, the standard guard with 1/8 inch mesh, and two, the guard with an extra layer of padding in the middle to block out the most embers.
Although this one is better, it doesn't fit in our space, so we're going to be using the standard 1/8 inch mesh. Now that we've installed the vent, we've greatly decreased the chance of starting a house fire.
Thanks for tuning in, Laguna, and stay fire safe.
Very well done.
Yeah, I'll have Sarah Benson from the high school join me. Thank you. Do you want to introduce students, or would you like me to?
Up to you.
I'll move forward. In addition to the great video, the educational video that we saw, this students also engaged in a art contest, and the art was supposed to be, or is, educational for home hardening, and the artwork is going to be used on reusable shopping bags. So a lot of students engaged in this competition, and tonight we have the selected winners with their art design. So we could bring them up and show off their artwork, but the top reusable tote bag designs were from Taylor Dennis, Ava Hewlett. Why don't you guys come on up, hold your artwork. Lizette Zingel, Berlin Fox, Joe Folger. And also, is Hadley with us tonight?
Yes, she's here.
Okay, they also had a competition for the top student journalist whose press release was selected for having the best and most sufficient information. And the winner of that competition was Hadley Mello. And her press release was actually included in the Stu News here in Laguna Beach.
Yeah.
So Hadley, come on up. No. Want to join in the picture? Yeah.
The other students come up too now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Any parents want to make sure you get a little closer before you go? Don't leave yet.
Brian's coming up.
Ready.
Okay. The talent in our community is amazing, especially the Flow program. So thank you all for being here and for the work that you do. I think it's the videos and the art and the press release are all very impressive. So great work on that. So now at this point, we are going to take public comment. So first, City Manager, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
We have one thing on item 10. You have an addition on your desk before you, which is to addendum. This is the GOAT contract item. This is the addition to the contract that has more clarity than the one in your packet. That's all I
Okay.
have.
And where's that addendum?
It looks like this. If
Got
you
it.
have a hard copy of it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's added to that, but there's nothing else beyond that?
Nothing else.
Okay, good. So now we are going to take public comments on non-agenda items. And so we have the agenda allows for a total of 45 minutes. So can I get, raise your hands if you want to speak on public comment, just so we can see if we have to go to 2 or 2.5 minutes.
So this is on non-agenda items.
Non-agenda items. Who wants to speak on non-agenda? Just raise your hand. Okay, so I think we can do 3 minutes then. So let's start public comments on items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. So please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Renaki. Mayor Pro Tem Wargill, Councilmember Kempf, Councilmember Jones, And Councilmember Whalen, thank you. I am Gail Landau. I am the founder of Catmosphere Laguna Foundation, founded in 2017 here in Laguna Beach. And we are your feline rescue team here in Laguna Beach. I'm here as a refresher because I know people recall our Cat Cafe, which opened in 2018. And at that time, we were involved in rescue, but since COVID, we are now full-time involved in rescue. I wanted to speak first because we brought little Piper here. And I wanted to just give you an overview of how we serve the communities of Laguna Beach, number one, Laguna Woods, number two, and also the areas surrounding Aliso Viejo that feed into those animal districts. Additionally, we work with the Bluebell Foundation for Cats, and we work with our own Laguna Beach Animal Shelter, and that comes to those relationships come to us because of overflow and the inability of some of those organizations to take foundlings and other cats that have been surrendered to us. So we get those phone calls daily, weekly, and we are here to place those cats in forever homes. We rely 100% on donations, gifts, and grants. And last year alone, we have by now doubled in a quarter what we spent the first quarter of 2024 on veterinary bills. Last week, just as an example, we had an $8,000 emergency veterinary bill for a 6-month-old kitten who gave birth to her first and last litter. She had intestinal problems, and what we thought was just lethargy from nursing 7 kittens turned out to be a real problem involving telescoping of her intestines. And she was in the emergency clinic in Anaheim. When I got that call, I immediately thought of the wonderful people that come forward and give us funding. If we did not have that funding, there is no way we could provide for the hundreds and now over 1,000 cats and kittens that we've provided for over the years. Tonight I brought our, thank you, our foster director, Adrian Robertson, with just one of the many cats that were surrendered to us. This is the daughter of one of our surrenders, named Olivia, the daughter Piper. I also brought our media expert. She's responsible, my daughter Erin Weber, for making sure that Jedediah Coffee posters are around town because that's where we do our adoption events. Laguna Beach Animal Shelter events like this Saturday, we will be there with our cats and kittens and all the other things that we do for this town. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
I had something to give to. I didn't know there were so many of you. Hello, my name is Vera Marmouget and I live in outer, top of the world. And this subject is completely out of everything that's being done right here, but I think it's very serious for all of us, not only in Laguna, but all around the area, as well as from what I see the country and other places. It's about a subject that is very controversial, and I'm sure you're going to think, oh my God, what's coming from? But anyway, it's called geoengineering. I don't know if you look up in your skies, but it's barbaric to see the tic-tac-toes that we have on the skies everywhere, all the time. And I started taking pictures, and it turns out that with the time I did a little searching and found out that these are called geoengineering. It's a design made by, I don't know who, but it started before the war. It was some sort of a project done by the military that now became something that I don't know where it's coming from. And this is what I'm here for. I'm hoping that all of you will take this subject extremely seriously for the future of all of us, because whatever is being spewed in those plumes in the sky is very dangerous for us. I understand that the beginning was something called sulfur, to make sure that you got some more clouds to stop the heating of the planet. This was the original stated reason for this particular subject, this activity. And now they do aluminum with polymers, which actually is plastics. Now, you can just imagine that we are breathing this. It's in our waters, it's in our soil, it's everywhere, including the fact that the particulates happen to be in the dust format, which is the way that they're done through the jets of aircrafts that I don't know if it's military or private or whatever. And I don't know how this is being done in our skies. It has to have some sort of a supplier or origin for this. Somebody has to authorize these people to fly. It's very high, it's in the stratosphere. And it's not contrails for you to know, because if they were, you see that some of the patterns do stop and go again. That means that the plane would have stalled. So my begging here is for you to have the attention of maybe, considering the fact that we live in a delicious place with very intelligent and wide different points of view, we might be able to search for solutions or questions or responses to stop this particular situation from happening, or to qualify it in a way that we may be excused or protected somehow, because it's dangerous for all of us, for our future. And I thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for the completely off the subject.
We're used to it. Thank you.
May I? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oops, sorry. Okay. Hello. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for all your beauty again tonight with those awards. And I am actually a supporter of Catmosphere. I have fostered kittens, and we have 1 or 2 permanent attendees now. And I'm super grateful for this organization. And I'm from Just Gather Wellness. We're here for mental wellness, holistic wellness. Oh, and we're inviting everyone to this event that's on the screen. It's going to be super beautiful. It's at Rivian. It's free. But I just wanted to say, for the sake of transparency, this is not a full dinner party. We will have snacks. We will have free wine donated by the chamber. We will have other beverages. We'll have Carlsbad spring water. We'll have lots of healthy things. But I just want to say, come to socialize, enjoy our leaders here in our town. But this is not like a full dinner party. So I just didn't want anyone to come starving. I'm also urging that we support our restaurants. I checked them out, and almost all of them open at 5 p.m., like Romeo Cucina. So everyone's invited. We're almost sold out. We have over 200 people, and I hope that you'll join us. And I wish we could have kittens. We won't, but another time we do believe in cat therapy. It's really good for all of us. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Tom Slattery, 31539 Eagle Rock Way. In my continuing protest to being involved in the West Street undergrounding situation, it's been 4.5 years and I've been protesting to staff and everyone else available, working with senior staff now to see what my options are. My property and 3 others on Eagle Rock are not going underground. However, we back up to the boundary or the actual power lines that are going underground, and therefore the assessment engineer in his infinite wisdom is making us pay all these houses, 4 on Eagle Rock and at least 2 to 5 up on Paso del Sur, $30,000 or more dollars for the assessment for nothing. The poor people up on Del Sur, Paseo del Sur, have been underground completely, totally legal, in the ground, all done for decades, and yet they're being assessed for this assessment district, which really only points to the fact that the assessment district is inadequate and it was poorly designed, and it's too small. I mean, you may have noticed they were down here before a couple of months ago begging for another 10% from all the taxpayers in Laguna Beach. And fortunately, that didn't fly. We're already in 20% for all the taxpayers in Laguna Beach for this small assessment district. The other point is it's important for the people that feel this is really burdensome for the money has gone so high. I was involved in the Cianotas one, and it was $20,000 for the assessment for a fabulous view, a telephone pole, all kinds of stuff. The methodology was different for the assessments. My assessment started out at $59,000 for nothing. And then when I complained to the assessment engineer, he very graciously dropped it down to, I believe, in the middle 30,000s. But I haven't seen it in writing yet. But my protest is that I don't even deserve or need to pay $30,000 for nothing, or all these other people. So it's really incredibly unfair. And the people that I've talked to throughout the entire assessment district have complained bitterly that they've been misled when they signed a petition 4.5 years ago, if not more, that to find out how much it would cost to put the poles and wires underground. It's a real mushroom operation where you keep people in the dark and feed them food. So anyway, it just keeps going on. And people are very upset, and there's a lot of people who are going to be devastated financially by this operation. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Jamie Hendrickson. I live on the corner of Virginia Way and 4th. I'm reaching out to you in hopes that I can have extra help in regards to ABBA. It's a great restaurant. They're way over growing out of their space. That's great for them. But they've moved their trash. I can't open my windows. So I'm reaching out to you on what to do. I've already contacted code enforcement. And I'm not getting answers.
We'll have someone from the city manager's office reach out and figure out next steps. Thank you. Are there any other speakers on? And if other people want to just line up, because we want to. Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani, South Laguna. Sorry, I haven't been around. I've been in Cabo for a couple months. Couple of things. The first thing, I think this is a Caltrans thing, but the medians that I've seen have been built in South Laguna and around town, the new ones particularly, I think is going to cause some significant growth in the response time for the law enforcement and for the Marine Safety Department. I've even spoken with a couple of the Marine Safety people, and they said that they're worried, especially the section right by Aliso Beach. I've seen them utilize that center lane to get, drowning victims or people that are hurt to the hospital in a quick manner when the road is gridlock traffic during peak season. And right there it bottlenecks, and it gets very, very, it's completely stopped traffic. And I'm thinking that hopefully those can be removed at some point. And I don't know if there's any studies done by Caltrans to see the flow of traffic in those particular areas. I know it's already in, so it's like, what do we do? I've been out of town. The second thing is the Aliso Beach parking lot renovation. I'm against alternative 3. We don't need any more cars at that particular beach. The sand is shrinking, especially in the summer season. It's just going to add more trash to the beach, more, congestion, more cause for concern for the Marine Safety Department. And I think that, they do a lot for us. They go above and beyond, especially during peak season. And I think this is going to inundate them, adding more and more cars to this particular beach. And it's just something that I am completely against. And I think that we should look at the return. Obviously it's a money thing. Is that going to outweigh now, the extra needed municipalities, the extra trash cleanup and stuff? I'm just, looking at the reality. I have a ton of information I can provide you guys, videos, photos, documentation. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Any other speakers? Okay. So who else wants to speak on this? So if you want, can you just line up so we have the, thank you. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Renagi. My name is Justin. I live on West Street, 31538 West Street. And I just wanted to share about 6.5 years ago when I moved to South Laguna Beach. When we first moved in, I have two young boys. Well, one boy's now in college, but I have an autistic child. And when we were going around the house, you know, we're walking up the side of our house, and he says, "Daddy, what's that?" And he literally puts out his hand, and he puts his hand right on the riser pole. There's a riser right on my garage, and nearly got electrocuted. And my heart jumped, and I told my wife, I said, we have to find a way to just underground our lines. And so just our own lines to go under the street and PVC pipe it up. And so we got a price estimate. I came down here and I said, how do we do this? Well, we had to get SDG&E involved. We had to trench the road. We had to trench our driveway. I had to pay for the repaving. I had to pay for a traffic safety plan. And the cost just for my 2 wires to go underground was about $30,000, and that was 6 years ago. And waiting and permits and all of that. And I said, you know what? I told my wife, I said, screw this. I said, what I'm going to do is I would rather pay a little bit more and contribute towards the neighborhood in getting all of this down, because it is extremely unsafe. And so with the help of Public Works, which has been fantastic in this process, been coming up to 5 years of hard work. We've had $30,000 of deposits from residents that gave $500 each, including a lot of the people that are now a no vote for the project or expressing a no vote, mostly because of the cost and also because the methodology is slightly different than what Coast Royale did, which was all we had to go by at the time. And close to $400,000 of the city council's money, and over 2,000 hours of Public Works time to get to this point. We're 60 days away from a vote and almost adopting, which will be on the agenda in another meeting. But I just want to say, the other gentleman who spoke, it's about $24,000 assessment. So for him to get 2 poles and wires out of his backyard, that's a pretty damn good deal. And I think at the end of the day, the costs are a lot more than what they were 5 years ago. But people's home values have gone up a lot more. The stock market has gone up a lot more. Costs have gone up a lot more. And one thing, and the purpose of my statement is I would really like the city council to talk amongst themselves and think of solutions to, other than a payment deferment program and dragging a bond out 25 years versus 15, which is what the whole town has done before us, is where evacuation routes are within a district that's being undergrounded, to chip in a little bit more money for these projects, and I think that will help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Betsy Klein, and I am here once again to voice my strong disapproval of the West Street Underground project moving forward. First, in my and many of my neighbors' opinions, the entire project needs to just be scrapped and started over with a whole lot more transparency. The costs are significantly higher than what we were told they would be. Although these incredible costs were unexpected to all of us, we've been told that we cannot rescind our votes at this point because it's already been moved forward, even though this is clearly not what we agreed to. We were all led down a flowery garden path, and that path is now taking us all right over the edge of a cliff. We need to take a step back and begin again. I'm not against undergrounding in the broad scheme of things, but I'm frustrated and angry that I might be forced to go along with an incredibly flawed plan with questionable tactics of the methodology that has been put on us, and outraged by how we were misled. We just need to start over. Secondly, in regards to fire safety, I am all about fire prevention. I live in Laguna. I saw the devastation here in 1993. But I have lived across the street from a telephone pole with a transponder on it for 39 years, which has in fact blown out a couple of times, I'll admit, but there was never any worry that our homes would catch fire because of those wires. The supporters will say to look at the recent Palisades fires and how the electric wires contributed to the loss of homes. But the fact is, it was the perfect storm of 100-mile-per-hour winds that fueled that fire and its tragic destruction. Even if all of our wires were underground, if we had a 100-mile-an-hour wind blowing sparks on our dry hills, we would all lose our homes, wires undergrounded or not. In fact, when the fire started up in Laguna Sur in May of 2022, Where 20 homes were lost, all those homes were undergrounded, and it did not save them. This project is motivated by a desire for better views. If it is indeed about fire safety, then the city and San Diego Gas and Electric need to take a hard look at giving a much bigger financial contribution to this project, especially in light of the fact that we could in fact be on an evacuation route. Lastly, those of us who don't support the project have been told that the only recourse we have is to vote no in the special election coming in June, which we definitely will be doing. In regards to that special election, we have also been told that the city gets 3 votes because of the Village Green Park. I would like to request of the city council that the city abstains or recuses themselves from this vote, as yours would not be votes of affected homeowners and might even be a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sharon Lyons, and I'm here once again to speak about the West Street Underground District. Last time I was here, I showed a PowerPoint regarding the Woods Cove assessment. And today, I didn't bring a PowerPoint, but I'm sure you all have access to the engineering report. So Diamond Crestview, Woods Cove, and Coast Royale, which my house is part of, all use the methodology where it was view enhancement, safety, and then aesthetics, meaning neighborhood aesthetics. This one, we were presented, oh, we're going to use the same one. You don't have a pole. My house is on Coast Highway. I have 0 poles, as do some of my neighbors on that street. And we were presented, given an estimate, and it has quadrupled, and they took away the view enhancement. So those people who have lots of poles are benefiting because now it's based on your lot size. So if I have the same size lot as my neighbor, but my neighbor has 6 poles, I'm going to pay the same. So it's not enhancing my view at all. So just one more time, it's view enhancement, safety, and aesthetics that has always been used. This is a new methodology that has never been used in Laguna Beach before. I don't understand why it was chosen, and I've asked why that methodology was chosen. Coast Royale, like I said, I'm Coast Royale. My house is Coast Royale. The other part of Coast Royale, just one street over, they used this methodology and they weren't even finished at that time. So it was still going on at that time. Also, there is an evacuation route, and the evacuation route, I happen to live on that street, and that street evacuation route should be by the city. And I know that you're talking about maybe some ways to underground. I think we're number 5 on the evacuation routes. So we were sold on a project that was going to cost, I think in my case, it was maybe under 20,000, and my first preliminary assessment was maybe 59, and that was without all the extras, the trenching, the new electric panel, all of that. And we always talk about how we want young people to an affordable housing. So if you own a property and you get assessed, you're going to raise the rent. So then housing won't be affordable for people. Young people, all of us that have kids that are one day going to take over our house, they're going to have, even if they're given the house, now they're going to have a tax plus an assessment. It's going to make it unaffordable to a lot of local kids who grew up here. And we want to keep local kids who grew up here in Laguna Beach. I thought we did. And so I'd like the city council to consider that, and also to consider, if it does get put to a vote, which I think the whole thing should be scrapped and possibly started over again, maybe not. But I would like them to abstain because it really should be the people who live there, so there is no conflict of interest that will be voting on it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Karen Louisi. I'm here to give you an update, and I'm also speaking on the West Street District. On February 24th, I appeared before you and told you about that they were replacing our poles with metal poles, and the trenches were dug. On May 6th, the chief engineer in charge of the project got an email saying that the poles that they were going to replace at 31486 West Street was going to be eliminated, so they did not need to replace it. So SDG came out in April, filled up the trench, and asphalted it over. I'm curious who sent that email. The head engineer. It took me quite a while to get in touch with him, to hunt him down, to figure out who he was. And he was so nice to me on the phone. I'm not going to give his name publicly. If you would like to have his name and his phone number, I will give it to you. And he said he does not understand where that email came from, but that poll was told to be eliminated. Another thing is, before the preliminary engineering report was done and the methodology was chosen, there was a meeting at Mr. Borshak's residence that had the two district captains. It was him and another woman of ours, and Mr. Sawaya. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. It was at his house, and that's where the methodology was chosen and the engineer was chosen. There was no public notice of that meeting, and no public people could go to that meeting. That was private at a private residence. Now, as you may know, if the district for the vote is a pass, it needs 51%, which I understand. And I thought, okay, 51%. The necessary percentage was shared at the March 26th meeting at the Community Recreation Center. At no time did they say the votes are not equal. The votes are not equal. You don't have a house, you get a vote. No, it's decided by your land mass. No one knew. This client that just spoke, she did not know. I was the one that told her that your votes are not equal. So it was not until much later that I found out that not all votes were equal. And it wasn't just with one email. It took 4 emails back and forth with very vague answers from staff to find out that the votes are not equal. It is an important fact that was not disclosed until after repeated emails. The majority is not entirely accurately true. 51% of land mass. Votes are not equal, and the fact that we have 2 lots that are public property within the district, those 2 should, and there is precedent that the people voting for those should abstain from them. And something that I found interesting at the meeting also was that the majority of the people complaining at the March 26th meeting, and the majority of our neighbors that I've met that I did not meet because this was all done under the cover of COVID, like restrictions and everything was closed down, most all of them paid. So the fact that they paid the $500 and wanted to find out speaks to what was done, and the methodology was chosen, and it is a testament to how this was done and how they feel misled. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on non-agenda items? Okay, is this the last speaker? Is there anyone else who wants to speak on a non-agenda item? Okay, so you'll be the final. Oh, okay. So anyone else besides the UCLA sweatshirt person? Go Bruins. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll have 2. You'll be the final 2 speakers.
I'm quick. My name is Liz Schatz, and I live on Rico Road. I came today to say that not everyone is a no on the West Street project. I think it's a progressive, smart, safe way to go to put those lines underground. They're unsightly, they're ugly. It makes that part of town look old and dingy, and they need to go away. Thank you.
And then our final speaker, please go ahead.
Hi, Council. My name is Roxanne DeGarmo. I'm here to speak about the West Street project. My concern is I'm against the project as it's presented to us now. The methodology has changed. And also the park, Village Green, which is right across the street from my house, the city owns that, and the council gets 3 votes on that. So as taxpayers, not only are we paying more than we were originally told, we are also paying again because our taxes go to pay to take care of the park. I'd like to see the city abstain from that vote if possible. So just each home votes on that project. That I hopefully that will go away and then come back again so everybody's on board with everything and they can see exactly there's no private meetings at people's houses and that we could move on with this project eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to, now we're going to bring it back to City Council. So Mr. City Manager, do you want to start?
I do have a few announcements, Mr. Mayor. Wanted to thank all those who attended the Facilities Master Plan Town Hall on April 24th. We had good attendance at that 3-hour meeting. I wanted to say one more time, a thank you to our finance team for the completion of the annual comprehensive financial reports with no material weaknesses or findings. Much credit to the team for getting those days hopefully behind us where we had findings and weaknesses. The audited ACFR is on the city's webpage under finance, then financial reports. For your upcoming calendars, tomorrow is this council's annual meeting with the Laguna Beach Unified School District Governing Board. It's at 3:45 here in the council chambers. 1 week from today, May 13th, is our annual budget workshop session from 4 to 6 p.m. and the proposed budget is posted on the city's website. Our next regular meeting, May 20th, will have some items on it involving assessment districts, but it will not have the promenade, unfortunately. Our goal was to hold the discussion on the promenade on May 20th, but we needed to navigate some complex noticing to achieve that. After not succeeding in that, we are planning a special meeting on Wednesday, June 11th. So Wednesday, June 11th, to discuss the promenade. And this timing to be determined, but it's probably going to be 4:30 or 5 p.m. I apologize to the council and the community for this delay. There are a number of appeals coming up, and I appreciate the city attorney's diligence in tracking this all for us. Here is the tentative schedule. Tuesday, May 20th, there's a design review, consideration of an appeal for design review of a home on Cajon Street. That's been continued. Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Tuesday, June 10th is a CDP approval for an ADU on Louise Street for those who are following that issue. Wednesday, June 11th, as noted, design review, CDP approvals, and CEQA appeals for the promenade. There's also a proposed parklet on Mermaid and Glen Eyrie and design review for a home on Astor. Tuesday, June 24th, there's appeal of admin DR for the Hotel Joaquin at 985 North Coast Highway. So for your calendars, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
A lot of meetings to look forward to. So thank you for that. Okay, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no updates tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Jones.
Just a couple quick things. I was so happy to be a part of Arbor Day and represent our mayor who wasn't feeling well that day. Always one of my favorite events in town. I also got to attend the fire department badge pinning, which is so meaningful to see these young, mostly men and women who are joining our public safety team. And I got to go to the opening of the San Clemente pump track, which is super fun. So if you guys are into bikes, you should go check it out.
We need one of those in Laguna.
Let's go.
Dave, did you go to
You
that?
heard it from the mayor and the city manager first.
Did you ride on it, Dave? Okay, good. Councilmember Kemp.
Yeah, no report,
No
Mayor,
report.
from me this evening.
Councilmember Whalen.
A couple things. Was able to attend the Laguna Dance 20th Gala at the Lion Air Museum. And if you haven't been to the Lion Air Museum, which is up at the Orange County Airport, across the, from the main terminal across the runways, it's a very interesting air history and car history museum. I'd recommend it. We had the employee picnic over at the Festival of Arts grounds, which was terrific. Always nice to spend some time with our employees and thank them for the work that they do for us every day. Council member Jones, I was with her at the Arbor Day celebration. She did a great job of speaking to the trees. And I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Morgill.
Yeah, I'll run through my attendance and meeting list. I also attended the dance festival at the Lions Air Museum, and it was a great venue. I agree, Bob. Then at the Rivian Theater, we had the Heritage launch event for Heritage Month, which was very well put together, and they had a great presentation. And that would I want to thank James Henry for that specifically. Art Stars, great event. Met with, also attended the fire department badge pinning and the city lunch. And thanks for everybody who put together that city lunch. It was a great event. Everybody had a great time. Met with George Dubin, Cody Angle, Joanne Bear from the Surf and Sand, Julie and Victoria from the museum, Billy Freed, Ryan Arthur, Scott from the Laguna Canyon Foundation, Karen Phillipson, Sue Kemp, and John Zigowitz.
Thank you.
And I echo the comments by my colleagues about the employee luncheon. Really appreciate the HR department for organizing that. I think it's a great opportunity to recognize the hard work that our employees do. And then I attended with our police chief the crime victims rights not celebration ceremony hosted at the district attorney's office. And it's always devastating to hear the stories of victims and their families. Yeah, but it's an important event. So. Okay, so now we're going to go to our consent calendar, and we have the one, as a reminder, we have the one addendum related to item 10. So are there any council members who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? No?
13.
13. Okay, and then do any members of the public want to pull any items from the consent calendar? Okay, the city treasurer would like to pull item 8. Are there any other items to be pulled from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I would, and any public comment on no, we don't have to take that because that's for pulling it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the balance excluding items 8 and 13, specifying that item 10 reflects the addendum as recommended by the city manager, and I would move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then, so now we're going to go to, so that was 5-0. Now we're going to go to item 8 on our consent calendar, the monthly investment report. Laura, do you want to come up here and provide any testimony on this unless council wants a staff report? No? Okay, so we'll go to the city treasurer. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, council. And thank you for giving me a few minutes. I have what sounds like a real small change on this. There was a modification to the cover page of this investment report, and it's in the first paragraph. It doesn't seem like a big thing, but it can be a big thing, or it can be misleading. Investments that are long-term were transferred to an outside group named Meter. In this report, they're being called or deemed surplus investments, which that was not my understanding, and that's not how I have run the cash flows of the city. So I am asking you to please do not consider those investments to be deemed surplus. What they actually are investments that mature after our dry period, which ends the investments that will mature in December of 2025. Chances are we will need those investments for cash flow needs of the city. Thank you.
I have a question
Go ahead, Sue.
for Dave, actually, or Laura, you can just stay there too if you want, but, so didn't we talk about moving $20 million? You recommended it to us over to Meter?
We did. Yeah, that's still my recommendation.
So have you done that, Laura?
No, I have not.
Megan, do you agree with this language?
The government code under which Meter operates, under which the city council retained its investment authority, in the article of that government called it's entitled investment of surplus, which is why the language in the staff report refers to it as surplus, because the city's investment policy and Meter's activities align with that government code section. So it's consistent with the law.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I want to follow up on what Sue was saying. So Dave, I thought that you asked us for direction about the 20 million to refresh my memory of what the course of events were on that.
We talked about potentially moving more of the funds deemed surplus and not necessarily for immediate liquidity to Meter's portfolio versus the elected city treasurer's portfolio. And I've spoken with the treasurer about that. She hasn't moved those funds over at this point.
So was there a formal action on that by the council? I don't recall.
I have to go back through my notes.
Once you look at your notes, would you need a council direction council direction?
That's always helpful.
Yeah, I'd like to see, when we're saying this, I'd like to see what the actual, and maybe Gavin knows, I don't know if you know, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. What are the actual required cash flows? I think our cash flow requirements are fairly stable, except if we have some extraordinary things. Is that right?
Gavin, chiming in here, we asked Meter to do the same calculation. What does Meter think is necessary for the minimum liquidity of the city? And we have that and can present that.
Okay, anything else, Laura?
Yes, I do a daily cash flow for the city. And there were two large items on that. One was the Laguna Canyon Road property that was purchased that the council had voted on. And the second was the discussion of internally financing the assessment districts. That would be immediate cash flow needs. So those items would be in my cash flows, but perhaps not in the meter cash.
So did you talk to the city manager about those items, Laura?
I have, yes.
Okay, and so, because
Which ones did you talk to me about?
The assessment, I'm in email, the assessment district, internal financing, and the Laguna Canyon Road properties.
Those are the ones I wasn't advising you to include funds, to reserve funds for those. The latter.
I have a contingency. That was the contingency that we were discussing. So I did not put them in the cash flows, but the contingencies are there.
I see.
You know, if we eliminate the contingency, we can move the money.
so I think we need to figure out a better way to do this because this is dysfunctional, what we're describing right here, where we're having, you know, different action. You know, the council has the investment authority, that's very clear, and now we have, you know, it sounds like conversations happening, but not collaboration between the city manager and the city treasurer in terms of cash flow. And so it just seems like we're making, in a company, this would never happen. And as the taxpayers, I think, deserve better than this. I think, Dave, if you can come back with some recommendations about how we do this, because there really has to be one, you know, we have to do this in a better way. I don't think this is an ideal situation where we need to have a shared set of expectations here. So any other questions or comments? Any questions, I guess, from council? Bob, go ahead.
Well, I just had one, which I just noted to the city manager yesterday when we were going over the agenda. On page 4, I don't understand the transit. It's got a negative fund balance of $1,050,000 or $1,001,000, I guess, in the current month. I just don't understand how we have negative fund balances. So if somebody could get back to me on that, I would appreciate understanding that.
Would you like me to answer that?
Yes, if you know the answer.
I did talk to the finance department today, and they indicated that they were going to transfer the funds in April.
Okay.
And it will no longer be negative.
Okay, but it's still, that's helpful to know. It's still baffling to me as to how we could ever show a negative fund balance. So anyway, I'm glad to hear it's going to be resolved in April.
Councilman Whalen, I can just add a little bit to that. So as the council probably recalls, a lot of the transit fund is subsidized quite a bit by the parking fund. And the parking fund then transfers money to the transit. So, and Laura talked to the finance department, but what they mentioned was that transfer hadn't happened yet. So once that transfer happens, they'll get it in the May report. That negative will go away. That's what that transfer is supposed to do. So you shouldn't see a negative in the transit fund. That transfer needs to happen. That will take place in May. They just haven't done it yet.
Other questions for the city treasurer on this item? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. Are there any other public comments on this item?
I don't really have, I guess it is a comment. I'm just using Bob's word, baffled. I just want to be sure that, you know, we're talking about changing something from long-term investments to surplus. And in this climate, I don't think we have surplus. I'm probably misunderstanding what you're trying to say, but we just, you know, had a $3.5 million revenue shortfall last year, and we had to bump up our reserves by $1 million because we didn't meet the 20% requirement. And now we got a new budget with, Dave, you've done a great job of explaining that. So I just want to be sure we're not talking about surplus, because everything else I read, we don't have surpluses, but I mean, we've got investments that we use to cover our expenditures. But just the fact that you're changing the word surplus just helped me understand that we're, you know, if we have surplus, that's great. We can do more things, but I don't know.
We'll get that question answered. Thank you, Mary. Any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to council. Dave, do you want to provide some clarification?
Sure. I think the nuances, as has been pointed out, it involves how the government code characterizes those funds. It's not necessarily how us as lay people might characterize it. We're just trying to make sure that our investment approach is consistent with what the government code says. So no, they're not surplus like, oh, we have them and can start to spend them. They're not necessary for the immediate liquidity needs of the city. That's more, I look at it more in the negative.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? And then I'm going to ask, oh, go ahead, Bob.
I was just going to say that, so this is something we routinely get every month. So maybe, I think it'd be helpful to spell that out in the future reports, right? We're surplus within the meaning of government code section, whatever, which is what you just said, right? Money that we don't need immediately for the cash flow, which is what we count on Laura to have in the short-term fund. So, and then I was going to ask you, Mayor, are you going to include some direction to come back to us on the issue you raised?
The 20 million issue or the?
Well, the 20 million.
Oh, and just the
larger issue.
The roles of, yeah, I don't know if I have the right, so.
Let me ask a question,
Go ahead.
actually. So, on our budget meeting, we're going to try to get better clarity on the roles between finance and the treasury function, right?
That's right.
Is the reason, we have some dysfunctional behavior going on here that we need to clean up. So we're going to talk about that on the 13th. I think at that time,
Yeah.
we can clear that up. Plus, maybe we can talk about this surplus. It gets confusing for private sector people because we think of surplus like surplus, but in government speak, it's different. It's kind of, you have to think like a government person, which is hard to do.
So I think, so I don't know if we need, it sounds like on the, we're already going to get that, a specific, plan of action in terms of the
I can add that
roles
to
and
the recommended
responsibilities.
actions to be discussed on the 13th. Yeah.
And I think the reason why I'm bringing that up is that there needs to be one person who's accountable for certain, you can't have multiple people accountable for the same thing because that's how things slip through the cracks, right? We need to be able to, so, and then Dave, as it relates to your recommendation previously that I thought we had already handled with the $20 million, do you need further direction on that or?
I do. Megan was looking too. I don't think there was ever formal council direction on that. So we could tee that up potentially also on the 13th.
Just for context, why is it that we should be doing this?
The issue is more, are we able to generate better returns through meters investment versus the short-term approach? And that will obviously depend on what the market is doing at the moment.
Yeah.
But generally the approach is consistent with longer-term investments, maximizing the amount in there versus that amount needed for the immediate liquidity of the city.
And it seems like overall, maybe, because I don't want to be in the position where we have to be micromanaging these types of decisions every time they come up. So maybe that would be a better approach as part of this, these policies is, giving you the authority to be able to make those decisions as it relates to ensuring that the city treasurer has the cash flow need, or I don't know, I can't imagine this is the approach where every time there's an issue here, we have to get involved and mediate it.
That's right.
So I would add that to the.
Okay.
So I guess I'm going to I don't know that we need to have this. I think you have is there clear direction from the council about what we're looking for here? Good. Okay. So
Let me ask a question. So you're going to come back to us with some answers to these questions, and I understand that. But I would also be interested when we have that discussion to understand how you've handled it historically in Newport Beach, for instance. So if there's, I just want to see if there's a compromise or something that you're trying to do differently here than you would have done.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then the next item is item 13, which Councilmember Whalen pulled. Bob, do you want a staff report on this or?
Excuse me, I don't need a staff report. I think there's just a little cleanup I'd like to see in the resolution. And I'll just lay it out and then we can, Mayor, you can open public hearing, obviously. But there's the last whereas clause references the Irvine Community Land Trust, which is not detailed at all in the resolution, the body of the resolution itself. So I think that's just surplus and should be deleted. And then we had a comment from the public, which I think is a good one in section 1. Rather than limiting ourselves to affordable housing for artists, seniors, and local workforce, that is the priority, and council's articulated that as the priority. But I think we could just say there are artists, seniors, the local workforce, and others, and we'll be more flexible going forward. And then the last change is in section 3. And I raised this with the city manager yesterday. I think the way this is worded, it's just it implies, I don't think it was intended, but it's an open-ended kind of authorization of future expenditures. I think more appropriately, it should just say the city council has authorized the allocation of necessary resources, because we already appropriated $80,000 or $85,000 for this effort. So I think that should just read, the city council has authorized the allocation of necessary resources, so on and so forth. And I think Mary Locatelli saw the same thing I saw yesterday. She had an email on that today, and I certainly agree with her on that. So those would be the recommended suggested changes for the council on the resolution. But I think generally, I'm happy we're moving forward with this. In terms of timeline, I did confirm with Jennifer Savage, who's working with us on this, that we are expected to have drafts of the articles and bylaws that we can review later this month, and with a target date of getting them filed with the Secretary of State's office by June 30. So we're trying to move that along, which I think is important. That's all I had.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? No. So then let's go open up public comment on this item. The resolution regarding the land trust. Any public comments? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comments, bring it back to council. Councilmember Whalen, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd just like to move the recommended action with the edits that I mentioned, delete the last whereas clause, and the edits to section 1 and section 3.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good work on that. Good. Okay, so we've made it through the consent calendar, and now we are gonna consider our first. Does someone need to break us up? What you were saying? No. Now we're gonna consider our regular business calendar, starting with item 15, the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Report 2025 update. Just before we kick this off, I want to thank council members Whalen and Kemp for their leadership on this. And you look at the on the page with all the people, it's like the all-star cast of public safety. So appreciate the collaborative effort. So I don't know who wants to. You guys want to kick this off and then go to staff?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll initiate the discussion, and then we'll. I know Councilmember Kemp has a couple of things to raise as well. So, I mean, obviously, this update to our 2019 report was prompted by the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles in January, and we've had a lot of input from the community on that. We had direction from the council to return within 90 days. That was January 28th, so here we are, our first council meeting after that deadline, so we met that. I really want to, I've got a number of thank yous that I think I've got to make before we get into the real substance of the report, which is the key city staff listed in the report. Our fire chief, obviously, Sarah Lamonis, our new emergency operations coordinator. She did a terrific job of pulling this together. Our police chief and Captain Peters, our public works staff with Mark McAvoy and Tom Perez, and others listed there. Shelley Beneke from Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee participated in a number of them, and that was very helpful. We also had a number of outside collaborating agencies that I'd like to particularly thank, and I know representatives are here tonight. We had Susan Thomas and Mike Dunbar from Emerald Bay Services District, which is our neighbor to the north. Obviously, the Emerald Fire was there, and it's been great to collaborate with them. They have their own efforts going on. They may speak to those tonight. And then we had our two water districts. Keith Vandermatten's here, the general manager from Laguna Beach County Water District, and Rick Shintaku is over here from South Coast Water District. And as you can see in the report, those water districts since 2019 have made significant contributions to our public safety here in the community with a number of improvements, and then they've come up with further recommendations for the 2025 update. So I really appreciate their collaboration. And then we had our utility companies, SDG&E, Eric's here tonight, and Southern California Edison, who were very helpful in terms of input on a key component of this report, which is undergrounding utilities and otherwise hardening the utility, above-ground utility system. So thank you very much to them for participating. And then we had the OC Sheriff come in to talk about the collaboration that we would have with some of our surrounding agencies in the event of a major wildfire event. So I think we all know that, wildfire is really the #1 threat to our community in terms of public safety. I was just looking at our budget the other day, just the assessed valuation of the property in town is $21 billion. I mean, the market value is probably closer to $40 billion. So there's a lot at risk here in a fire. It's, if we were to experience something of the magnitude of Palisades and Altadena, it would be, the community would be unrecognizable and really uninhabitable for an extended period of time. So we all take this seriously, right? And we all put this as a very high priority. So I think it's why it's so critical that we spend the time we're spending on this and the resources we're spending on this. So the 2025 update focuses really on 2 issues. One, it covers what we've accomplished so far in the 2019 report, which is a lot. We've got 24 items that we had moved on and completed under that report. And then we've got a number of recommended actions going forward that I think there's 69 of them in this new report that staff, our chief and Sarah will cover here in a few minutes in a lot more detail. So what's the big picture for success here as a community? I think there's really several components to it. The first is, continued public agency effort, right, on the part of the city, on a part of the water districts, on a part of our surrounding agencies that have been assisting us. But the second one, and I think the one that we really have to stress, and that was not really that prevalent in the 2019 report, is private homeowner effort. And you're going to hear our staff talk about that. And it really comes down to those flow presentations we had from the high school kids to kick off the meeting tonight. It really comes down to home hardening and vegetation management on our private property. And it's a big undertaking. It's a big effort. It's not going to be fun in a lot of cases. Our homes, much like Altadena and Palisades, are old. The infrastructure is old. They're not up to current fire codes. So whatever we can do as private residents to improve the safety of our own properties, I think is really the second pillar of this report. And, it's as we went through it, and we had such a terrific team effort, really, from all the people I mentioned, it's so evident that this effort that we undertake, we're 6 years into it now, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And it doesn't end. It just keeps going, and you have to keep renewing and making the effort. And I think we can do that as a community. I think we are committed to do it. I think Emerald Bay is committed to do it. And I think we've got community members, and I see Sonny Myers sitting here, who's the head of our CERT program. And that's emphasized in the report as well. The more people we can get trained on our community emergency response team, if you look at a lot of the items that are the stories that followed the fires in LA, it's getting to know your neighbors. It's having people who are qualified in the community, in the neighborhoods, who can actually take action and be activated by our emergency folks, during a wildfire event. So I think we have done some good work here that will really benefit the community. And as I say, it's a long road, and we're just going to have to keep marching down it and committing to it. We'll talk later about the funding aspects, and the city manager's made a significant effort to put money into next year's budget to get going on some of this stuff. But it's time consuming and it's expensive, but it's all worth it in the end. So again, so much thanks to our staff for bringing their expertise and effort to this, and I think when you hear the presentation, we'll all get a sense of how great a job they've done putting this together. So,
Well said, Sue.
Yeah, that was well said, Bob. I'm just going to add a couple things. One is Sarah Lamonis, as Bob mentioned, is our new emergency coordinator. And, you know, I've been working with the city now for a while, and she's come up to speed faster than anybody I've worked with. She doesn't live here, and we had 90 days to put our report together. And you did a fantastic job. I'm really proud of you and proud of the work that was done on this. I want to thank Bob too for his keen editing eye on the document. He's he's an attorney, so he doesn't miss anything, which is good because I'm kind of a big picture kind of reader, actually. The other thing I just wanted to emphasize is, so in the report, you'll see we have a lot of detail in there, but we also are looking for input from the community because we can't think of everything. When we meet with groups, neighborhoods, we find more things that we need to incorporate into our plan. So if there's things, I know people are listening, will read the report, but people in the room as well. If you have any, additional ideas, we'd love to hear them. And then kind of lastly, when we did the 2019 report, we had a lot of input. We've gotten a lot of things done, as you'll see. But this time, because I think, the fire, the severity of these fires, as we know, just keeps increasing. We're going to be working out in the community a lot more, council members, fire department stuff. So you're going to see us. I'm going to be going to door and trying to make sure people are signed up for Nixle, OC alert, find out who in their neighborhoods might have some disability or on oxygen or can't get out. So we have a list. We're working on getting a list together of people who might need some additional help on red flag days and make sure that we know where those people are. And also to talk about, how to do home hardening. Because at the end of the day, government can only do so much. We'll do the very best that we can. But, our residents, homeowners need to do their part as well. So we just kind of all in this together. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. Chief?
Thank you for that great introduction to this topic. Mayor, members of council, Nico King, your fire chief, here with, as stated, Sarah Lamonis, our emergency coordinator. And as you already stated, after the January 7th fires that we saw in LA County, by council's direction and regathering this committee, we were able to get a lot of the feedback from not only the first responders that were at those fires in LA, but the feedback from a lot of department, city staff, community members, and a lot of our stakeholders to come back and look at not only what's already been accomplished in 2019, but to kind of clean the slate and look at what was just done over the course of those fires. We got to be able to look at the response and the preparedness and the mitigation and have these conversations with a fresh set of eyes. And so I think that's what, in summary, is what we're able to present to you tonight.
All right. So in addition to council members Whalen and Kemp, we had a really solid group of internal and external partners, which you've already mentioned. But one thing we want to point out about having our external partners is that this report and the action items were not created in a vacuum by the city. They were created with our external partners who, there's things in there about what the water districts will do. And so the water districts were involved in those conversations. So just want to highlight that it really was an internal and external effort. The committee came together twice a month from February to April to discuss these important topics. And what our methodology was is we evaluated the action items from the 2019 report. We completed 24 of those since 2019, leaving 16 in progress. And we decided that the 16 were still important. And so we folded them into the 2025 report to continue the work on those. We incorporated lessons learned from the wildfires that we've seen locally and throughout the state and really the country since 2019, and also ways to leverage a lot of new technology that's come about since 2019 in the realm of wildfire preparedness, response, and mitigation. So the new report, or the updated report, has 67 action items, and we put them in 5 categories. We have evacuations and alert and warning. We have fuel modification, public safety technology, community preparedness, and infrastructure, which we'll go through. One key piece of this as well is the inclusion of public feedback, especially starting in January after the Palisades fire. We received a lot of great feedback from the public, concerns, comments, ways to improve. And so we took all of that feedback throughout this entire process, and we made sure that it was incorporated into our ad hoc committee discussions. So we received feedback electronically throughout the process. We had 2 town hall meetings. One was virtual and one was in person, where again, we received really great feedback on our evacuation maps and, various topics. We had comments from city council meetings and from our emergency disaster preparedness committee. And then we also received a lot of feedback at various disaster preparedness events that were held since January. So the first category that we'll go through is evacuation and alert and warning. On the right side of the slide, you'll see what has been accomplished since that was in the 2019 report with the check marks. 2 items at the bottom are still in progress and have been added to the 2025 report. Like Council Member Wayland said, this emergency preparedness is really an ongoing effort, and it's ever evolving as we learn new things. So the city has an evacuation plan, for example, but we can improve on our plan. We've learned a lot. Look at the fire in Maui, people evacuating onto the beach, for example. That was a topic of discussion, and how can we make sure our plans cover that? So we plan to update the evacuation plan. We're looking at assessing effectiveness of route signage. We want to look at new innovative strategies for that, so we have more dynamic signage that can evolve with the nature of the evacuation. Like Councilmember Kemp said, we want to create a database of individuals with mobility challenges and figure out ways that the city can support them in their evacuations. So we're looking at that. Staging equipment like bulldozers on red flag days in our areas with tough ingress and egress challenges. Like we saw in the Palisades fire, cars were abandoned and bulldozers had to go in and move those cars. Mutual aid is a critical component. We'll get into further detail, but just continuing those partnerships that we already have with the Sheriff's Department, Fire Authority, our surrounding jurisdictions to continue the coordination, the planning, and then continuing to do joint exercises on evacuations with our partners because they will come in to support us. So we want to pre-plan all of that. And then finally, our alert systems. We want to do more regular testing of the outdoor alert and warning system that we have. It's a great system, but we want to use it more so that the public is aware. What does it sound like? What do I do when I hear it? Just do more engagement with the community when we do test the system and fix any coverage gaps.
We're going to switch over to a video now. And as part of one of our community engagement meetings, our firefighters were able to demonstrate what it's like driving a fire truck or fire engine through the community. And what they're illustrating is how tight some of our roadways are. This is just bringing to light some of the problems that we have with the narrowness of our roads. And we're trying to demonstrate that if a fire was impinging on our community, with all of our neighbors and the evacuation orders going out, if we could imagine a stream of cars coming down some of our narrow streets, while the emergency responders with the width and length of the fire engines trying to navigate these narrow roads entering into our community. So we use this as just a demonstration to let the community know to follow some of the parking restrictions that we have. We have a very limited red flag parking, but this also brought back to the conversation to take a look at our red flag parking ordinances and identify some areas where we can expand. So I think everyone knows, that our roads are narrow and they're long, and it's difficult for a fire engine to get into a community or a specific neighborhood. And not only that, but we have to position ourselves so that we can turn around and we can defend a home, but we can also leave when it's time. If the houses do catch on fire, we have to be pointing the right direction. And there's so many of our blocks within the neighborhoods where fire engines have to back out because there's not areas for them to turn around. So this, again, was just a demonstration, something that we haven't done before that illustrates the size of our fire engine as it tries to navigate our streets. All right. The fire department and the police department, as stated, we have some great partnerships within Orange County. We have our 4 fire engines and our 2 ambulances that cover the city 24/7. But it's our resources that surround us and our neighboring agencies. And of course, there's the California Master Mutual Aid process that works. But that takes additional time. But by establishing our relationships with Orange County Fire Authority, we get some of those unique resources like the helicopter operations. We support them by putting the 2 helipads that are in strategic locations to make water more available in the event of a large wildfire. That was identified in the 2019 report. And they also have some unique resources like the hand crews and dozers. Those resources are deployed immediately at the report of a wildfire when we're in that peak season and we have those wind events. With law enforcement, as it was stated, we've met with some of our law enforcement partners during our stakeholder meetings. They are a great resource. They're force multipliers. It was good for us and refreshing to hear their commitment. If they're needed, they're readily available and respond en masse and come and help with the door-to-door evacuations, with moving traffic and getting the people where we want them to go safely outside of our jurisdiction. So it was good to have those conversations, and also a unique resource MOU that we have in place with some of our neighboring agencies, with Newport Beach, Irvine, and UC Irvine, is with their emergency management teams. So we can turn Sarah into 3 or 4 Sarahs if the time comes. We have qualified emergency managers who can look at the plans and help us execute those plans. There's been a lot of effort in the fuel modification process. We've taken a close look at all of the lots that we're covering under weed abatement, under the annual process, and we've tried to identify these and are looking to include them into some of our fuel management zones so that we can just maintain those properties on an ongoing basis instead of having to come back and identify those properties and go through them one step at a time like we do. We're looking at expanding some of those zones. We've got some great feedback from our partners at Laguna Canyon Foundation. Just knowing some of the topography and where some of the steeper slopes are, where there's thicker vegetation, and there's areas that might not be identified in a fuel modification zone right now, but we're looking at how we could expand some of those zones. Of course, this is the streamlining permitting process. It's still a long, arduous process, but I will jump down a bullet point to the governor's executive order that was released that allows us to go through an application process, identify some of the zones that we want to increase defensible space or expand some existing fuel modification zones. And instead of following all of the CEQA processes, which takes a lot of time and they're very expensive, and then after we complete the CEQA process, we have to go through our coastal permitting process, which takes some additional time. Right now, through the governor's executive order, we have the opportunity to apply for fuel modification zones and receive feedback within 30 days, whether or not those are approved. So we have to apply for those within this calendar year and start work on those by October of 26. So by the subcommittee's direction and conversation, we're looking at what we'll be applying for, and we have identified quite a bit of property that we want to put into an application. I'm happy to announce as of yesterday, the fire department also applied for a community wildfire protection plan grant, and we were just awarded yesterday afternoon. So our old community wildfire protection plan, we were just mentioned in a county-wide plan that was put together in 2017, I believe. But because we were identified as one of the 5 cities that had a high fire risk, they're going to provide the resources to aggressively walk us through putting together our own CWPP by the end of this calendar year. So we were happy to be awarded that just yesterday. This next video is brief, but this is just an illustration. The firefighters that we sent to the Palisades fire took this video, and it's demonstrating. If this video was longer, we saw longer versions of it, but the fuel is coming up, the fire is coming up the side of the hill, and the fuel modification zone, of course, is able to take all the energy out of the fire, slow the fire, and give the air resources an opportunity to stop the fire's progression and protect the homes, which is the purpose of our fuel modification zones. This is a fuel modification zone. It's very sparse, and it's a lot larger than 100 feet. So with this example, it demonstrates the value of having larger fuel modification zones in specific areas. And this is also included in some science that we're looking into expanding some of our fuel modification zones beyond the 100 feet that we're permitted right now. In public safety technology, this is where we are able to get creative and take advantage of some of the things that maybe weren't available to us back in 2019, but we were able to not only look into, but actually achieve already, putting in place two of the AI detection cameras here in Laguna Beach. One's at the top of the world. The other one is along Laguna Canyon Road. It's near El Toro. And we actually have a third that's a little bit further out beyond 73 on Laguna Canyon Road. These cameras operate 24/7. They're able to detect any ignitions, and they immediately report them, automatically report them to the nearest dispatch center so that we get the early notification and resources started. So not only were we able to identify that this technology exists, but we were able to put that into motion within the last couple of months. We are looking at expanding. We have identified a couple more locations that we could place these cameras. Of course, we're looking at traffic systems and installing some of the priority signals in the event of an evacuation. These signals, they stay green and they allow traffic to continue its flow in a specific direction, which, of course, when we're shorthanded on public safety resources, instead of having people directing traffic, we have the utilization of the traffic systems that will keep traffic moving. It's early on, but there's some emergency response drones that exist right now. It's really in the pilot stages, but we're going to keep an eye on any technology that would be beneficial for early suppression on the report of a fire. And there's more technology under suppression. We've had a lot of good conversations about fire detection systems and is there a possible way to irrigate some of the more, I would say, steeper areas where we know that the fire is going to have a lot of energy if it's encroaching upon our community. That would be in the canyons where there's a continuous level of fuel on the steeper slopes. Maybe there's a possibility of putting some fire suppression equipment there that's plumbed, that's activated by sensors and can help suppress a fire without deploying firefighters. And then that last bullet, the evacuation tracking, we know and have learned from the fire that occurred in Altadena and Pasadena that there was a tracking system for those people who had problems evacuating, either their elderly, had transportation problems, or needed some sort of assistance, that they registered, and those fire departments that responded had all their addresses listed, and they're able to account for and assist several people. So we're looking into that technology as well to bring it here.
So with community preparedness, so there were action items in the 2019 report related to community preparedness, but we decided it was so important that it should get its own category for our update. And some of those items, one of them being to hire a community preparedness educator whose sole purpose would be to do all of the disaster preparedness initiatives that I'll go through on the rest of this slide, including expanding our CERT program, which is so incredibly important. Another item in community preparedness was the red flag parking restriction program. We're going to look into expanding the restrictions in areas with poor ingress and egress based on our evacuation time study that used a lot of fantastic data to pick out those areas. And so we're looking at bringing that back to council. Evacuation drills with the community, we want to find creative ways to encourage participation that are effective and maybe couple those with our outdoor warning system tests and ask people to participate in that way. We want to increase our preparedness initiatives, do door-to-door preparedness campaigns like Council Member Kemp said, get City Council out there, CERT members, go door-to-door and really help people prepare, help them sign up for alert and warning, let them know what evacuation zone they're in, things like that. We also want to do a better job of engaging our key community groups and stakeholders to really push out the preparedness message to people that we're currently missing. So churches work more with our schools, our businesses, our real estate groups. I mean, really all of the different facets of our community here to push out that preparedness information. We want to continue to have town halls, particularly on insurance. We had a town hall with the insurance commissioner last August, I believe it was, and we are going to bring them back again, and we want to make that an annual occurrence. Obviously, wildfire insurance is a huge issue and topic for our community, so we want to continue to get that information here. And then also do town halls with our utility providers on public safety power shutoffs and just wildfire preparedness in general. We're doing an update to our evacuation zone maps and our all hazard preparedness guides. And once that's done, we want to push that out to every residence and business owner in town in various ways. We also want to make sure we're keeping the public informed on new laws in regards to home hardening, which includes the Zone 0 law, which goes into effect in 2026, which will restrict anything within 5 feet of your home. So we want to make sure we're keeping the public informed and how we might enforce that. And then we also want to look at ways to incentivize homeowners to strengthen their property and to do home hardening, potentially grants, something that we want to look into. And then infrastructure. So a lot was done since the 2019 report in the realm of infrastructure. There's definitely still room to grow and improve. The first way is to reduce the scope of outages from public safety power shutoffs, which is directly correlated to undergrounding of our utility lines. So we want to work with our utility partners, and undergrounding has its own slide, so I'll touch on that in a bit, but working with them to underground more of the utilities and reduce the scope of outages for our residents. Cell coverage, I'm going to turn that over to the city manager, who's been working with our telecommunications providers to give you an update on that.
We had some nice conversations in the committee and outside of the committee with the major cell carriers, AT&T and Verizon. And we were trying to convey a lot of the residents' concern as to how many cell towers went down and dropped because they didn't have any backup power during the PSPSs. So there's a section in the report that talks about what state law says. State law does encourage the cell carriers to provide at least 8 hours worth of backup, but it's not literally required. And I think that was frustrating for all of us to hear, but understandable, because what ends up happening is the cell carriers will not put as much battery backup. And there's a picture in the report of what it looks like. It basically looks like a refrigerator, a good sized refrigerator. They won't put that anywhere except a macro site. And the macro sites are the bigger ones. And we're not a community that is able to put a lot of big sites in there. We have to find the right spots for that. So the report talks about finding the right spots for macro sites that have the battery backup. And then it discusses how the other sites work in concert with that. But the takeaway, I think, in one of the recommendations is indeed to work more closely with the carriers to provide more macro sites so we have less downtime in the event of PSPS. I'll hand it back to you.
Perfect, thank you. We are also looking at the feasibility of using sprinklers in high-risk fire areas, especially right before, during those red flag events, being able to turn those on, and the potential of using trails through our county parks as roads, whether it's for evacuations or for first responders to have a secondary way to enter the harder to reach areas in our city. The water districts are looking at adding another helihydrant, reservoirs, and potentially direct pipelines to the wildland urban interface, and using recycled water from coastal treatment plants for fire suppression. And then undergrounding. So there has been undergrounding since the 2019 report. And in the 2025 report, we decided to prioritize our major evacuation routes, which would be Coast Highway and Laguna Canyon Road, and then further evaluate other local streets as well, which City Council, I believe, is going to be coming back to do. And this is an effort that the city has been working very closely with SoCal Edison, SDG&E, Caltrans, and really any of the other property owners. And one of the key things that we want to hit on here is that public participation in our wildfire preparedness and mitigation is critical. The city and our other agencies can only do so much, but we really have to have public involvement for this to be successful. So we want to urge everyone to register for alert and warning systems. And we have a couple QR codes on the screen that will take you to the city website for all of this information. We want you to have your go kits ready. So if you are asked to evacuate, you can grab your things and go quickly, not only for your own safety, but for our first responders to be able to get up to the fire and put it out. We need you to know your evacuation zone and at least 2 routes out of your neighborhood and practice taking that second route that you're not used to. And then I'll turn it over to Chief King to talk about hardening your home.
Yeah, I just want to put an exclamation point on hardening your home. We've mentioned it several times in the presentation, but as a fire chief, there's a lot of codes that we can enforce. We have probably one of the most robust fire mitigation zones to protect our community than other communities. But really where you get the most mileage in protecting your home is what a homeowner can do to their own home. We're setting up resources so that our fire inspector can come out and do those inspections upon request. We're advertising that, and we want the community to take advantage of that. We saw those instructional videos. We're going to have the campaign with the reusable grocery bags, but truly we want people to take action. That's why we're also promoting the FireWise communities. I'm happy to report that just last Thursday, Shelley Beneke led the Arch Beach Heights group of I think she had about 15 to 20 residents show up and that want to participate in the FireWise community. So that's a grassroots effort where they're exchanging their phone numbers, their contact information. They're going to have the ability to form their own board, which makes them accessible to receive some grant funding to help harden their homes. But they go through a series of steps to make sure that they hit all the check boxes, that they're taking the steps to put the right screens on their vents, to remove the combustible materials, and they get to evaluate themselves. They get further evaluation from the state, and they become a FireWise community. They're obligated to commit further hours and make sure that they stay on top of their communications. In the event of that fire, they have their own network to keep each other and their homes safe. So we'll continue to push the FireWise communities. We have a couple more that are in the queue that I think we're going to be able to have happen here in the coming weeks. And with that, the next steps for us and staff is to continue to work on some of our short-term action items that are already funded to keep the momentum, but we have an obligation to come back and identify funding for the other projects that haven't had identified funding yet. So we'll be bringing this back to council for full adoption with that funding coming very soon. With that, that concludes our presentation. So we're open for any questions.
Well done, Councilmember Boylan.
Thank you very much, Chief and Sarah. Great presentation. I wanted to see if we could just take a minute to, and we touched on it in the slides, but I wondered if Keith Vandermartin and Rick Shintaku could come up and just maybe quickly expand a little bit on what you're looking at in terms of some of these steps. Keith, I know you've got some great ideas in terms of direct access of water to the wildfire urban interface. And Rick, you've got a number of things I know you're thinking about for South Laguna.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor, council members, Keith Vandermartin, General Manager for Laguna Beach County Water District. Yeah, our biggest role really is with the infrastructure itself. And when we look at both our supply and our system, we want it to be resilient for wildfire, for seismic as well. Those are our two biggest issues or hazards, if you will. And I guess fortunately, when you solve wildfire, you also solve seismic issues. So we look at those kind of together. And one of the biggest things we can do is look at our reservoir storage and how we bring water into our reservoirs, as we saw in Palisades and in past fires, that you end up having constraints in your system where you have such high demand in areas of the system that the systems were never designed to operate that way. And so what we're looking at now is kind of a new day as far as how we look at our system. One of the things that we have that probably initially was not looked at as an advantage when we first started building the system was that we have this mountain behind us where we have to keep building a system up into the hills. And originally, I think that was a challenge that we had to overcome as far as pump stations and how we serve higher communities. But now it's looked at as somewhat of an advantage because we can use the gravity storage of the hills. So we are now in the midst of a study to look at how we might better leverage or optimize gravity storage, which serves a lot of benefits. If you have power outages, you don't have to rely on our pump stations. We can gravity feed. You can have just larger reservoirs up there that can just get to the places that you need it to be. So that is one of the biggest efforts that we are in right now looking at. We're working with a consultant to move forward on hazard mitigation grant funding to then do modeling to look at putting pipelines that take water directly from our transmissions up to these higher reservoirs. And so if we can do that, it's going to really make the system so much more resilient, have more of abundant supply. And then on the supply side, and Rick, I'm sure we'll talk about this as well because we are partnering on Doheny desal, but we are also looking at our supply side. And so we're working with the city of Newport Beach and Fountain Valley to get a new well, and we're working with South Coast on a desal. And those two projects alone would allow us to be 100% local supply. So we'll have our import, and then we'll have the local supply. So we're really looking at it across the board as far as how we can be most resilient with not just our supply, but our system. And so we are moving forward with all of those efforts. As was provided in the presentation, yes, heel hydrant is another infrastructure. There's two of them now, one the city funded, one that the district funded, and we are going to be looking at next year, looking at a study to see if we can identify a third site. There's been a lot of efforts in a lot of our districts surrounding us, so we want to make sure we take into consideration what other efforts have been done to make sure we're finding the best spot. And so with that, I don't know if there's any questions on any of that. I know it covered a lot, a little bit of time here, but.
No, that's great. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, Keith.
Whatever he just said. But in all seriousness, I'm honored to be part of this group, and I really recognize Councilmember Whalen and Councilmember Kemp, along with Chief King and Sarah and the extraordinary staff that you have here. I think leadership, perseverance, and experience really is how I would describe that work group. So I appreciate you incorporating us. In regards to our South Coast Water District system, by the way, I'm Rick Shintaku, General Manager, South Coast Water District. We had been focusing on a number of the recommendations that this group identified for us in 2019. So it's been our roadmap moving forward. So hardening our existing water pump station facilities and reservoirs, especially the ones near the wildland interface, has been our focus and our priority. We are looking at heli hydrants, following the lead of Keith and a number of our member agencies that are nearby, and we're looking for property to do that as well. Storage, we're working on what you've heard of Reservoir 2B, and we had an unfortunate circumstance where that reservoir basically failed due to age, and we're able to double the capacity now. So we're almost completed with that reservoir project. Pipelines along the wildland interfaces have been very important to us, and ever since 2017 time period, we look to enhance the capacity of our pipelines on the wildland interfaces more than the minimum that's required. And hopefully that can be of help when we do encounter a fire situation. We have the good fortune of having recycled water that is recycled from the sewage that we generate at the coastal treatment plant about a mile inland of Aliso Creek. That recycled water is called Title 22. So it's used to apply to landscapes, basically for our HOAs, resort areas. But fortunately, that pipeline and the facilities run right in that wildland interface. So we're looking at the potential to utilize that as a separate system for hydrants in the case of an emergency as well. And the last thing I'm going to mention, actually, Keith mentioned Doheny Ocean Desalination Project. What's a new source is a new drought-proof supply that is obviously would be a help during an emergency catastrophic situation, such as a seismic event that would cut us off from imported water. And we and most of South County is about 90% dependent on imported water from Metropolitan. So that would be the primary driver for us at South Coast Water District in terms of developing the project. It does have a secondary benefit during a wildland fire because this new waterproof or new water supply, I should say, is replenishing the reservoirs that we have. Now, would it completely remedy the situation? No, but it would be part of the solution in terms of providing additional water supplies during that fire emergency. I appreciate you calling me up here, and thank you. I'll stay here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We appreciate your partnership.
One question, Rick. Just following up on, so Sue and I are the, as you know, the South Laguna Water Advisory Committee, and one of the questions that we asked kind of in the aftermath of the fires was about the, South Coast Water District has 22 million gallons of total operational storage with an additional 29 million gallons of emergency storage at the Brat Reservoir and Upper Chiquita. But in South Laguna, there's only 2.8 million gallons. Do you have concerns about in a fire situation, if that we would be able to access the reservoirs from the other areas, or should we look at, and I think in the 2019 report, and it's so great that we're going to have the grand opening for not the opening, but the ribbon cutting for the, because people can't go to, it's not a playground, but for the 2B, but I think 3B was recommended as well as part of that 2019 report. So do you think is that something that your board would look at, is adding another reservoir in South Laguna to increase the total reservoir capacity in South Laguna, or is that just not necessary because through pressure or whatever other means, it's functionally equivalent to have those reservoirs elsewhere outside of South Laguna?
Well, thanks, Mayor Runagi. I appreciate you bringing that up. Yes, we do have 21 million gallons of storage that is within our operational area, which is South Laguna Beach and Dana Point and parts of San Clemente and San Juan Capistrano. We also have 29 million gallons of emergency storage. In terms of accessing that storage, we're all hydraulically interconnected, our entire service area. So we can access storage from Dana Point basically to feed Laguna Beach along the same elevation. So we're not concerned about that, and we do have a surplus of water storage to meet the fire flow demands and the other design standards for our water system. However, that being said, we certainly want to make sure the transmission system is sound, and that transmission system basically comes up Coast Highway, which would bring water from the Dana Point area up Coast Highway to Laguna Beach. So we're embarking on a major project that we've already started to evaluate the condition of that pipeline. It's a large diameter pipeline that would serve Laguna Beach with that storage in Dana Point. And that would lead to, and we've put it into our rate structure as well to replace sections of the pipeline that would need replacement as well.
So if we had a fire, you don't think we would be wishing that we had a 10 million gallon reservoir in South Laguna? It wouldn't make a difference, is basically what you're saying in terms of, where the reservoirs are?
Yes, if your transmission system is sound, you can access the reservoirs at that elevation or higher.
Got it. So that's a more cost-effective approach than building more reservoirs in South Laguna, is sort of your position.
But I also want to look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've updated our master plan back in 2017, and we're going to start to update it as well. We also want to do hydraulic modeling to see what type of benefits it could bring. So I'm definitely not excluding that.
Okay.
And we're definitely going to look into that. Yeah.
Good, thank you.
What's the volume that comes up the line from Dana Point?
So we have a total of 21 million gallons that's within our service area. And the way a master plan looks at it is they look at it by pressure zone, so your elevations, and they look at each elevation and do you have enough water in each elevation to meet your fire flow demands and your peak water demands. And we pass the test essentially. So that's in our master plan. However, locally, it is always a benefit to have local storage. It's always a benefit, as I mentioned, to check your transmission system so you can deliver that water at all times during that emergency.
So if our capacity was decreasing, if we were fighting fires, for instance, and we had the incoming from Dana Point, what's the difference between the amount being used versus what's coming in is what I'm saying. I know we don't know how much is being used, but what's our capacity coming in?
Got it. Okay, now I understand. So we have an overall 50 million gallons that we can access through our local storage that we have within our service area, but 29 million gallons that's outside of our service area that we can access through interconnections through major transmission lines. So we do have an access to a total of 50 million gallons of storage, which is roughly kept at anywhere from 80 to 90% of capacity at most times. Yeah.
Will the water from the desal plant, could it be redirected in the event of a fire for a continuous feed?
Yes. So what we're working on developing is 5 million gallons per day of capacity at the Doheny Ocean Desal project. So yes, technically that will be put into the regional transmission system, but can also be used to feed Laguna Beach if there was a drop in pressure in North Laguna Beach as well.
Thank you.
So is that modeling that you referenced, Rick, is that part of this plan? Or could we incorporate that into this plan, the modeling that you referenced of looking at the because I really think I'd rather be in a situation where I have a 20 million gallon reservoir if there was a fire compared to a 2.8 million gallon reservoir. And so I want to make sure that we're not that we don't have, because it seems like an equity issue too, where the rest of the water district has a lot more reservoirs compared to South Laguna. So unless you can demonstrate that there's no impact in the event of a fire, I think that modeling might be helpful. So I don't know if we put a timeline on that just to make sure that we have that where we're not in a situation. Because, after the 93 fire, Laguna Beach County Water District added 8 million gallons of reservoirs. And so I just want to make, so if that's something you'd be open to, I think that would be great.
Could I also suggest, thanks, Mr. Mayor, could I also suggest a table that we could include that shows the capacities that we have in each of the pressure zones, along with a footnote caveat on action items moving forward in terms of hydraulic modeling and a master plan update to reevaluate local storage?
So when will that happen? When will that master plan update happen?
I'm so sorry. I need to get back to you. I need to check our budget.
Okay, so Dave, you can coordinate with Rick on that. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No.
Mayor, if I could just, there was one other thing that I thought would be worth touching on. Tom Perez is here from Public Works. We've got some maps in here, pages 63 to 67, which were provided by Southern California Edison, targeting some undergrounding. I think one of them in particular involves the fire road, which has been a concern to members of the community up there, the above ground lines. Could you just elaborate a little bit on these maps, Tom, and what they represent, in particular, what might be happening to the fire road?
I'll start off with the fire road. Just last week was in a meeting with Southern California Edison, going through some of their tug projects, what's coming forward. That was one project that they discussed that would be part of their tug program. I had previously discussed that with them, and they were anticipating possibly working with us to underground within the fire access road. In this meeting last week, they did say they've been working through the design, and they think that line may be able to be eliminated and other things done, which would be great. So they're still working through that design. So with that, as you look at these maps, they're showing just the proposed projects that Edison has going. I'm sorry, there's various maps, but it's really showing what they've done, what they plan to do to harden the system. The big funding source right now to cover some of the improvements is the TUG program, which is a targeted undergrounding. There's a lot of question as far as the funding availability to do that work. That is subject to their general rate case, which is coming up. We did discuss, what would happen in the event that they didn't get all the money they were asking for. And some of the thought right now is that projects that are under design, those would be the priority to get built, but it may limit future. And then so once the undergrounding components were complete, they would move to doing the hardening of the system.
Yeah, I just think there's some significant stretches in here in these maps, which, the point I wanted, primary point is the one you just made, which is the fire road lines may be able to be eliminated without undergrounding because they can reroute this through the system, which would be fantastic. We've got Laguna Canyon Road on here. I think everybody, the community knows what's going on there, but I think one of the projects here is to go from Coast Highway back through the ranch to the coastal treatment plant, which was the source of the fire out there in 22, right? So that would go underground, is that right?
Yes, so that was another project we discussed. That design is ongoing, and my understanding is that Edison has been working with the property owners. There's a few different property owners in that section, so they're actively working to implement that project.
One of the property owners is here tonight, Rick Shintaku, the South Coast Water District. And then I think, Eric, that there's some coordination with SDG&E on that project as well, which is to get that into that undergrounding there. All right. Well, thanks, Tom. Those were the ones I wanted to make sure we highlighted for the community.
Can I ask a follow-up question? How do we know ballpark what percent of the utility lines in Laguna Beach have been or what percent of the utility lines need to be undergrounded in Laguna Beach? Is it like 40%? Like,
yeah, I'm processing the way the question was asked. So you're asking land area, how much of the city remains overhead?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, we looked at it's in that between 30 to 40%
30.
range. Yeah.
If we had so if SD, and I'm going to go to Eric next on this, if SDG and Edison were willing to speed up the design process, we got all this, because I know part of the problem is you have all these different cooks in the kitchen, right? Where you have the, fiber and frontier and just bureaucratic, unnecessary bureaucracy. If there was an approach where everyone said, look, we wanted to get this done quickly, what would a realistic estimate be for how long it could take, how many years it could take for all of the city to be underground?
I haven't looked at that in context, but it would be a very, very long process. I'm thinking, 20 years. There's a lot of issues that go into each one of these. So you did touch on, the telecommunications. So just going back to the TUG program, that's only Edison lines, so they don't include. So in areas where they're undergrounding as TUG, it doesn't include the telecommunication. And so when I was talking to him, I said, hey, I would want to get all that done at once. What would we need to do? So that's where the city, I think, would need to step in and really push on telecommunications. Their immediate go-to is they don't have funding to do it. So, it's really sitting back, looking at it, not only, doing the work, but how we fund the work and how we schedule it. And that's where we have to defer a lot to Edison because things need to be done in a certain way to avoid, a lot of throwaway costs. So as we move forward and, where do we start and stop? It's very complicated. So I'm sorry, that's not a direct answer, but it would be very long. So it's long lead.
Got it. Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, Tom. Okay, other questions from the council? And I'm sure there'll be robust comments too as well from the council. So let's, Callie, go ahead.
I just have a very quick question for the chief, I think. It's my understanding, first of all, I'm very proud of the city's fuel modification work and the way that the fire department has managed with the partnership of Laguna Canyon Foundation to do that work in an environmentally sustainable way. But can you talk a little bit about the science behind the expansion from a 100-foot zone to a 300-foot zone?
Yeah, and it's relatively new. Probably within the last 6 or 7 years, you're starting to see some of the technology applied after fires occur. And with the AI, they're able to model these fires and look where the BTUs or the energy was the strongest. So they are starting to identify that where there's continuous fuel in an area on a steep slope that's subject to high winds, and it's going to impact a populated area that has limited access and egress, that if you expand the fuel modification zone to the 300 feet, you can take some of the energy out of the fire as well as decrease the ember shower. It's been adopted already by, at least identified in the community wildfire protection plans that were adopted by San Diego, Santa Barbara, and Lake County. So they have implemented the 300-foot in those specific areas.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so unless there's further questions from council, let's open this up for the public to provide input. So if you want to provide public comment, now is your time to do so. Matt, you want to kick us off?
I feel a little bit like the old fire horse, hearing the alarm, heading out of the station. Look, I want to just congratulate and compliment and commend the council and everyone involved in doing this, including Chief King and his team, Chief Calvert, his team, Chief McAvoy and his team, because I've always regarded our Public Works Department as really our fourth public safety agency, as I believe they very much are. And I think look, we all know that this has to be done. We all know after Pacific Palisades, after Lahaina, after Paradise, really, which happened many years ago and was the really kind of the spark, if you will, behind the 2019 report, which I thought was a fabulous document. This is even better. That we really need to do this, and we really need to do it quickly, and we really need to do it aggressively. And the issue is now what it has always been, which is resources. We simply have to set the priority and decide that we've, for the last X number of decades, we've tended to prioritize nice to-dos. Well, if we want to be around here for our centennial and hopefully our bicentennial, we really need to prioritize need to-dos. And I know that other people may have some different views on some of these points, but I know that there is also at least 200 people here who, if they could be here with us, would back up what I'm saying. Unfortunately, they can't be here with us because for the most part, they were cremated alive in Paradise, in Lahaina, and most recently in the Palisades and Eden fires. And we can't allow that to happen here. We mustn't allow that to happen here. We have all worked too hard for the last 100 years to protect and preserve this wonderful and unique community, which is so much like the Palisades. And I say that having lived in the Palisades for 7 years, almost exactly at the site of the point of origin, right above Palisades Highlands. Didn't even exist at that time. The community has changed, but the geography has not in the last 50 years. And we need to, if we ever lost Laguna Beach the way they lost Pacific Palisades, yes, it would come back someday. Yes, people would live here again. There would be a community again, but it would not be the same community. And we only get to lose this community once. So let's not lose it. Let's protect it. Let's do everything we have to do. There's nothing more important. Thank you. I commend everyone involved in this project, and I think you're all doing a great job. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well said. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for all your service on in making our town a lot safer than before you got started. So thank you.
Mayor Renagi, council members. Good evening, Sonny Myers. I serve at the pleasure of your council on the EDPC, the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee. And I'm also the director of our Laguna Beach CERT program, which has just been a blast for the many years I've done this. Every time there's a disaster, everybody picks up the shovel and gets prepared. You got to do it before. We push that in CERT, and we should push it in our daily lives. It's very easy to clean gutters. It's very easy to trim your bushes. We can still have a very beautiful town, just needs a haircut. The 300-foot rule is going to be a little tough. We'll see if we can work on that one. I'd like to see that happen, but having worked in some small part in the EDPC on the recommendations for the 2025 report, I'm happy to say that I supported 100%. And also, Councilman Whaley, thank you for the kind words for CERT, and Council for your continued support for CERT. We've run about 300 people through the program, and we have another 40 already interested. It seems like every time there's a problem, we sell a lot of emergency backpacks. People sign up for emergency preparedness class. But it's been noted here time and again by the fire department, our emergency operations coordinator, and your council members, it's a constant problem. It's not a constant problem, it's a constant project. It's something that needs to be done every day. And the time to prepare is before there's a problem. So let's do whatever we can to support the points in this. I know it's going to be taken apart, and we're going to prioritize and maybe, start making some sausage, but it's a great report, in all 93 pages of it. And we can't wait. And like Matt said, we need to just continue and keep moving forward as quickly as possible, but as fiscally responsible as possible. So you can try to please as many people as possible. All right, thanks.
Sonny, thank you for your service.
Yeah,
You've been amazing working on CERT.
It's been a blast.
force. You're a total force.
Yeah,
It's so good.
The Grateful Dead, love what a long, strange trip it's been, right?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. Aaron Peluso. I have no particular expertise in this area. I'm just a homeowner along the wildland interface and obviously concerned about this issue. A couple of things that, I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but a couple of things that I just jotted down while listening to the presentation here. There's a lot of talk about undergrounding along emergency evacuation routes as a priority, and that may be a priority, but it seems to me that the real priority should be getting these power lines that are going crisscrossing over our wildland underground as soon as possible. I know that may not be in the city council's purview, but that really seems to me to be the major issue that we're facing. We undergrounded my neighborhood in the 1990s, and so everything went underground, and at the end of my street where it goes to wildland, there's a power pole that pops up, and then it goes across the wildland, across two canyons up to Arch Beach Heights. And, if you go the other way a mile, that's where the Aliso fire was. And the Emerald fire started in a similar location. And then we had the fire over Ruby's by St. Catherine's. Those were all started by power lines transmitting over wildland, not on PCH and not in the canyon either. In regards to something positive that may be helpful for some people, I have a pool at my house. And I'm interested, it seems like in the Palisades fire, it was proven that a generator and a pump with some roof-mounted sprinklers could be very effective in protecting homes and not drawing on the water supply. And so if there could be any recommendations from the fire experts as to how to set that up, that'd be helpful for somebody like me and maybe some others as well, and probably provide a lot of hardening. I also have concerns, there's some mention in here about getting bulldozers and some mention of what happened in Palisades with all the cars being stopped. I think that we have a real defect in our wildfire evacuation study. I think it came with, depending on circumstances, about 5-hour evacuation time for the town. But it seems to dramatically undercount our tourism traffic. It only counts the cars that are in city lots, and it doesn't count all the people who are coming to the beach and parking throughout the neighborhoods all throughout town. And that doesn't account for the fact that PCH is already stopped in the busy season in July on a weekend anyway. So if we were to have a major fire event on a Saturday at noon in July, it's already 45 minutes for some people to get out of town before the evacuation starts. And I just fear that the timeline to get out doesn't go from 5 hours to 7 hours or 8 hours, but it goes from 5 hours to never. And it seems like there's some concern about that from our experts as well, since they're talking about staging bulldozers to move cars. And that's only in the case that those cars are abandoned and people are fleeing on foot. So our town really has a carrying capacity. I don't know what that carrying capacity is in terms of wildfire safety, but we are ignoring that issue and preparing to bulldoze the cars, but we're not taking steps to make sure that we don't reach a point where people have to flee on foot. Thanks for your time. Just one more thing, increase fuel modification zones would be amazing. The 100 feet behind my house is dramatically insufficient.
Thanks. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Karen Jenks. I live in the Wildland Urban Interface. Thank you to everyone involved in this report and for the wildfire safety efforts. Thank you to everyone involved in the wildfire alert and evacuation town hall. I found it helpful and I encourage everyone to watch it. I'm working through the document. I wanted to share that I am thinking about how safe evacuation and first responder access is integral to traffic calming efforts. I'm looking for how these areas overlap and what are ways to work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I want to echo everything that Aaron said. I agree with everything you said. 32 years ago, I was at Elmora Elementary School, and I remember we were in the playground, and they were doing the law enforcement was doing a DARE program. We all remember that, and we were sitting in the car, looking at the police car and everything, turning the lights and sirens, and I'll never forget this. I was looking up over the school, and I see some smoke, and I'm like, "Wow, look at this! There's smoke." Next thing you know, the officer is radioing, asking if they're doing any type of controlled burn or whatnot. And I just have the chills right now. And within a matter of, I don't know, 20 minutes, all hell breaks loose. We're getting evacuated down through, PCH and school buses trying to go to the high school. And back then, 32 years ago, it was in October, the PCH was completely gridlocked. And I remember Black Hawk helicopters landing on Main Beach to assist with the fire department and the evacuation and everything. It was chaos and the sky was black, and the people that, remember that day won't forget it. And then I remember getting to the high school, and then we had to evacuate the high school to go even further to South Laguna where I live. And my dad, was rushing through. I think he came through PCH in his truck and was, trying to get to us. And we made it home. And one of my best friends growing up, he lost his house on Skyline, and I was on the phone with him, and he lost his house to the slab. So I commend all of you for putting your efforts to mitigate and to prevent anything from happening like the Pacific Palisades. It would be horrific. And thank you for everything you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is David Horn. I'm the chair of the Greater Laguna Coast Fire Safe Council. I'm also a member of the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, and Shelley can't be here, but she wanted to make certain that we spoke up, and we have a resolution that we passed last night that supports all these wonderful efforts that have been put forth by the fire department that started, as Bob noted, years ago, and they'll continue for years and years and years and years and years. The Fire Safe Council started in 19. God, Lord, is that long ago? I've lost track. But the efforts continue, and they are just really driven. If we can get people to do things, and that's why the video that the students did is so important, because it's simple things. You can begin to start. And if you get a taste for the simple things and you have success, then you'll try something a little more complicated. But it's easy to clean under your deck. And then you go, well, gosh, if I did that, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can think about changing my windows. Maybe I can think about doing these other things. This Proposition 0, or whatever it's called, Regulation 0, is going to be tough to do. But I'm hoping next year for another grant with more students to talk about how do you get people to clean 5 feet away from their place. So there's a lot of things that can be continued to be done. And thankfully, the reinsurance industry is taking a breather, and I think we'll be able to keep insurance. I really do. They made money, so they're happy, and there's a good chance that the reinsurance issue, because it's being now recognized as part of the rate structure for the insurance companies, they'll be able to keep reinsurance. I got renewed. I was so happy, I jumped up and down and went down and mailed that check immediately, saying before they changed their mind. So anyway, great effort, Sarah and Nico and all this stuff that everybody does. So let's continue.
David, question. Bob and I are going to meet with the insurance. We're going to have a town hall like we did last year in end of August, but we're going to have a town hall with the insurance commissioner, hopefully in September. We're going to have a call with them before. But, I've been following the insurance commissioner. I've been following what's happening with insurance rates. When do you have any idea when we're still having a lot of people getting their insurance canceled in Laguna.
Sure.
A lot of people have gone on the FAIR plan. Do you have any insight in that?
Not really. It's just what I follow, in the, the business press about what the Rees are doing, and the Rees are happy.
Mm-hmm.
And if as long as the Rees are happy, the reinsurance people are happy, then they'll keep writing policies. And if you notice, when they talk about the losses that State Farm and all these are going to take in the Palisades, they minimize their losses because, like anybody else, they upped their deductibles with the Rees to make it more affordable, but they still had enough in reserve to cover their increased deductibles. And now the Rees will kick in. And so the hit it looks a lot worse than I believe it's going to be. And it's certainly, maintaining insurance has always been the focus of the Fire Safe Council.
Yeah, I
Because
know.
that was a personal issue, and that's what I've always worked towards. And I don't believe that they're going to abandon us.
Do you think it was helpful? Because Emerald Bay is a firewise community.
Firewise community.
So do you think that was helpful in
Oh,
getting?
absolutely.
Yeah. So we're just going to have to really work on that.
It is something that, we accomplished. And I called up the agency immediately, State Farm, who it is, and let them know. And they said, okay, good to know that. And we were renewed. So it's real, but it's all these steps look good to the insurance underwriters, but still the main thing I've always said is the Rees. And as long as they're happy, they'll keep writing insurance policies to the insurance companies. And then they will keep writing insurance to us as long as people demonstrate that they're doing things. The home hardening is so important, and the defensible space, and those are things that really fall on the homeowner's shoulders. And if we can get people to begin to do simple stuff, they'll begin to do more complicated stuff. That's my belief.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, Council and Christoph. I want to thank David Horn. The first time I heard him speak was in 1993 after he lost his home in the fire, and I was sitting where you're sitting now. And he was the most optimistic person who has just lost his home. He believed that we could work together to make things better, and he's been doing it ever since, all these years. And it was my privilege to work with him on an innovative fuel modification plan that we did north of Annalisa School on the county property. And it used native plants. We worked with the Nature Conservancy representative, and we made a really beautiful and effective and approved fuel modification plan. And it wasn't barren, and it had certain I want to say prerogatives, but that's not the right word, protocols. And it was great, but it needed to be maintained, and it needed to be maintained by people who knew what they were doing. And that's the problem. So I'm hoping that Chief King and your staff will look into those kinds of fuel modification programs, because it helps our habitat and it makes us more safe at the same time. And so David Horn was in the forefront of that. He got grants from the statewide Fire Safe Council in order to do that program. And I'm happy to have been a part of it. And I hope we continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gosh, I wasn't going to speak, but Mr. Viviani egged me on. I remember exactly where I was in the 93 fires. I was in a tower at Hoag Hospital getting ready for my delivery of Kate McMahon, who you guys, some of you know. And I looked out the window with my doctor, Stephanie McClellan, and I said, gosh, there's a fire. Looks like it's at UCI. And then I got a call from my husband, Bob, and he said, honey, you can't come home. Thank goodness I had parents in Costa Mesa. So I went to Costa Mesa and hung out as I was out to here. And I will never forget it. And while Bob protected our home, while his brother Pete brought everybody into their beautiful home in Three Arch Bay who were losing their homes. And Bob, I think you know some of these people. So that's my story of where I was in 93. But I think you're also aware how passionate I am about Aliso and Arundel Donax and the many, many years I've spent keeping that under control because it's a hazard. So didn't see it up on, the screen this evening, but I hope it's still important on the agenda. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. Eric Wygant, Senior Public Affairs Manager for SDG&E. I wear a couple hats. I'm also council member for City of Newport Beach and Director for the Orange County Water District. So the fact you had mentioned a couple of the things I've been involved with and working with the city, there's a lot of stuff. And I appreciate the fact that the council invited us to participate in the ad hoc. Appreciate staff for letting us kind of talk about a little bit SDG&E. We're about 30% of utilities and electric side for your city. Well, Edison has the additional or the rest of the 70%. So anything we can do to help, I appreciate you letting us be a part of it. Understand, costs are pretty much the big determinant factor when it comes to undergrounding. Our GRC just got approved. It's our general rate case. That is the CUP telling us what we can increase rates on, and then the amount of money that we can use from those rate increases to spend on projects throughout our service territory. And unfortunately, they stripped out a lot of our money that we would be using for undergrounding. So a lot of the projects that we had previously established, those had been funded, and then what we had put as a established in creation project, that is what was funded. So, we're going back to the drawing board in hopes that we can find some additional funding, but I look forward to working with the council to kind of come up with some strategies that can help benefit us there on undergrounding. I know that it's important to the mayor.
Yes.
He talked to me a couple times offline or just throughout in the community, and I know it's important to this whole council. So trying to figure out those solutions, but we stand by available and ready to assist any.
Quick question. So first of all, Eric, thank you for your just responsiveness in this role with this hat on, but also our partnership with Newport Beach on, the well and all the other initiatives that we're potentially collaborating on. So appreciate that. What do you think about what I was talking about earlier with the delays in the design process and it's not just SDG&E's fault, but is there a way where SDG&E where we could expedite this process and all kind of put our heads together and figure out how to improve the design process for undergrounding districts?
Sure, I'm happy to talk to our team and figure out where the holdup is, if it's design, if it's construction, if it's implementation. In Newport, we're undergrounding all of Balboa Island. So sometimes costs can be, I probably shouldn't say too much on here because it's a live mic, but when we find working with contractors, sometimes that Dana Point has a Rule 28 project that they're working on, and the costs initially they thought were going to be $3 million. Ballooned up to $14 million over the cost of, supply chain line increases, all the stuff post-COVID, that costs have just really have gone up. So they have a small budget, much like you do. And they're like, this is a project we had planned and budgeted for. And now you're saying it's this much. So we worked through some suggestions and found some subcontractors that were able to lower those rates. So, there are some things there, but as far as working with staff, yeah, I'm happy to engage that and hope that we can move things along if there's any delays. I'm not sure if those delays are held by, when we had our ad hoc, some were related to Caltrans holdups, some were related to some other holdups too. So, I'm happy to help work through the process.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate you being here. Any other public comments? Here we go.
Hi, Justin from South Laguna. I just wanted to say one thing is thank you very much from SDG&E being here today. Just from personal experience, being one of the resident volunteers with the West Street undergrounding project, is one of the things I found to take a really long time from the beginning was the design and engineering process. And I remember there was a fellow Dolphus I think we originally worked with, and it took about a year and a half before we got the very first one. And the delays, and I begged Public Works, please give me their number. I'll call them every week. I'll call them every week. So one of the things is that they have the way they give their workload in their engineering department. They've got so many projects, and there's just like one or two people that have to review it and then hand it out to different people. And one of the suggestions I have that maybe we can talk about is that if they had for different counties and different towns, like a representative that handled all the engineering and designing projects for different towns, that things would go a lot faster. Because there's just too little employees, too little work staff that's handling a very big workload, and they don't know what to prioritize first. And by the time they get back to us, it's a year and a half later, and now costs like, before the city's contribution went from $45,000 to $55,000 to close to $80,000 4 years later because of all these delays. So obviously speeding up the process in the engineering and designing phase, I think is going to be able to save a lot of time, money, and efficiency and lives if we could figure out the logistics to speed up the efficiencies of having a representative for each city or municipality to deal with their public works department in getting these designs to like a 80 to 90% level of a design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Les McCloskey, top of the world. Somebody said the magic word prioritize. I have not prioritized. I have an offer. I'll offer an prioritization for you. In the 5th grade, we learned that fires need 3 things: heat, oxygen, and fuel. The only one of those you can manage is fuel ahead of time. So I've heard some ideas about fire suppression and grand old schemes about desalinization. We're going to increase all of our capacities and use gravity flows. That's not fuel modification. Fuel modification is getting into the problem ahead of time. So I love the idea of doing residential hardening on our homes. I've been doing it for years. We've been here since 1965. It went without question. So the second thing I want to bring up is SoCal Edison published a 380-page report all about fire suppression and what we can do to get ahead of the problem regarding undergrounding. I read the report. It's mostly charts and data, and I believe Mayor Alex would love it. It's data and data-driven recommendations. They are recommending in that report the yellow lines that you see in the fire suppression maps that are in the agenda report that was put out. Those yellow lines are bare copper or bare conductor lines. And this report makes a big distinction between transmission lines and distribution lines. The distribution lines are the ones you got to get after first. The incidence of ignition events from balloons, you wouldn't believe the stuff that runs into these transmission lines. Balloons, birds, condors, automobiles, vehicles. It's the distribution lines that should be buried first. So they're the yellow lines in those maps, and if there's a prioritization to do this undergrounding, those are the ones you look at first. And this morning on KPCC, was the chief operating officer of Edison International. They're the parent company of SCE. He just corroborated what I just said. You do the distributions first, and particularly if they're bare wire. The transmission lines are not so important. You make a distinction, 50 kilovolts and lower are the distribution lines, 50 kilovolts and up are the big transmission lines. I hope that's useful for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? No other speakers? Okay, so we are going to close public comment, and I'm going to bring this back to council. Who wants to start?
Mr. Mayor, I had a random public, it's not random, but someone's been emailing me a public comment because she can't be here. And I know we don't usually do that, but this is a person who's corresponded with me all the time about why don't we do evacuation drills? And I was hoping maybe we could ask and answer. I asked the question, could we answer that question? What's the merit? Well, it'll help me not have another column in the Indy about it.
Sure. That topic has been discussed thoroughly in some of our meetings, and maybe I'll ask the police chief to come up and answer that question.
One of the tougher questions of the night. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. We've discussed this, and I've talked to Sarah about it, and we want to be creative in how we conduct an evacuation drill. Other cities have done the drills that are staff intensive, and oftentimes there's a lack of community participation in actually going through with the drill. But we've talked about doing a voluntary drill where we set a date and time where residents voluntarily participate. And maybe at the end of it, at the Suzy Q, we give them an AM radio or a donut or something just to get them to come down.
Thanks, Chief.
Chief, can you talk about some of the challenges with evacuations, though? I mean, it's so dependent upon the situation, the location in town. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, you know, the fortunate part about our community is they're well educated and they're engaged. And just listening to the presentation tonight and the community feedback, we're well ahead of the curve with emergency preparedness compared to other communities. The evacuation time study that was completed took into account variables like summer traffic, morning traffic, evening traffic, without any obstructions in the roadway. The report came back, it was 4.5 hours to evacuate our community. It's a long time, especially with a fast-moving wildfire. Now you start layering in summer traffic, or you have a power pole go down on a roadway, like what occurred in Paradise. I believe 2,000 poles went down in Paradise, and Public Works was actually moving live power lines with tractors. And so we could be in a situation where one of our major arteries is cut off. If that does take place, we're going to be rerouting traffic, and it's just going to extend that overall time to evacuate our community.
At what point do you cut off incoming traffic? Do you have a way to make that decision?
I think once for me, it's going to be sooner than later. We are very fortunate to have a great relationship with our mutual aid partners. The Orange County Sheriff's Department is who we would contact first to start coordinating that. Orange County itself, our mutual aid agreement is stronger than probably any other county in the entire United States. We work very, very well together. We share an encrypted radio together. We have great relationships countywide. I'm friends with the sheriff. I'm friends with the new patrol assistant sheriff, and they're leaning into this this report as well. And if we have an emergency, we pick up the phone, and they're going to be helping us shut down arteries into the community so we can bring first responders in.
And that's been calculated into the evacuation plan, the time?
No. So the calculation for our mutual aid response,
The 4 or 5 hours, whatever the time.
no, that 4.5 hours is just normal traffic to get our community evacuated with no obstructions in the road, with no traffic on our roadways.
So let me ask the question differently. Would there be value in an evacuation study? Like, we knew there was going to be a fire in the next year. Would we want to do an evacuation? Would, when that fire happens, you'd say, I'm so glad that we did this evacuation study because people are making smarter decisions in how they're doing it, which is going to reduce the time that's already going to be, horrible, as you described. What would the benefit be?
So you're talking about evacuation study or evacuation drill?
Sorry, a drill.
A drill. That's a great question. And the evacuation drills that I've read about, there's always lessons learned that come out of those drills. But like I said, they're time intensive, staff intensive, they're costly, and oftentimes there's, a lack of participation.
Yeah.
What would you think, Chief, if we did it like if we did scenarios and we did tabletop exercises like at the Suzy Q? So let's say we take, I don't know, Woods Cove or something. There's a fire nearby there. We can say kind of where it is. And do you think there'd be value in that? Because I understand the logistics of trying to do evacuation in the town. It's hard to do.
It's an excellent idea. So we've already talked to the sheriff's department about that, and that's going to be part of the our overall plan is to conduct a tabletop exercise. That's going to be the most important thing when we have a fast-moving wildfire in this community, is how fast can we bring the stakeholders together and get in a room and start coordinating resources. That's going to be the key to our success.
I remember about 5 or 6 years ago, Dave Horn and I participated in one of their tabletop drills in Emerald Bay. And it was really, really good. I mean, you didn't have to be out in the community to kind of see what was happening and figure out what you need to do next. I think, those kind of drills are super helpful.
And and from my perspective, the more that we lean into technology, AI cameras, drones as first responders, our preemption on our vehicles for signals, and that's all layered into the report, which is going to reduce overall response times. I think we're heading down a really good pathway.
So, Chief, you and I have talked a lot about real-time crime centers, and I think there's a different word that you use to describe them. But do you imagine if we had the resources to do this, which I think we need to make the resources to make sure that we have them, is, some sort of a joint police, fire, drones as first responder system. I know Newport's got, invested in that, where we could be using drones and other AI technology for both, police and fire as we look at both these issues. Is that something that you think is a good investment?
100%. Yeah. That is the wave of the future. And, what is a force multiplier for us is the, $50 million technology center that the Orange County Sheriff's Department has developed in Tustin.
Yep.
And where they have their real-time crime center, that we are linked into that, which the mutual aid response, once that information is received there, they're sending resources to us to help us out.
Good. Thank you, Chief.
How's the compliance with the no parking and on red flag days?
I think the parking services officers, our COPs, our community citizens on patrol, they do a really good job of getting out there, noticing the cars, and I don't think we've ever had a challenge with getting cars or vehicles removed from the roadway. It's voluntary.
Thank you.
I think it's very rare that we have to tow a car.
Any other questions for the chief? No, Bob?
No, I should just follow up on the red flag. We talked about it in the subcommittee. So staff is going to be recommending an expansion of the red flag area. Currently, it's just Diamond Crestview. And that will go, as I understand it, through PTC and then come back to council. So we will see it again to make decisions on an expanded red flag program.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Okay, other comments or no? Can I have, so Dave, I have a question for you. How much, because I know it doesn't add up all the money, but it does, you probably have some rough idea of how much the short-term and medium-term items would cost? And I know you talked about budgeting 4 million in our upcoming budget. But what is, like, in a perfect world, how much money do you think we need to deal with all this stuff, given the urgency and the real threat of wildfires in our community?
Well, I think the bottom line on all of these things, especially with the undergrounding, is going to be in the tens of millions of dollars. So the first part of your question, what do we need for the short and medium term? That's what I've been trying to funnel away and plug into the 25, 26 budget. But we do need a little bit more time to flesh out the rest of it.
So it seems to me that, and it really goes to what Matt Lawson was saying, is that this is about priorities. And it's really hard to, all the things I've been spending a little bit of time now that the new or proposed budgets come out. And there's so many good things that we do as a city, but really at the end of the day, we have to be going all in on fire safety and making a significant amount of investments over the next 10 years, I think could actually yield us a lot of opportunities where we wouldn't have to spend that money potentially in the future if we could, underground all of our utility lines and implement AI systems. So I think this will be a budget discussion, but, like, for example, we're gonna, in the next budget, it's proposing a $5 million subsidy for our transit, which includes our on-demand and our trolleys. And I take the on-demand probably more than many people. I take it all the time, but, like, that's a need, or that's a want, not a need, I think, when we think about our budget. So do you think there'd be a way for us to get to 10% of our general fund, which would be around close to $10 million a year in fire safety? And one of the other opportunities would be, we're one of the only, Eric will find this crazy, we're one of the only cities where we subsidize private development, where our community development fees don't recover our costs, are not recovered by our fees. When you look at that in the context of wildfire safety, why wouldn't we go closer to cost recovery to get there? Do you think that if you had to try hard, you could get to $10 million in this next fiscal year? Because
Yeah,
I think
both the things you identified are avenues to that. There are other ones as well.
Because I think we should be putting in the next 10 years, 10% of our general fund into wildfire prevention. And I think we should, people might not like this. I think we should look at, selling or doing a long-term ground lease for a portion of St. Catharines. I don't know that we have the money to make the investments there. And I think when we look at the public safety issues, maybe we can keep the gym and look at, the other people aren't necessarily going to like that. But I think when you look at the public safety needs that we have in this community, we have to take this seriously. So that's where I'm at, is I think we need to really do more than 4 million in this next budget. I think we need to get closer to 10% of our budget, and then also be looking at revenue enhancements. Because I think we have to, as Matt said, if we were in Altadena and you think about what they're doing, now Edison's going to underground the utility lines, and imagine if that had happened before. And I think a lot of people would make a lot of sacrifices to avoid that. So that should be the perspective that we take as we look at, our public safety obligations here. And I think on the AI system, we should look at a regional approach where the whole Laguna Canyon Wilderness Park, with the county, Laguna Niguel, all the different stakeholders, we should just figure out where we would need to put the AI cameras so we have that whole area covered. Because I remember when we had the threat of the wildfire in January, we had, our park rangers going and looking out, and that's, it's great that they were doing that, but I would much rather have AI cameras that could detect it quickly, and then so we could really deal with the wildfires before they get big. So I just wanted to say I'm so grateful for both Bob and Sue and their leadership and staff and everyone that was involved. I think this is a great report, but it's just about how do we prioritize this compared to everything else that we want to do, because we really need to do this. And at the end of the day, that's keeping this town safe is our number one obligation. So that's where I'm at, is I want us to get to 10% of our general fund into these wildfire investments. But again, can't thank it, Bob and Sue and the whole group enough for the amazing work on this report. Other comments?
And no, we'll get into it in budget time. There's only so much you can do in a given fiscal year too. So I don't know whether 10% off the top that may be a good long-term goal. I don't know whether for 25, 26, we actually could spend all that money. But one of the things I was going to suggest is, because we didn't really have a chance to get in the 90-day period to get all the way through it, is that we would continue the ad hoc committee to work on the funding strategy for the plan. And we can obviously take direction from council, policy direction from council, but there's a lot of nitty gritty in terms of, refining costs on what, we don't have refined costs for a lot of these initiatives. We need to refine costs. And then, as you say, Mayor, we'll figure out the budgeting side of it as a council. So I was going to add a third recommendation to continue the ad hoc to work on the funding strategies and short-term implementation.
Keith brought up in his efforts that he includes seismic strategy. I hate to complicate things, but does the evacuation plan at least consider possible seismic evacuation?
I think my recollection of the evacuation plan is it was not limited to wildfire. It's evacuation of the city, for in emergency events. And seismic could certainly be one. I mean, seismic could cause fires as well, right? It could trigger a fire. That's
Well, some of these evacuation problems could be mitigated if people, when we have the red flag warnings, if they get out, or if we tell people, if we give warnings, not an order, but a warning, like we did in North Laguna when we had the fire in February 2022. People just need to, when they get a warning, they need to leave. Because if everybody waits until it's an order, then it's a problem. So we just need to keep reinforcing this with the community is when there's a warning, just get out. If you're out of town for 3 or 4 hours and there's no problem, come back. But you sure as hell don't want to get stuck. And that's what's happened in all these other cities. And, they're bringing in the bulldozers because people panic when they get in their cars. They panic, they can't get out. It's not moving fast enough. They know the fire's coming. They get out of their cars and run. That's what happens. So we just need to avoid those scenarios to the extent that we can. And when you get a warning, just leave. So the other thing I was going to say is, so Hallie and I were just talking, we need to talk to Laguna Canyon Foundation on the Arundai. Joanne brought that up because that's a huge fire hazard down there. And it's just, that stuff is impossible to get rid of. We need to get maybe a better strategy and get rid of that once and for all. Because we just can't have this ongoing known fire danger and just keep treating it in a way that just keeps coming back. It's just not, it's not smart.
I agree. And I really agree with your recommendation that we keep the ad hoc committee moving forward. I think that this is incredible progress, and I'm really happy to see the work that's already gone into it. And I think we want to continue that momentum.
Agreed. Any other comments?
No, we had a couple suggestions from the public tonight. I think Aaron had the one on the pools that I believe was recommended. So we'll continue to refine and incorporate some of these comments that we've had, as Sue said at the outset on her comments. So if we're ready for a motion, I would just suggest adding a third recommended action, which would be continue the ad hoc subcommittee to work on funding strategies and implementation.
So you want to second that?
Yes, I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great work, everyone. Let's take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 8:20. You want more or less time?
It'll turn 8:15.
let's all return to our seats. And we are going to get this meeting started again. So we have regular business item 16, Safer Streets Laguna Beach Citywide Safety Action Plan Adoption, and we have staff here to provide a report. So please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor. Frank Lopez, Assistant City Engineer. Tonight we have, as you mentioned, the Safer Streets Laguna Beach Citywide Safety Action Plan. Last year, February 27, 2024, City Council awarded a contract to Fair and Pierce to develop our citywide safety action plan after a competitive procurement process. So they're here tonight to present the product that's been developed over the course of the past year. Fair and Pierce is a nationally recognized transportation firm with connections and working with FHWA. And so through that competitive process, we saw that they were the best qualified. And so tonight with me is Emily Finkel and Baldwin the guy, who will help me present.
Thanks, Frank. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Baldwin and this is Emily. We're here to give a presentation on the Safer Street Laguna Beach project, which is a citywide safety action plan. I'm going to start by introducing the project and the framework for the safety action plan, then give an overview of the work that we've done, and then I'm going to pass it over to Emily to summarize the plan's recommendations, including engineering measures, priority projects, and safety programs, and then wrap up on the next steps for the plan. First off, we're going to talk about the Safe Streets and Road for All, or SS4A program. It is a federally funded program established in 2022, which has earmarked $5 billion over 5 years in competitive grant funding for locally led projects and plans, with the goal to eliminate traffic-related deaths and serious injuries. It has funded the safety action plans like this one, and it could be leveraged in the future for funding opportunities for future actions. So the SS4A program is founded on the Safe System approach, which is adopted by the US DOT as part of the National Roadway Safety Strategy. This framework starts with the key idea that even in a perfectly designed system, people will make mistakes, but those mistakes should not be fatal. And it's built on the core value of being proactive, data-driven, and that responsibility is shared between those who plan, design, operate roadways, enforcement, and ultimately the community at large. An important element of this plan is to rely on public input to address concerns proactively. So over the course of the last 4 months, a series of in-person events were hosted by the project team. First, we were at the farmers market on 2 occasions. Each time we were able to engage 200 to 300 people and have direct conversations with community members. We had mapping and survey activities where we collected direct input from those community members and got input on exactly where the safety issues were and how they experienced the city. The team also conducted surveys at the Day Worker Center where we reached around 50 people. We engaged with folks who may not be as active online, but still have safety needs. And with the help from the school district, we also presented at the Laguna Beach High School, where we had the opportunity to engage with parents and teachers at the PTA meeting and hear direct feedback and personal stories about their experience about traffic safety in the city. Over that same time period, we set up an online platform, which included the same tools, a survey and a map, and it's designed to be easily shareable, where city and community organizations also help tremendously in advertising and encouraging participation. In those 4 months, we had roughly 2,700 views and almost 1,000 individual comments submitted to the platform. All of the inputs, in person and virtual, were compiled to help understand the experience of the residents and those who work in the city. Here is a brief summary of the feedback, mostly related to speeding and traffic calming, related to need for pedestrian safety and infrastructure, bicycle and e-bike safety, noise and DUI complaints, infrastructure maintenance, and public awareness and education. These concerns provide context, and we're able to combine these with crash data analysis to drive the development of the plan. And so besides engaging with the public, a focus group of stakeholders were also involved. Here are some of the groups that were participating. The stakeholders lend us their perspectives in their respective area of expertise. These include the City of Laguna Beach Public Works, the PTC, Laguna Beach PD, Transit, Community Services, Sustainability Committee, and Laguna Beach Unified School District, Caltrans, OCTA, and South Laguna Beach Civic Association, just to name a few. Over the last 9 months, the project team met with stakeholders separately from the engagement activities, and these conversations led to some of the plan's most crucial elements. The most important one being a commitment to achieving Vision Zero goals by 2035. The group has also highlighted the importance of prioritizing the most vulnerable, having the plan be data-driven and transparent, and it's also really reiterated the responsibility is shared, that everybody has a role in traffic safety. And the other big component of the plan is analysis of safety data or crash data. We reviewed 5 years of data, which looks at the roadway and the collisions and break them down by factors. Some of the key takeaways include that unsafe speed is the most common collision factor in Laguna Beach, that impaired driving increases the likelihood of a severe crash, that nighttime conditions are associated with higher likelihood of pedestrian-related collisions. Caltrans facilities are associated with higher share of collisions compared to local roadways, and those under the age of 15 represent a higher share of bicyclist-related incidents. These factors were combined with the location of the crashes, form the basis of the plan's engineering and project recommendations. To break it down by location, we developed a network of safety corridors to map these collisions, and we applied a weighting score system based on the severity of the outcome, parties involved, and proximity to sensitive locations like schools. The highest scoring segments are shown here in red, and it's also in the plan documented. And this network covers roughly 12% of the roadway maintained by the city and captures 100% of all the collisions that were studied that resulted in serious harm or fatalities. And so Laguna Beach is unique in that 2 major roadways maintained by Caltrans, Laguna Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway, connect the city regionally. These roadways operate at higher speeds, carry higher traffic volumes, and experience a greater share of the traffic collisions. Following the same methodology, the plan identified a network that covers about 41% of the Caltrans roadways in the city and captures 89% of the severe crashes. Next, I'm going to pass it to Emily.
Great, thank you, Baldwin. So I'm going to talk about our project identification and prioritization process that came out of the public engagement and the safety data analysis that Baldwin went over. First, we're going to mention that this plan builds on really great safety work that is ongoing or has already happened from both the city and Caltrans. We have just a couple examples of some of those projects here. So on Glen Erie and then also the Laguna Canyon Road project as well. But there are many others that have come before this plan that are really the foundation for the work that we're doing here. Next slide here. So part of the plan includes the development of what we're calling the engineering countermeasure toolbox. And these are really the tools that we identified as being very specific to the Laguna Beach context and the types of crashes and types of issues that we were hearing from the public about what you can do in the roadway itself. So these are things that are changing the design of the roadway or adding new signing, striping, different strategies that are really about that geometric design from the engineering perspective. So wanted to call your attention to just a few examples here, but there's a much larger toolbox in the plan. So through the development of the engineering toolbox and then the development of the safety corridors network that Baldwin mentioned, we were able to identify 3 key priority projects that scored highly on the network, but had not yet been addressed or had been addressed a few years ago by either the city or Caltrans, or where we saw opportunity for additional improvements. So those three projects are first the Coast Highway project. And we really identified this as an opportunity for the city to partner with Caltrans and talk about what are the opportunities that are here on this segment of Coast Highway and how we can move those improvements forward. And then the next two projects were from the local safety corridors prioritization process. The first being a set of projects on Park Avenue that are primarily aimed at traffic calming and pedestrian safety improvements. And then the next one on Wilson Street. And both of these projects are important too, just in terms of not only did they score highly, but they're next to the high school, which was a location that we heard a lot of public feedback about being an important location. So just wanted to bring your attention to those three projects. In addition to engineering or street design strategies and those three projects, this plan also includes a set of recommendations related to safety programs and policies, many of which the city is already doing. And so really a lot of the recommendations are about continue doing these, or here are some opportunities for enhancements. So there's a few examples here related to enforcement, different partnerships that could be beneficial, continuing e-bike safety programs. And then also there's a set of technology related recommendations that I just wanted to mention because the signal preemption for safety vehicles has come up previously. And so that is also covered in this plan as well. So going forward to next steps, the first key next step is here. Adoption of this plan tonight makes the city eligible for additional federal SS4A funding. There are other opportunities in the future. So the SS4A, the Safe Streets and Roads for All federal program, that grant application is out now, but there will be other state or OCTA funding opportunities that the projects that we mentioned and other locations that have been identified through this plan can be applied for implementation funding or further study. And then the third step that's outlined here is just periodic reporting and engagement with the community. So coming back, looking at this data a year from now, a couple years from now, seeing what's working, what's maybe not working, and making sure that that information is being shared and talked about with the public. So now I will turn it back over to Frank for recommendations.
Thanks, Emily. So finally, we just have the recommendations for tonight, which are to adopt the Safer Streets of Laguna Beach Citywide Safety Action Plan, to direct staff to incorporate the plan's findings and recommendations into future CIP improvement, CIP projects, improvement planning, and mobility policy updates and grant applications. Authorize staff to submit applications for future SS4A implementation grants and other competitive funding programs that align with the plan, and to also find that the action is statutorily exempt from CEQA.
Good, thank you. Appreciate the report. I think we had a chance to meet ahead of this because I wanted to get a more specific briefing on this. And so just a couple specific questions. So the OCTA grant will be open in later 2025, is that correct?
I believe the OCTA grant was going to open next year.
I thought it was late 2025. The Safe Streets. Okay, well, regardless, would we have a project identified for that?
Yes.
And when would you pick that? Which project that would be? Could that come forward as part of our budget CIP discussions?
Yeah, so we're actually currently discussing which projects would qualify for which grants. Emily mentioned SS4A is actually out now. We're trying to see if our projects would be competitive. If not SS4A,
there's a Caltrans Highway Safety Improvement.
HSIP.
Next year.
Okay.
There's other state and OCTA programs too that are discussion.
Got it. And then, because I guess the question that I would have would be as if at some point you need council direction on like whether it's one, you know, I get you'd want to strategically figure out what would be the most competitive, but then from a policy perspective, which one would be the priority? That was sort of why I was asking that, because I think it's good for us to be prepared to apply for these, because that's the whole point of doing this report, right? Is to position ourselves to get that funding. So that's just one piece of feedback. And then I thought on page 47, I thought that part was fascinating. And then if you want to turn, while we're going to 47 here, if you can go to this slide about engineering countermeasures, I think it's fascinating that 49% of injury collisions are at unsignalized intersections. Am I understanding that right? So, and then there's a countermeasure on this slide here that talks about rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Is the idea that potentially if we had that across on PCH at our unsignalized, so I guess let me ask the question first. If we is what's described here, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, would that make it a signalized intersection, or would that keep it as an unsignalized intersection for these purposes?
That is usually used for unsignalized crosswalks.
So, but would it seems like that would be a direct a way to address this specific problem where where almost a majority of the injuries are happening at these unsignalized intersections. Am I understanding that right?
Right. And this tool, the RRFB, rapid flashing beacon, is used because it's been studied as being more effective at catching the attention of drivers when pedestrians are going to cross, as opposed to the traditional beacons, the yellow beacons that are on the top. So it'd be in addition to what's there.
So my question is, and this is the most fascinating part of this call when I got my briefing on this, was that I learned that we can be, because I always was maybe told, or maybe I just didn't understand, that Caltrans has to lead projects on Coast Highway, but we can be the lead agency and I think they need a better name for this than the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, but would that be something that complies with the Caltrans design guidelines? Like, could we potentially try to get that at every single intersection or crosswalk on Coast Highway? Like, it just seems like that's a common sense approach that could be inexpensive, right? Or tell me what I'm missing.
I don't know if it qualifies on its own as a traffic safety device that Caltrans would approve, but in conjunction with others. So in addition to the beacons, that I can see them accepting them. They also sometimes make design exceptions. So it'd be working with Caltrans to see what they're willing to look at with us.
Because it just seems like you don't need a plan to say that the way our intersections on Coast Highway now are totally unsafe. I don't think there's anyone who would dispute that. So then the question becomes, how do we quickly figure out how to replace that in the most cost-effective and fastest way possible, right? And so would you have any ideas about how we go about doing that?
Yeah, so the rectangular rapid flashing beacon is definitely a lower cost option than, for example, a full signal at each of these intersections, right, which is just not feasible. There are considerations for a sign and device like this related to volume of vehicles, speed. Basically, is this enough to grab the driver's attention to increase safety for the pedestrian? So generally, a device like this is used on smaller, lower speed streets. And on Coast Highway already, there are several locations that have overhead flashers. So the other consideration would be about sort of the uniformity of what types of beacons are used and making sure that people are used to, like, okay, I know what to look for at these locations. So yes, some sort of device like that would be a good option, but exactly what it is.
Yeah, but it's not rocket science that we're dealing with here, right? So why wouldn't we go about figure out a plan to do as a next, because I think clearly what this report tells us is the issue is really Caltrans streets. These local streets we can always make better, but I think it's 14%, right? So the rest, so how do we make PCH safer? How do we do that where we don't have to be spend another year on a study on PCH? If we want to hit the ground running and make some just common sense improvements like that, what would your recommendation be? We were talking about on our call that Malibu, they got, because people, unfortunately, there were tragedies there. Caltrans made a master plan for them. What's the best way to make some meaningful, easy, cost-effective, not complicated improvements to Coast Highway? Because I just don't think it's rocket science that we're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, Caltrans was a great partner in participating in our stakeholder meetings. And I think honestly, the next step is having a conversation with them about how we can fast track some of these recommendations.
Okay.
And we were talking before the meeting too about potential for like, can we apply city and Caltrans joint for some of this federal funding? So I think those are the conversations that should take place.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Frank, I don't know if you have
these
anything.
recommendations in the slide that you just put up, that is addressing, I think, exactly what the mayor is asking for, right? Low cost,
Yeah.
easily implementable.
But not for all of PCH,
Not
right?
for
Just
all
for
of
a
PCH.
portion. So it's like,
Yeah.
how do we get the whole thing and just figure out what we need and get it done? But I agree. That's yes.
And this was identified as the priority section of PCH
That was the highest scoring section.
in terms of all the,
Number and severity of crashes.
okay, thank you.
And so Alex, you're saying that it wouldn't necessarily be contingent on any grant funding?
Well, I'm just saying that, well, I think we should go for grant funding, but I'm just saying that
I know, go for it, but
I
we
did-
wouldn't stop it if we didn't have it.
Well, and I didn't realize that we could be the local lead agency. I always thought that it was Caltrans that had to be, and so that was the news to me. Anyway,
What about doing, simple things like, so on Glen Eyrie between, let's see, Thalia and the end, north end, Glen Eyrie, or Forest.
Oh, that one.
So it's really weird because if you're going north on Glen Eyrie, so if you stop at Thalia, you don't stop at Brooks, you stop at Oak, you don't stop at Anita. So I drive that street all the time, and the cadence, I don't know how to explain it, the cadence is kind of thrown off. And so people come out, they pull out with their cars, or pedestrians are, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I feel like if we just put two more stop signs in there, that would work a lot better.
So, obviously to install stop signs, we need to do stop sign warrants. We've got to meet the warrant based on the requirements of the MUTCD. However, there was a traffic safety survey done on Glen Eyrie for that exact portion. We have implemented some of the recommendations, actually all the recommendations except for one, which was recommending additional signage and better crosswalks for the full, all four legs of the intersection. So that has been done essentially from Forest to Thalia, actually, I think to Bluebird, if I remember correctly. We've placed these cross traffic does not stop signs at the intersections where Glen Eyrie doesn't stop. And we have entertained at the PTC requests for stop signs. Again, it goes back to the warrants, which includes traffic volume, especially on the minor streets, how much volume is coming out of them. You're forcing a collector arterial to stop for cross traffic. So I don't know if you guys have anything to add. The next step of the Glen Eyrie study involves potentially additional street lighting. And so that's currently going through environmental review. And then we'll move it. We're currently trying to procure design for that. So.
Well, that'd be good because, like when we go home tonight, like if I go on Coast Highway now because the lighting on Glen Eyrie is so bad that, and employees are coming out from their work and most of them have black on. So it's a little dicey. We need some lights there. Definitely.
really good report, by the way. So other questions before we go to the public? Let's bring in the public who wants to provide public comment on this item.
Good evening. I am Doug Vogel. I am a stakeholder. I'm here because I care. I have customers that come to my shop on PCH, and every weekend I have to witness them almost being killed as they get out of their car, or they try to drive away, park, jaywalk, which they shouldn't do. I do respect Mayor Renagi, the comments you've made and questions you've asked, Councilmember Kemp, your comments as well. I'm a little concerned about the stakeholders that were mentioned here. One they're all people that are either employees or with government agencies, with the exception of the South Laguna Civic Association. I don't really count the day laborers as much as stakeholders. They don't live here. I don't see a lot of residents or business owners listed as stakeholders, so I really don't think that's complete. I also don't think the residents knew about the survey. I don't know any residents that did or have seen this. I don't see it. When I look in Stu News, I don't see it linked. I don't see it on the city newsletter or any place where it's linked to that there was a survey. So I'm just concerned about that. I wanted to run through some of the things in the report, though. You already noted that Caltrans, that most of the accidents are on PCH or the Canyon, Caltrans owned areas. I think you can fix it right away, obviously, by having them time the lights better, at least on PCH. You don't have to wait for grants. That's just something that they can do now. There's some recommendation about turning left on side streets and not allowing people to turn left on side streets. That's ridiculous. There's a recommendation about narrowing the lanes. Caltrans actually repainted and narrowed the lanes, and within 2 days, there was really, really bad car accidents. One car flipped, and another one went up and knocked down a pole by Pacific Edge. That was because the lane was narrowed. They thought they couldn't see it. When there was actually no lines painted, there were no accidents during that time. Radar feedback signs, that's something I've talked about and requested. It's a good idea. You can also record data of the cars and how fast they're going and enforce it during those times that you see those high speeds. There is something about automated enforcement, which I assume was the cameras. Kind of a good idea, but it's probably illegal. There's been lawsuits over that. There's also something about raised crosswalks or lines. You can put raised paint, and when a car goes over it at a higher speed, it rattles the car. They don't want to do it. It's also a very cheap and good idea. I don't know who the genius is, but the empty police cars, been a good idea. I wanted to note that the promenade is listed as a safety issue, and that's just like saying the beach is a safety issue. It's kind of ridiculous. The fact that I don't see a lot of residents here providing feedback, again, is a concern that I don't think a lot of stakeholders knew about this report.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Any other speakers on safe? Okay. From the PTC committee?
Good evening again, Council. Jim Danziger. I am on Parking, Transportation, and Circulation Committee. Thank you for appointing me. However, I'm speaking pretty much tonight as myself, since our committee basically got a good presentation, forwarded it to you, but many of our comments did not reach you. So first I want to say two positive things. A lot of the new lines that we're seeing on the streets in town, I think are very helpful for making it safer for pedestrians to cross. Also, this report is full of really rich and excellent data if you pay attention to it. As the last speaker noted, most of the serious problems for injuries are on Coast Highway. And that is therefore the place where if you're going to focus on serious injuries, I think you need to focus. What this report also says is that the number one problem is speed. And the number one B problem is alcohol or drug use by drivers. Where does that leave us? What we know about public policy is that if a public policy is going to be successful, it must be implemented effectively. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. The main problem we have in town right now, in my opinion, is that we do not get enough enforcement of our speeding regulations, and therefore we have these serious accidents, most of which are occurring on Coast Highway. Now, a couple of other observations. A quick sidebar. We may never get any more money through the SS4A because Donald Trump and the Department of Transportation are floating away into the atmosphere. So what could we do? We are PTC, which is not just safety, but also a circulation. I must say, adding more stop signs on Glenary or Catalina and so forth, it's okay. It will make it safer for pedestrians. It will slow cars down. It will encourage more of them to roll through rather than stopping, which technically you're not supposed to put stop signs that close to each other anyway. What about Coast Highway? First of all, if we could synchronize the signals on Coast Highway from North Laguna through to South Laguna, we would have a huge impact on the other part of PTC, circulation. Right now, these scramble crosswalks are completely unsynchronized, and so cars cannot pass directly through because they keep being forced to stop at each synchronized stopping. If I could say one more thing, let me suggest that in Europe, they are very effective at using speed cameras, automatically putting tickets out for those who speed. We could do that here, despite what the earlier speaker said. In England, if you go 2 miles an hour past the speed limit on these residential streets, you automatically get a ticket. If we can't get our own police to make enough speed enforcement, let's think about doing that, and let's synchronize the signals on Coast Highway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Les McCloskey, top of the world. In 2008, we introduced policy proposals from Caltrans, something called Deputy Directive 684, and they offer policy directives and engineering and design that the cities could use if we were to collaborate with Caltrans and implement them in Laguna. We had introduced this to council, I think Verna Rollinger and Jane Egley back in 2008 through 10, and then Chris Prelitz did it for 2 more years, and then Transition Laguna came along and offered the same ideas. Same council people, at least 6 years. Okay, nothing happened. San Clemente adopted a complete streets plan, and you can go down there and see the implementations that are on the street, but I don't think they're taking metrics to find out how well it's operating. Maybe that's changed by now. I'd like to say that also there was another policy directive done in conjunction with OCTA and Caltrans called the Pacific Corridor Project. Laguna Beach is on page 15 of that document. How to do traffic calming on PCH and a route through down Glenary. Anyway, all of this stuff has been milled over and hashed and rewritten so many times. 2014, we wrote our own enhanced complete streets mobility and transition plan. My goodness, what a mouthful. Did we implement any of that stuff? No, it's still sitting there. It's a document not approved and not adopted. Okay, there's a start. I'm sorry, but after watching this topic for 15 years and people pushing this topic in town, it seems like city staff and council just hold the advocates in contempt. Myself, Chris Prelitz, the Transition Laguna team, they're the ones that got you a promenade in 2010. They did a demonstration down there, and you call it COVID. No, it wasn't COVID. We did this in 2010 as a demonstration in cooperation with the city to build the promenade. These things can move forward, but we need cooperation, and the institutions are there for the cities to shake hands with, to get them in a room, and they've already got the plans. All you have to do is cooperate. And I don't see Laguna doing that, unfortunately, but Caltrans is a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. Appreciate it.
Okay. I'm in section 7, post-crash care, and I'll work forward. I wanted to suggest consideration for post-crash care, adding an item to the matrix for everyone there. That includes the TIP program volunteers for the the crash families and victims, care for first responders, traffic control, toll operators, road cleanup, and the utility crews.
What page are you on?
Where are you, Karen?
I'm on page 95 of the document, which is countermeasure toolbox, page 91 of the report. So I'm just going to flip backwards. So it's post-crash care. The next one is at the end of section 7. So I was on post-crash care, care for everyone there on the scene, and help for OCFA, the life flight people, their post-crash recovery for what they've seen and been through. Safe vehicles, the section ahead of that. There are a number of things there to consider. Safety lights on the city vehicles. Does Public Works have all the safety strobes that they need to feel safe on the road? Box trucks and delivery vans and cars, are they well maintained with safety technology and rested drivers? The safe use of trailers and towing, load securement, that's important for all our streets. And commercial delivery in neighborhoods, how can this be enhanced and made safer? Since many times these vehicles have to find space wherever they can. In the safe roads category on page 89 of the report, perhaps adding item to the matrix on intersection visibility, just plain old intersection visibility would be great. And this is perhaps where a line item on safe evacuation and first responder access could go. Thinking in a very basic, practical way about safe roads, I wanted to thank everyone who physically maintains the road, the pavement, the striping, and could consider something about repairing or adding utilities before adding pavement refresh. Working forward, glad to hear about the context-based speed limits in section 4, page 86. Target behaviors for pairing education with engineering countermeasures. Please consider adding something about pedestrians being visible in daytime and nighttime, bikes and pedestrians being where cars expect them to be as an education line item. Could I continue for a moment, please?
If you just want to finish your last thoughts.
Okay, 2 things. On high visibility enforcement, particularly on weekends and holidays, there's, I hope, still time for enforcement for sporadic speed runs in neighborhoods. They can happen at any time. And of the many items I had hoped to talk about in some of the other areas, when would you consider reopening the safety corridor program for the streets that didn't make it in this time? I also think that more photos of examples that are in use could help in some of the other areas. Thank you.
Very thoughtful comments. Thank you for that. Any other public speakers on this item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comments on this item and bring it back to council. Who wants to start?
I was just going to ask Karen, you don't have to come up, but can you email some of your comments? Because I know you had a lot. You went through them pretty fast, and I was trying to keep up with you. Okay, thanks.
Good idea.
Just following up a little bit, Mayor, on a couple of your comments, and I do agree that Coast Highway is the focus and should be the focus. But, in 2015, I still remember doing a ride along, and 1:30 in the morning or something outside the Dirty Bird, there was a woman who was, run into in the unmarked crosswalk there. So we engaged Caltrans there were three crosswalks that had no signalization on, no flashing lights on them. And we, got them in here, worked on that. I think it must have been 2 or 3 times it came to council. Anyway, it took 2.5 years to get all 3 of them done. So the third one finally went in, which was Calliope, the last one. I don't know about us being the lead agency or whether there's a way to do that, but I will tell you, it was a long and painful process with Caltrans, including, EIR studies on whether they could put a post in the ground, for one of those overhead flashing lights. So if there's a new set of rules or something that would expedite it, fantastic, but don't get your hopes up too high that this thing's going to happen overnight.
Were we were they the lead agency on that, or were we?
Yeah, no, they were, because because it's a Caltrans road. We were not given the option of doing any, we suggested the improvements we wanted.
Got it.
But they were in charge of implementation, and like I say, it took 2.5 years.
Wow.
For 3 crosswalks.
Any other comments?
I'll just say I'm really happy with this report. Thank you guys. I think you did a phenomenal job, and it's so great to see the city staff and our consultants taking this seriously.
Agreed, and I think the recommended action, and I appreciate what Bob's saying about the difficulty of dealing with Caltrans, but ultimately I feel like the only way to really have safer streets is to figure out a way to collaborate, and whether that's us as the lead agency, I don't know, but adding a recommended action, just focusing on how we can collaborate and maybe have some sort of an agreed upon what, in a perfect world, what over the next 10 years, what would we want out of Caltrans, and then figure out how we can get there. But that'd be the only action I'd add, because I think I confirmed that we have $100,000 unallocated from our budget that was to look at, this was from a couple budgets ago, to look at taking over PCH from Caltrans, and I don't think that we need to do that necessarily. I think reallocating that money to figure out how we could collaborate with Caltrans on sort of a plan to really implement a lot of these measures, including what Les was referring to, because I totally appreciate what he's saying about the lack of action on complete streets, and so I'm agreed there. So I would just add an action on that, because I think ultimately that's going to be how we create safer streets, is working with Caltrans, as hard as it may be.
And it seems like as part of the budgeting process, we'll consider potentially some of these improvements.
Yeah.
Along with considering that $100,000.
Well, the $100,000 was allocated a while ago, so I think that we should have direction that I'd rather put that money towards working with them on a plan like Malibu did on there. That would be my recommendation. But regardless of what the right approach is, we should collaborate. So any other comments on this? Really good
Bob,
report.
I have a question for Bob. Bob, when you were mentioning the 3 signals a moment ago, did Caltrans actually come to a council meeting and talk to you guys about it?
Yeah, a couple of them.
Well, then once we, adopt this and we identify some what you can said low-hanging fruit, maybe they can just come back here and we can ask them and just straight out what they think that they can do, Alex.
Well, there's a new district director at Caltrans now, District 12, and we've met with Lon a couple of times with respect to Laguna Canyon Road stuff, and she may be more predisposed to help. But when I was mayor in I can't remember whether it was 21 or something, we had more issues, and we had a couple of different conference calls with Caltrans to talk about pedestrian safety on Coast Highway, and they were going to engage with Public Works and come up with plans. And we had a couple of those kinds of calls, and their staff was going to work with our staff, and it never went anywhere. I'm not saying we need to try, and we need to try it again. It's just we have not had for whatever reason, we've not had a good track record of success with Caltrans looking at, our situation on Coast Highway. The Malibu situation was generated by super high profile, traffic accident that killed 4 college students, right? So, and the legislature got involved, and it was, that was super high profile.
Yeah.
But
we don't want to wait for something like that.
No, we don't. But
take action. So
we should.
I think exploring this local idea where we can be the lead agency is something we should look into. So anyway, I would move the recommended actions on here. I think it's a really good report. Great. I appreciate this. Very interesting. And to Jim Danziger's point, it's disappointing that the federal money might not be here to implement a lot of these plans, but we'll have to keep going. So anyway, I would move the recommended actions.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. And for the record, I appreciate that you called the sandpiper the dirty bird, Bob.
Okay, now we have items 17, establish the, right? 17? Yeah, establish Virginia Way Undergrounding Utility District. It looks like Pierre's here to provide a staff report.
Pierre, you got one of the hardest jobs in the city.
I agree.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Runagi, fellow council members. My name is Pierre Sawaya, Capital Program Manager in Public Works. Here tonight to present on establishing the Virginia Way Underground Utility District 2025-1. The Virginia Way is identified in the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Report as a key evacuation route. And as stipulated in the report and as discussed previously tonight, the evacuation routes are, an objective is to underground the overhead electrical and communication wires along such routes. So the purpose tonight is to establish an undergrounding district at Virginia Way as a Rule 20A project. A Rule 20A project is primarily funded through utility credits. And I'll get a little bit more into that as far as our credit balance here at the city. But those credits are used for the function of undergrounding utilities at identified locations. I would like to point out that the CPUC has ruled that the 20A program will be sunset. While the city had previously accrued credits on an annual basis from SDG&E in this case, there are no additional credit accruals moving forward for such projects. So for this project, Virginia Way is proposed to underground between 3rd Avenue and 5th Avenue in South Laguna. This stretch of Virginia Way, there'd be a removal of 6 utility poles and the associated overhead wires. The impacted utilities are SDG&E, the electrical provider, Cox, Frontier, and also Crown Castle has a system running through Virginia Way in that area. And the project would provide underground connections to private properties that are currently fed overhead from the system out there today, and that those connections would be provided at no cost to the property owners, which is consistent with 20A projects. Shown on this slide is an aerial view of the project boundary. So the boundary is shown in blue, consisting of Virginia Way, and it also encompasses 3rd Avenue, portions of 3rd and 4th along there. The project would essentially remove all the poles and wires on Virginia Way and would also ensure that any poles and wires between Coast Highway and Virginia Way along 3rd, 4th, and 5th would also be eliminated. So those 6 utility poles previously mentioned, they're shown as red dots on the plan there. So coming to funding, the city currently holds a Rule 28 credit balance with SDG&E at a little under $858,000. That's currently not enough to fully fund the project. So staff has determined that credits could be applied toward land survey to start engineering, designing, the design plans developed by the utility company, and also SDG&E's costs for construction. And those all fall in line with SDG&E's budget estimate of approximately $855,000 for the project. So it would cover those portions of the project. And moving the other portion is proposed for the city to fund the civil construction. And that would include utility trenching and excavations, installing underground structures, and also the private connections for homes impacted by the project. So the cost for that portion, the civil portion, is approximately $1.28 million. That's a very preliminary cost at this point. And that would ultimately be programmed for a future CIP budget, a future project. Shown here is the rough schedule for the project. We anticipate design would take about 12 months, entitlements and construction bidding 6 months, construction an additional 6 months, and then the utilities come through to remove the overhead facilities, approximately 3 months. So the estimated project completion date would be August of 2027. And that brings us to our recommended actions. And the recommended actions tonight are to approve the engineer's report for the proposed Virginia Way district, adopt a resolution establishing the district, and lastly, to authorize the use of approximately $855,000 of Rule 28 credits from the current SDG&E allocation balance. And that concludes this report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And I should have opened the public hearing earlier, so I apologize for not doing that. Any questions of staff? No? Okay, let's open public comment on this item. If anyone wants to provide testimony on this item, now is your opportunity to do so. I don't see anyone. I'm going to close public comment on this. Are there any questions?
I think Ann had a comment.
Oh,
She had
sorry.
a letter into us earlier.
Yes, Ann Christoph. I'd like to request that you add the area between Eagle Rock and Third Avenue, because the West Street undergrounding is going to go to Eagle Rock, and then this project will be on the other side, and that would leave 2 blocks with no undergrounding, and it is a evacuation route, as you said, and it doesn't seem fruitful to leave that undone when you're going to be doing this portion. It's also a very important portion between Eagle Rock and Third, because it allows anybody who's coming along Monterey to go to Virginia and then to get to the signal at Third. And if something were to fall across the road in that section, it would be very difficult then for exiting cars to get to that left turn signal at Third. So I would urge you to do the whole stretch in this one project if you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public testimony on this item? No? Okay, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to council for any questions. Any questions for staff?
I appreciate Ann's question. Why wouldn't we extend further down Virginia? And would there be cost savings if we were to do that?
Not necessarily cost savings. I mean, we would have to look at providing additional funding for that portion, because our current allocation balance only covers a small portion as shown on our map. So we identified 2 blocks that we felt would create a project, but adding an additional 2 blocks, while possible, it would incur additional funding.
So this is the budget that we have because we have these credits, and that's why you guys identified this priority 2 block
Correct.
area. Thank you.
What, any idea what the 2, would it, to add the other 2 blocks, would it be basically double this?
Yeah.
Roughly. I know you haven't looked at it. But.
Yeah, rough order. I mean, possibly another $2 million on top of the 1.28 that we're looking at.
Would we have to do it as part of this, or could we, I know we're looking at, various evacuation routes. It does seem a little unfortunate to have to leave just a stub part of that road where everything else will be undergrounded. Could we do it? Would we have to expand this district, or could we do it as a side-by-side district?
It It could be done as a side-by-side. I mean, we'd have to approach SDG&E to see if there's any plausibility to expand the current district with our current allocation balance. We'd have to have that conversation and see if that's even feasible before saying it could be an expanded 28 project.
Okay. I think it's probably a conversation worth having, just so we know what the answer is there. And
So in terms of efficiency, project efficiency, getting Virginia undergrounded as quickly as we can, would it be your recommendation that we move forward with this section as is, concurrently go back to SDG, you know what I'm trying to say, and talk to them about the other area, or would that be the fastest way to get it done?
If we're talking about speed and efficiency, yeah, I think the fastest way to get at least this portion done is establish the district, get the 28 portion going, and we can concurrently have those conversations with SDG&E to see if are there any other avenues. Is there maybe a city-funded portion that we can attach to the project? We could explore those avenues.
Yeah, I mean, are there any, well, should we look at it separately? I mean, if we're going to look at it as part of this, we should bring it back, but if we want to get moving, we should probably just move this portion along.
Is there anything to preclude us in the future if you guys made the determination to just bring, we're not really doing anything that's binding, that's going to,
No.
so I think I think we should just go forward with this tonight. And then if there's an opportunity
look
to come
into
back
it.
with that one, I don't think we're making any decisions that can preclude that.
would that work, Pierre? If we adopt this resolution, any downside, and then you can have those conversations with SDG&E?
Yeah, we can definitely have those conversations. I know we've looked at, as part of the West Street District, including a portion of Virginia Way up to 2nd Avenue. But we did also encounter a lot of easement issues that made it very difficult in that very narrow section. So we wouldn't experience those same easement procurement issues by expanding it all the way.
Private roads? Is it a private road segment? Or?
Not necessarily private road, they are public, but just being so narrow and the location of now above ground structures, boxes, pedestals. And we had a lot of difficulty getting buy-in from property owners there to grant those easements.
Okay. It sounds like maybe we should move ahead with this and
Yeah.
investigate that further.
Yeah. Sounds like gerrymandering almost, right? With all these maps that are all, yeah. Anyway, okay, good. Any other comments on this? So I'm going to close the public hearing on this. And then is there a motion?
So I'd move the recommended action with further direction to staff to investigate possibilities for the additional two blocks to the north on Virginia Way.
Second.
Why don't you do that to the ad hoc committee?
Okay.
As well, just to shoot in that context.
So I defer that to the ad hoc committee and work with staff on the 2 blocks to the north.
Mark, you seconded that?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good. Thank you, Pierre. So council, and I don't know, is there anyone from the public who's here on the next two items, the public hearing regarding the annual sidewalk? Oh, we do have people on that. Okay. What about the public hearing for the annual weed abatement program? Is there anyone here? Okay, for both of those? Okay, so let's just keep going on the agenda then. So then let's take public hearing, which is 18. So this is public hearing regarding the annual sidewalk and intersection nuisance and abatement program. I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we need a staff presentation on this, or has everyone read the agenda and they're good in terms of a presentation? Okay, good. Reza, thank you for being here. And then no questions of staff, it sounds like. Let's open public testimony on this item. So it sounds like there's someone from the public who wants, okay, go ahead.
Hi, Penelope Milne, president of Can Do. Clearly the idea of nuisance abatement is a good one, right? So I really just have kind of a basic question, and that is, I was taking a quick look at the properties, and I definitely didn't look at all of them, but just at a quick look, I don't see how some of them make sense. So I guess I wondered what the process was for determining that something was in fact a nuisance, was an obstruction to an intersection or a sidewalk. And just a couple of examples, the Boys and Girls Club at 1085 Laguna Canyon Road is listed. They're not at an intersection and they're definitely not blocking a sidewalk. So I don't know why they're on that list, but maybe there's more to the subject than I get. 277 Canyon Acres is listed. It's not at an intersection and there aren't any sidewalks on Canyon Acres. I don't know why it's listed. There may well be others. I'm just listing those two as examples. I definitely didn't exhaustively look at every assessor's parcel number. So just curious about how the process goes, because if there's a nuisance, we for sure want it abated, but I just don't think there is one at some of those, and maybe there isn't at others either. Thank you.
But just to be clear, you're not making a protest on any of these? You're
No,
just
I'm not
asking
making, no, I'm not
questions?
making a protest. I'm not an owner of either of those
Okay.
properties. I don't even think I have standing to make a protest. And again, abating nuisances is such a
Yeah.
good thing, right? Not objecting to the process, just, I guess, seeking clarification about the process, because things that pretty evidently aren't a nuisance are on the list, or maybe their
Got it.
nuisanciness is invisible to the passerby. But
Yeah.
that
Good.
seems odd under the
Okay.
circumstances.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay. Any other speakers on this item? No. Okay. So I'm going to close public testimony on this item, and then let's go to, do we have a brief answer for Penny's question?
Yes, Mayor Unagi, Reza Jafari, Deputy Director of Public Works and Utilities Department. I think the short answer is, staff, we do inspections of all city streets, and what we're really looking for is privately maintained vegetation that can somehow encroach into the sidewalk areas or within the street. It's called intersection visibility, but also it has to do with the street right of way. And so, for instance, and I have a big binder here, which I'm happy to meet with her offline. Maybe might be better. And we issue letters to each property, and our letters are actually very detailed, and they have pictures of the specific encroaching vegetation. So sometimes these could be large trees and the canopies of trees that are extending over into a parking area, and it's not providing a minimum of 13 feet, 6 inches of clearance, which, large vehicles and trucks could be hitting branches, or it could be, someone's private shrubs that just slowly encroach into the sidewalk, which prevents mobility. I'm happy to, after this item, meet with her to just show her what the encroaching vegetation is. But also I'm happy to report that I think all of the properties that she listed have complied so far.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any questions for staff? Bob?
So just from here, and you lay it out, the remaining 50 bad actors, if you will, who haven't complied yet, will have until June 6th. And if they don't remove the offending vegetation by June 6th, then we'll do it at their cost?
That's correct. And I'm happy to report, as of this morning, staff advises me that there are only 9 parcels needing to comply with the abatement order.
Wow, that's pretty good.
It's great.
Good. Any other questions? No? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and is there a motion on this?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Reza. And then this one's going to take a while, so I'm inclined to, unless council disagrees, why don't we do this one after the tourism marketing? Does anyone object to that? Are you speaking on this? Do you want to speak on this? Oh, you are. Okay. Got it. One speaker. So let's blow through it. We'll of course we'll hear your public testimony and everything. So so we have a public hearing on the annual weed abatement program. I'm gonna open the public hearing on this item. I don't think we need a staff presentation, but let's, maybe the public testimony will lead to questions. So I think Megan, how is this gonna work? Will the which items is your testimony on? Because I think that'll depend on who sits at the dais, right?
Yeah.
So
Susan LaCroix Hamill, and I'm a property owner on Sun Valley Drive and Laguna Canyon Road.
Okay.
And we did weed abatement. We did it around April 15th, and now that it's grown back again because we had rain. So we're scheduled to do it again. So I just wanted to figure out what the schedule actually was. And also want to assume that you are using like an overlay of Google Earth with the property, you know, the parcel maps on top of it. Is that how you decide which property's which?
We will get you that answer.
Okay.
Okay.
And because I think out in the canyon, you know, things are wonky sometimes out there.
Yeah.
And sometimes a lollipop property gets confused with the adjacent property that doesn't do weed abatement.
Yeah.
So
that
those were
makes
my
sense.
only comments. I assume we're not going to jail tonight. Is that right?
Not yet.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So what about the two of, what if we continue this? The two of you guys can talk outside on this, and then we can move to the next item, and then you guys can work out what the issue, and then we can finish this item after we.
And there'll be notice of the Zoom meeting that's supposed to take place?
What do you mean?
Says that all property owners will be noticed and be able to have a Zoom hearing.
Okay.
Did that go out?
I don't know.
I didn't get it.
So do you have based on your conversation with the fire marshal, you might have a protest on this potentially?
Yes, on 2 properties.
So why don't we continue,
The public hearing open.
well, I'm going to keep the public hearing open. If you guys want to talk about this, we can just be efficient to make the best use of your time.
Yes.
You guys talk about this. We'll go on to the next item about tourism, and then we'll come back to you and we'll finish this item off. So how does that sound? Okay.
Perfect.
Good. So let's keep the public hearing open. You know, we'll hopefully work out something over here, and then let's move to item 20. Are we on good footing, Megan? We haven't messed anything up legally? Good, okay. And then does anyone want to speak on item 20 about the safety element, or is everyone here on the tourism and marketing district? So I'm going to also skip over item 20 for now, so we'll take that at the end unless anyone objects to that. So now let's consider item 21, receive public input on the proposed Laguna Beach Tourism and Marketing District management plan.
I know council, you guys have heard about this a lot. Do you want a staff presentation, or do you just dive right into public?
What if we get the high, or what do you think?
Well, I believe that you addressed a lot of the concerns at the last meeting, right? I think it would be worthwhile having him review it.
Okay, so let's have a staff presentation on this. Go ahead, Gavin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, Gavin Curran, Assistant City Manager. I'll just do a very brief presentation. Just give me a minute to bring the presentation up. And tonight, just who I have with me, Karen Phillipson with Visit Laguna Beach is here with me, and Kelly, and I believe I have this Rankin from Civitas is here as well to help answer any questions the council may have. So real briefly, the council has seen this presentation, so I am just going to skip briefly to kind of the end. And if the council remembers at the last meeting we had regarding the Laguna Beach Tourism Marketing District, there was a number of comments from the council, and we try to respond to those in the agenda report itself. So I'm going to kind of walk through those real briefly. And one of them, the first one, was governance and community representation. And one of the comments expressed by a couple of council members interested in expanding the role of residents and community stakeholders in overseeing the tourism marketing district funds. And so what the proposal that was kind of worked through with some city staff and Visit Laguna Beach, Karen, was the new community stewardship standing committee reporting to the Visit Laguna Beach board. The focus would be sustainability, responsible overnight, basically focused on sustainability and responsible overnight stays. The idea was they meet twice a year, both in the spring and the fall. So before kind of the summer season starts, after the summer season starts, just to see, kind of give advice on what happened, what worked well, what didn't work well, and kind of advise on use of the funds going forward. Representation on that committee could be assess businesses from the marketing and tourism district, tourism-related business owners, community members, and a city representative. Could be a council member or a city manager. And so another question came up about destination, and I apologize, I should kind of start because we're doing it briefly, but we did kind of change the name a little bit on destination development. We changed it to destination stewardship and enhancement, trying to be more encompassing of what that grouping was. And so there was comments about this in particular, about what the 750 would be for. And I just wanted to point out, and I think this has been talked about a couple of times, but the 750 really goes 250,000 stays with Visit Laguna Beach for these destination stewardship and enhancement programs. 500,000 comes to the city of Laguna Beach, and we'll put that in a special revenue fund, which I'll talk about in a minute. And some of those eligible uses for that: artist housing, arts and stewardship programs, sustainability initiatives. And I think really the goal, I believe, of the program is really to foster that visitor respect and engagement with Laguna Beach culture. So those are the kind of programs you'll be seeing out of that. And again, it's a $750,000 in total allocation based on the budget for next year. 250 stays with Visit Laguna Beach to kind of encompass these programs. 500,000 comes to the city to allocate as permitted under those destination stewardship enhancement programs. So a destination enhancement special revenue fund. I think there was a discussion, I think Councilman Whalen brought it up, about how we don't want to limit the use of city funds, that 500,000 that I talked about, in just the downtown area. So we're retitling that special revenue fund to destination stewardship and enhancement special revenue. So the 500,000 that comes in will go into that special revenue fund, and then you can use it on programs that actually impact, that can be used throughout the city, not just completely focused on the downtown area. And if the council may recall, there was a previous agreement with Visit Laguna Beach, and it talked about, focused on the downtown area, but this just expanded the ability to use those funds, that you can use them throughout the city on programs that benefit the entire city. So performance metrics and evaluations, and I think there were comments from council members about, well, how do we know how well things are working, or were the program money that's going to Visit Laguna Beach is actually being used at some of the goals that the Visit Laguna Beach board and the council had kind of put together. And so we came with a suggestion or idea that we have a biennial performance review. So the council may recall, as part of the management program, there is an annual report that comes to the city council. And so this would be added to that every other year. And it would really look at kind of just are the funds being spent kind of along the categories that we had, that were kind of outlined in the plan. And it would be a joint committee, both of city staff and Visit Laguna Beach representatives. And they would just evaluate the use of the funds. Are we getting progress toward those key objectives? Can we make any changes? And those recommendations would go to the board, the Visit Laguna Beach board, and then they would come to the council through that annual report. That's how those metrics would be shared. And then clarification of the definitions. One of the comments that came from the council member was, well, we want to make sure if we go forward down the road and change our definition in our municipal code of what is a definition of a gross short-term sleeping room rental. So what's that gross receipt number? How do we calculate that? If that's ever changed in municipal code, we wanted to make sure we capture those changes. So we just added this language below. You can see it kind of at the very bottom there. It's bold. It kind of talks about the gross for short-term sleeping room rental. This is right out of our Muni code, and then it mentions and any other rent defined in Muni code section 5.05. So it's kind of that catch-all, and that is really just to help if there's any changes to the municipal code going forward, or at least over these next 10 years. So it kind of captures that kind of reclassification or redefinition of rent if that happens in the future. And so just next steps, there'll be a June 10th, there'll be another public hearing, and that'll be the official night you'll adopt the resolution and adopt the Laguna Beach Marketing Tourism District Plan. So that's when it takes effect. And for tonight, this is just an opportunity, and there's no action on the Marketing and Tourism Plan. We always appreciate feedback from the council, but this is an opportunity for the council to receive public input about the Laguna Beach Marketing, a tourism marketing district. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Gavin. And I want to ask just a few questions in response to some of the public comments. So right now, Visit Laguna gets 50% of the pot, right?
Yes.
Okay, or existing. What's proposed here is essentially, one could argue that it would be, so you take the 25 plus 10 for the, you know, the marketing, all that, and the admin operations, that gets you to 35%. And then if you take a third of the 25%, right, they're taking 250, the city would take 500 of the, what we're calling destination stewardship and enhancement. That gets them to 43%, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think I'm following your math. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But then that 43% is now not just where before it was 50% that would be sales and marketing and admin. Now that 43% is, you know, 35% of that is the what was formerly 50%, right? And the other 8% are now what we're calling, and maybe I like the term cultural and environmental stewardship and enhancement, going for, you know, artist housing and things like that. Is that a fair characterization? I'm trying to, because there was the characterization that the goal here was to increase the amount of money that Visit Laguna was getting, but really that's not what's happening here. Visit Laguna is getting less money overall, and they're getting, even when you take they're going to 43%, and even of that 43%, a percentage of that is now going not to marketing, but going to stewardship.
Correct.
So, and then, you know, when we think about, and I don't know what you guys think about the idea of instead of destination, because I think it's really what we want is cultural and environmental stewardship. So hypothetically, there was concerns from the arts organizations about, you know, reducing, going from 10% to 8% for the cultural arts funding. Hypothetically, there's no reason why we couldn't say that for, you know, we want to use this, the 500,000, we want to have the, you know, and we already do have probably one of the best film festivals in California, the Coast Film Festival. But let's say we want to make it even bigger and we want to go all in on and do a 3-year agreement as part of that. That's what this money is for the arts.
Yes.
And then another example, you know, I see Laguna Brie and Laguna Tix, or, you know, even the Third Street Writers. We could say for our 100th year anniversary, we want to have the craziest play ever about how what a crazy community Laguna Beach is, as a way to, you know, create a world-class experience for people. And then we bring in Laguna Tix, because who better to do that? We could do that with this money.
Yes.
So really what we're doing here is I appreciate the public comments. I just don't know that, I think that what we're getting out of this is a lot more funding for the arts and for keeping this an artist colony. We're not just doing the status quo in terms of allocating the same, you know, money. I'm open to being wrong about that, but I don't see how, anyway, so that's.
Well, are we doing comments or questions at this point? I mean.
No, so tell me why, what am I missing about that is my question, I guess.
I thought we were going to do, I don't think you're missing anything. I thought we were going to do questions and then public comment and then come back and do discussion.
No, but I just want to have a shared set of facts as we start this conversation, because I think that's.
Well,
that's
one
important.
thing that, I mean, you're right about the 750,000, 500 comes to the city. It's got a set of defined items that can be used on,
Yeah.
including for the arts. What you're missing is that, and what a lot of the public comment has to do with, is it's going from 10% to 8% for the designated organizations. So, for example, in year one, maybe it doesn't sound like a lot of money to the council, but it's a lot of money for some of these organizations. I'll take the art museum as an example, or the Playhouse. You're going from 300,000 to 240,000. You're a $60,000 reduction in money that they budget every year and count on every year. So that's part of the public comment you're hearing back. I think you're right about the, you know, in the aggregate, more money going to the arts
and away from
but where
marketing.
is it going?
Yeah.
is part of the
That's
whole
the
dialogue.
crux of the
We're gonna
issue.
We're going to hear some public input on that pretty soon.
Yeah.
When we get
No,
to that.
But there's no doubt, Alex, that you are right.
Well, I'm
20
not right.
some
I'm
odd
just
years.
asking a
Okay,
question,
well,
to be
I
clear.
agree with part of the comment.
No,
20
question.
some odd year ago, question. 20 some odd years ago, when this was created, it's different now. And
Yes.
so this does allow some flexibility and the, let's call it recalibration, and with some additional options, primarily in my mind, it's artist housing. It opens up that possibility for us now.
And to my understanding, there's also the additional opportunity for increased TOT taxes to raise the dollar amounts in the near future meaning that the dollar amounts would start to be closer to what these organizations were expecting.
Well, yeah, that's another good point. So it's been growing at an average rate of 9% a year, which is a lot. Right. And I don't think that that's really being considered a lot when this gets talked about as far as the offset and the difference. Bob mentioned it's going to be a 60% hit. It may be, it may not be. I think Gavin was a little bit conservative on some of his numbers, but that can be debated.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
I was going to suggest we move to
Yeah.
public comment.
Okay, good idea. Okay, so unless there's any more questions, let's open public comment on this item and hear from Wayne to kick us off with some good public comments.
Hello, Wayne Baglin, council members, pleasure to be with you as always. I'm going to dump all of the rhetorical crap that I had prepared. I think that what you're trying to do, the objective is good, but I think you've got to be careful not to hurt the arts groups that are here right now, because as Bob was pointing out, it's a substantial cut. Now, I'd like you to look at some compromise situations. For instance, let's start by saying just we stay at 50-50. I like that one. But let's say that we say we can't do this cut in 1 year. So this next year we stay at 10%, not 8%. The year after that, we go to 9.5. Then we go to 9. Then we go to 8.5. Then we go to 8. We make a transition going into the situation. Or we compromise altogether simply and make it 9% rather than 8%. So please consider that, because you're truly going to hurt art groups. You're going to cut programming. You might even lose some groups. I don't think that's what you want to do. And I think what we need to do is work out a compromise situation so that we all get through this okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Wayne. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Alexandra Rykoff. I've got a short speech for you all. I have a quick comment on what was just said by Alex and discussed. I think there on that stewardship aspect, a key issue that I'm missing, and I will go into the fact that I'm talking about the arts, even though I'm just as a businesswoman. It's the issue that it could be used to support the arts. There's not strong enough language in there that it will be. So you cannot say that you are saying using that stewardship money that we will either retain or increase. That's not there right now as a guarantee. I understand that it could be, but that's definitely my comment on that aspect. Little background on me. I am currently a Laguna Beach resident. I was born in Laguna Beach Hospital, and I grew up in Laguna Beach. My childhood was at Kind Dance Academy for 10 years. I attended Laguna Beach Public High School, and during the time that we transitioned from the artists to the breakers, I was an AP art student under Mr. Tyner, for any of those who remember him. And I was a twice CIF state champion volleyball player. So congrats to the girls earlier today that got props for their own championship season. I received an art scholarship to pursue arts in college. And today I'm a member of the 3rd Street Writers Group, which is funded through this tax. And I'm also currently a sustainability consultant. We can do both. We can be both. We can support both. Without the arts, so I'm not a great public speaker. Without the arts, without the ability to emote through pastels on canvas, movement on stage, or ink on paper, I don't know who I would be. And I certainly wouldn't live here. The arts made me, and they make this town. We are artists. Without our history and long tradition of being a city of the arts, we are no different from Newport or Dana Point, and both are cheaper to visit and live in. According to the most recent Laguna Beach audit report, and yes, I will use your words against yourselves, and to prove my point, the city draws over 6 million visitors each year, thanks to 3 key factors: our 8 miles of coastline, our Mediterranean climate, and our celebrated art festivals and pageants. That is a direct quote from the 2024 audit report. One of those three factors, the arts, is within our direct control. We do not have direct control of the other two. The way the Laguna Beach Tourism Marketing District Management District Plan is currently worded, the arts are being defunded by 10%. A 60-40 allocation is shifting away from the arts. And there is currently zero representation from the arts on any of the oversight and governance boards. I noticed you guys talked about adding in a commission. I think that was new. I was not aware of that. But still noting that even if it has more people from the residents and community, I didn't see a bullet point there on any representation from the arts or artists themselves in town. So I'll stop here because I keep getting buzzed. That basically I'm just saying, please protect the arts, protect what makes Laguna unique. Do not change the allocation. Keep the 50% share, or maybe even give us some more, because what will be left to differentiate us from our neighboring cities? What will be left to market if the soul of the city is gone? Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Really appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Joe Hanauer. And like Wayne, I'm going to do away with my notes for a couple of reasons. First, both Wayne and the young lady that just spoke echoed some very important comments I was going to make. And then Alex, your comments where you talked about supporting the arts was critical. So if I weave these things together a little bit, number one, I think you need stronger language about the role that Visit Laguna and the city is going to play in supporting the arts. And the reason is we're resting on our laurels. This is an art town. The artists came before the city was incorporated, and we brag about the fact we're an art community. And the people that have come here for years say, oh, it's a great art town. But we've done nothing, very, very little to support it. The money that supports it comes from the people that stay in the hotels. And we need to feed this thing, because the way it's going, Ojai, Santa Fe, Aspen, Colorado, Europe, all through Europe, there's festivals everywhere popping up for everything, for the visual arts, for music, for crafts. And these communities and these cities are spending a lot of money promoting this kind of activity. Now, why should we promote it? Is it to bring in more visitors? Not necessarily. I think it adds to the culture, it adds to the lifestyle, it adds to the value of living in Laguna Beach. And it's reflected in property values, but it's going to diminish. I mean, it's been diminishing right along in terms of what we do here. So two suggestions. One is strengthen the language that some of this money, I'm for, artists live work and, for the artists housing, but let's strengthen the language that deals with supporting the arts. And as a person that's, as some of you know, I think you're all aware, I'm chairman of the Laguna Art Museum, past chairman of the Playhouse, on the board of Laguna Beach Live, so I believe in this stuff. And I'm willing to support a cut in what these organizations get. But as Wayne said, I'd rather see you phase it in. It's a little bit like, and I have to be careful about politics here, but it's sort of a little bit like the tariffs. When they were announced, they were going to go into effect at midnight that same night. Well, you're going to make these cuts not midnight, but for these organizations that have these budgets and make commitments, it's like midnight. In other words, cutting that as much as you are right off the bat is very significant. And I think you could phase into it, and I think that would be something to seriously consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Mark Christie, lifetime resident managing partner of the ranch. Tough to follow, Joe. I support the renewal. We support the renewal. And it's important to remember this is not part of the general fund. This is a voluntary tax that hotels have agreed to on themselves, which makes us less competitive in the outside market. But we want to do it because the arts and stewardship are important. And that's the focus here. Laguna is an art colony. I think I may have tutored or helped with Alex R. in kindergarten back in the days. And the art entities need our support. They're not going to survive on their own, which is why we've volunteered to pay this. But in addition to that, Laguna is very unique. The topography, the natural beauty, the blue belt, the green belt. I mean, it's amazing. It's like nothing else in SoCal. So the stewardship is key. And to that end, going forward, portion of this money should be dedicated to educating the public, and the public being visitors and locals alike, that this place is like sacred. You know, it should be revered, and we need to educate everybody here and everybody that visits to that end. And like Yosemite, Sedona, coves in, you know, Kauai, there will always be those that disregard, that just lay waste. And to the second part of that would be enforcement. You know, you don't have to tow too many cars from a parking lot before the word gets out and people stop parking there. If we issue citations, if we do our best, if the locals help enforce this, that will make a difference. It'll require a collaborative effort, you know, locals and visitors and hotels, et cetera. I'm for this. Again, it is a voluntary tax that hotels have allowed to, you know, go against themselves, because we do want to make this town a better place, and these monies can be shared. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Steve Fain. Like a lot of people in Laguna, my wife and I were drawn here because of its long history with the arts. And we were very happy when we got here to see that the city actually supported the arts. So we were kind of surprised when we saw this possible resolution, because what it looks like optically for the arts groups in this town, and there are 31 of them, many of whom get grants from this program, is that you're taking money from the arts and throwing it at bringing more tourists in. As somebody mentioned, we've had in excess of 6 million tourists last year. We're probably expecting north of 7 million this year. And the question is, do you really need to throw more money at this, or do you need to spend the money that you're already spending better and preserve the amounts that you're contributing towards the arts? That benefits the residents of Laguna. I'm not sure that adding more tourists really does that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ben Warner. I'm with the Coast Film Foundation. On behalf of the Coast Film Foundation, I'm speaking to offer strong support on the proposed renewal of the Laguna Beach Tourism District and the addition of a Community Stewardship Committee to prioritize projects that support sustainability practices and stewardship of Laguna Beach's cultural and environmental resources. As a locally rooted nonprofit dedicated to community conservation and storytelling through film, we've seen firsthand how intentional tourism investment supports not only our mission, but also our city's economy, culture, and sense of place. Each year, Coast Film Foundation produces dozens of programs that engage both residents and visitors, generating tangible benefits for local hotels, restaurants, and small businesses. In 2024 alone, we hosted 98 public film and music events at the Rivian South Coast Theater, drawing an average of 200 guests per show, over 19,000 guests, the majority of whom spend time and money enjoying downtown Laguna Beach before and after our events. Our flagship event, the 9-day Coast Film and Music Festival in November, welcomes over 5,000 attendees. A blend of locals and out-of-town visitors who come to Laguna Beach to watch inspiring adventure and environmental films. They attend speaker panels and enjoy live music and experience the natural beauty of our coastline and our incredible local businesses and hotels. Festival goers stay in local hotels, they dine at restaurants, they shop in our boutiques. They directly benefit the small businesses and community that the TMD aims to uplift. The Coast Film Foundation mission aligns deeply with Laguna Beach's identity as a destination rooted in art, nature, and creativity. Through our programming, we highlight the people, stories, and nature that make this place so special, while drawing thousands of visitors who appreciate and contribute to our community. Renewing the Tourism Marketing District for 10 years and an emphasis on culture and environmental stewardship will ensure that we can continue to promote the Laguna Beach as a unique and vibrant place to visit, live, and explore. We urge you to support the important initiative for the future in local tourism and community-based arts programming. We have an incredible array of hotels. We have the Surf and Sand that just recently remodeled. We have the ranch with Mark Christie's vision. We're so lucky. And we have an opportunity to have a collaborative relationship through our locals, through our local businesses, and through the tourists that we bring here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. Just going to read my email to you guys just so it's on the record. Over the last 5 years, Visit Laguna's operations have raised significant concerns. Their social media strategy has included viral posts showcasing our natural spaces without promoting local businesses. This has led to the deletion of problematic content, the complete removal of their TikTok account, and the dismissal of their CEO last summer. These actions suggest the need for closer oversight and accountability. While recent efforts by Visit Laguna show some progress, many problematic posts still appear on social media, and guides remain on their website, which are also problematic. Furthermore, there have been no structural changes to the management, and the latest proposal stipulates that the board of directors will consist solely of hoteliers and business interests, excluding residents and other community stakeholders. In response to last month's council comments, Visit Laguna has indicated that they will consider measures such as forming stewardship committee and implementing a biannual performance review. I think that's financial only, not regarding how they're promoting our town. However, these proposals lack draft language, firm commitments, or a timeline for implementation, leaving the public unable to provide meaningful input. The current proposal appears premature. Approving a 10-year agreement with Visit Laguna set to be signed in 1 month is concerning, given the absence of implemented changes, concrete commitments, or a clear plan. Moreover, the proposed agreements grant the city no ongoing authority or control, potentially binding the community to an untested framework for a decade, regardless of its effectiveness. Drawing on my professional experience negotiating long-term lease contracts, I find the structure of this proposal to be highly unusual. A long-term agreement where one party retains an annual termination option while the other cannot terminate is unprecedented and imprudent. No responsible entity would commit to such terms without periodic oversight and the ability to reassess. I recommend a more measured approach, extend Visit Laguna's mandate for 1 year at the proposed economics, allow them to implement the changes they are considering, demonstrate their effectiveness. If successful, the city could consider a 2-year renewal. If not, adjustments could be made as needed. This approach ensures accountability and protects the city's interests. Additionally, I echo concerns raised by John Thomas regarding the proposed increase of the assessment rate from 2% to 2.5%, or the option to do that. With Visit Laguna's projected annual revenue over $1 million, an increase does not appear justified. If an additional 0.5% tax or assessment on hotels is to be considered, I suggest that the city retain 100% of that revenue rather than receiving only 25% of it. Another comment on that in regards to Alex's financial analysis. It seems that the analysis is at the 2% level. If it does eventually go to 2.5%, seems like they're going to be back around that same funding level that they have currently, even though the percentages will still be as you stipulated, but the amount of revenue is going to increase.
Got it.
Thank you for considering the feedback. I urge the council to prioritize oversight, community input, and a shorter term extension to ensure Visit Laguna's operations align with the best interests of our city and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, all. John Zegowitz. I'm spearheading the visitor stewardship effort for Visit Laguna Beach in partnership with the council's ad hoc committee. Alex, I really like that idea that changing it to cultural and environmental stewardship. I think that's a great idea. In the role that I'm in, I've been having a lot of conversations with the residents. By the way, I'm sending out more this week, more invitations. So if you get one, please take it as an opportunity to be a part of the solution. In these conversations, I've heard a lot of different feedback. Some of it's kind of coming from a position of misinformation. Some of it's kind of coming from some unique things that are being said out there. And I hope that a lot of the stuff that's being said these days that I know that Dave has been putting out, that the presentation tonight did, will kind of put some of those to rest. The current proposal right now is an effort to include that 6th category into the current commitment to the arts, which I think is that 6th category is kind of an interesting way of looking at it. This category was inspired, I believe, by something that the council identified as a need for artist housing, which is really, that is a really important thing right now. But it's just the kind of the beginning, right? What it says is we really need to kind of keep reinvesting in the arts. And again, I think it goes to what Joe was saying. It's a matter of not just telling our story, but living our story, right? The more we can kind of put back into what we live up to or what we call ourselves, the more we can actually live that. Let's see, that sixth category, along with the additional potential 500K, I don't see that as us really kind of pulling back from the budget. I see that budget actually allowing us to invest even more. So I'm a little curious why it kind of it looks like we're pulling back. It actually looks like we're able to give more and give more beyond those original 5 entities. So I think that's all positive. I think that's really, really good. The other thing, I wanted to say is I hear a lot when I talk about marketing and the stewardship committee and what VLB does. I hear a lot of things like, I hear things like just shut it down. And I wish it were that easy. If we just shut it down, that doesn't mean anything. People are going to keep coming, right? So here's our opportunity to tell them what they're coming for, who we are, and how to relate to us. And I think those investments are really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani here. Lived here my whole life, born and bred. Grandparents moved here many, many years ago. 10 years for an agreement, for a contract, for something that really, really bummed me out the last 5 years, especially the last year. The Tourism Marketing District, AKA Visit Laguna, is destroying our town's quality of life by doing their dragnet marketing tactics. I've proven certain areas of our coastline and trails that have been overrun with trash, extreme crowds, and even human feces. Everyone is so in tune with the money side of it. What about the environment, the quality of life? What about the all the photos and videos I've sent you all to prove my concerns? I've had multiple phone calls and meetings and emails urging those in charge to remove certain items off of their website. Those people in charge have confirmed those items would be removed, which said items are still up today. If these simple tasks cannot be managed, how can we trust a 10-year agreement right off the bat after last year's of complete disregard to residents' quality of life and protection to our coastline and environment? Without that, the tourists will not come. More trash, traffic, crime will only push those paying visitors away. In my 40 years of living here, I've never seen such disgusting disregard to our coastline, and especially the areas that Visit Laguna promoted. People are already doing this on their own, posting, vlogging, whatever, of this town. Visit Laguna should not post any open space, which they do today. On their post today, on their story, we have posts of other content creators that they just reshare. So in tune, they're still doing it without doing it, but they're doing it, let's put it on the story so it's not a post. I've been in social media marketing my whole life, and the dragnet approach of what they're doing is insane. And if they can't tone it down or have a restructure of their, company, shut it down. It's that easy. Stop doing the social media marketing. Focus on the destination stewardship. I'm for that, but I haven't seen anything. It's been over a year. It doesn't take this long. As you can tell by the tone of my voice, I'm upset, and I'm going to keep voicing this because I've seen it, I've proven it, and I have a lot of support from the community of this, and I'm shaking because I'm very upset. So there you have it. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kate. I'm up here really to support Greg and Aaron. Greg Viviani's heart is always in the right place for our town. I can tell you that. And I've only heard excellent things about Aaron Peluso. As the city considers renewing the tourism marketing district for another 10 years, I want to highlight another area of concern, which is the stewardship fund. The language around the fund is a little bit broad. Terms like enhancement, sustainability, and cultural benefit are used, but not clearly defined. I think that could get tightened up a bit. And I've seen these buzzwords show up elsewhere in town. And a lot of times in those cases, the details don't always match the branding. When we're talking about $37 million in public-facing funds over a decade, we need tighter definitions, clear priorities, and strong oversight. I'd like the city to consider a shorter term, clearer benchmarks and greater accountability, especially to arts groups and residents who help make Laguna the destination that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Bree Burgess-Rosen with No Square Theater and have lived here seemingly forever, but I'm not really that old. My linear thoughts have gone out as I've listened to everybody talk about this, but if you'll indulge me here. No Square Theater is Laguna's only community theater, and we are so grateful for the support we receive from the funds that are in discussion tonight. We're a small Laguna-centric nonprofit that has provided affordable performing arts and experiences and education for this community for 3 decades. We are fortunate to have strong programming and donor support. However, we really do depend on these grant funds. A sudden decrease of 2% to fund artist housing will hurt us. For example, that's pay for 2 musicians, or a music director, or a costume designer for one of our shows. Ours, by the way, are local artists. This will especially hurt us when the broader economy is in such negative turmoil and arts funding on the national stage is being decimated by the current political regime. As for the growth of available funds since this program was started, remember that our costs are steadily rising too. Our rent automatically increases each year, but we have the same number of seats to sell. I ask that you renew the tourism and marketing plan for 10 years. So much good comes from it, and I know the time and resources that were taken to get us here tonight. I wouldn't wish that on you to do each year or 2 years or 5 years. The less time you spend on this, the better. But please consider a delay of the implementation of that additional split in the revenue for half that time. Give us 5 years to find our way through this economy, this political climate. We're only just recovering from the closing caused by COVID. While artist housing might be important, reducing the funding of so many small arts groups in town who really depend on this funding, who employ local artists to underwrite housing for a minute percentage of the local artist population just doesn't make sense. And who are those artists? Will there be a lottery for the few living spaces that are created? Or are hundreds of local artists losing grant funds to provide housing for a few fortunate renters? I ask you to consider the greater good. Invest this funding wisely. Enrich who we are as a community. Yes, tourism pays for many of the things residents cherish, but massive numbers of visitors make our arts programs and our natural resources less and less appealing and accessible to residents. Again, consider the greater good.
Bree, just a quick question. So how much does Laguna, do you guys get at No Square Theater from?
Last year from this, we got 38,000.
So you would go from 38 to 37.
It's not a big chunk, but our annual budget is about $300,000. And we have only just employed our first people.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
So it's going from 38 to
It's a small
37,200. Okay.
But it's a small amount for that budget. But for us, we choke $120 out of $50 of every $50 we get. I mean, we are really a grassroots organization. And so are these other, the community chorus, the community band. These are small groups. We are not getting funding from outside of this zip code because we are Laguna centric. And we really depend on this. And we can leverage it into that cut is a marketing budget. And it really will impact us. And so I ask that I realize that housing for artists is important, and I recognize that, but this kind of came out of left field, and we'd love to have the time to find that money elsewhere.
800, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the Laguna Ticks on this one.
Oh,
this will be a good for next year.
Thank you.
Start writing. Thank you. Any other, okay, here we go. Faye is speaking. Go ahead. Okay, good.
Hi, I'm Faye Baglin.
I'm a board member with Community Art Project and the Laguna Beach Arts Alliance. The number, Alex, would be a reduction for No Square to 30,400. So we just did the math again. Well, just for.
Oh, because it's a 20%
Yeah, it's a 20%
increase.
reduction. It's roughly.
Yeah.
Sure, see that. Thank you for that. I
That's
appreciate the
okay.
math.
And
Bree and
I've
I
already
couldn't
written you
handle the
my
math, I
note.
guess.
It's a lot of money, and for the smaller groups, it's even more. It's a
Got it.
hard hit, and you've already received my thoughts on this. We hope you'll reconsider, stage it, make it more gradual, but just having it happen next year would really be tough on many of the organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that. Any other speakers on this agenda item? No. Let's bring this back to the council. Who wants to start?
May I start with a question? I'm missing something. We're talking about percentage decreases. We're not talking about dollar decreases necessarily because the amount of actual money every year is different. Am I understanding that correctly, Gavin?
I'm going to say correct. Your percentage goes down, obviously, if we assume it's 3 million every year, but as the revenue improves, of course, your allocation will go up.
Well, and that allocation is different every year.
It can be. So for example, this past year, because of some remodeling and others, the revenues went significantly down. So what you'll see in awards for next year will be much, much less than what they had seen in previous years. And I think the museum, the playhouse, the school, they saw those right away because as soon as the quarterly returns are in, they allocate the money or they distribute the money within 15 days. So they were seeing those we assume kind of a full year of a hotel being open or 2 hotels, the remodeling being done. But since that didn't happen, it was a significant drop, and they saw those right away. Those arts, the cultural arts grants and things like that, they'll see those, I think it's a year in arrears, meaning you'll see those next year. So it's just less that we can allocate.
Thank you.
Sue, want to speak? Mark or Bob?
Yeah, well, first of all, this is a great problem to have, right? We're arguing about how to divide up money here that is quite beneficial to the arts and has been for a long time. And, we should thank the hotels for renewing this for over 20 years now. But I think the devil's in some of the details here, and I have a couple concerns that I still want to see worked through. First of all, and these may be a question for, so one of the comments was that, we're talking about a 10-year term. One of the comments was that the hotels could unilaterally terminate, but the city couldn't terminate. Is that the case? What are the termination rights here?
Good evening. I'm Kelly Rakin with Civitas. So council could disestablish the district if they found misappropriation of funds, malfeasance, or criminal doings. Otherwise, the hotels can vote to disestablish it on an annual basis. That annual basis is on the anniversary of when it was renewed. So they would vote in a petition.
So they have an annual renewal?
Not an annual renewal, but an annual window of where they could petition to disband it or disestablish it.
Okay. Thank you. And then while you're there, because I think this is probably for you, the comment in here was that still under legal review for the gross short-term sleeping room rental. Is that, do you have anything further on that? Page 4 of 6, we're talking about, it says it's still under legal review. The suggested change is still under legal review and may change in the final version of the management plan. We're trying to get these two parallel.
My understanding is that our legal team from our firm is still looking at the best way to.
Okay.
draft that language.
Okay. So my primary concern is with the existing arts organizations. I mean, I think that we've heard comments from several people that the reduction is, you know, first of all, there's been a reduction this year in the first case because of the hotel budgets coming in lower than we had originally projected. So in the current year, right, as Gavin says, the museum, the Playhouse, the other programs are already feeling a reduced dollar amount, and this would, you know, extend that into current year, into future years. So one approach would be the approach that Wayne Baglin outlined, which would be to phase it in, you know, or over time. Another kind of refinement on that would be to say we're out of the destination, or I guess if we're calling it the cultural and environmental stewardship piece, the city's piece would be to, until they get back to the level where they had been, you know, kind of prior to Surf and Sand closing and these other things happening, you know, we would fund them to that level. So they would basically not incur this 2% reduction immediately.
How do you decide what level that is?
Well, there was a dollar amount for the 23-24 fiscal year.
So you're talking about like for the, because I think what you're saying, Sue, is that the cultural arts grants are decided, it's different every year. Is that what your point is, Sue? So then.
Well, it's different because it depends on the actual collections. But my point is, and we could get real numbers.
Yeah.
But the numbers went down from 23-20. We're currently in 24-25. Those numbers are down from 23-24 because our TOT budget is way down. So they've already gone down this year. And then with the 2% reduction next year and the 240, they're still going to be below where they previously, their high water mark previously, like 2 years ago. So,
but assuming that they got the same, that they didn't, that there wasn't different allocation for the big four that you're referring, or the big four, that makes sense. But for like the cultural arts grants, it could be different each year based on not just necessarily how much money was coming into the hotels, but based on the Arts Commission's discretion.
for individual awards, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, that's true. But for the budget, the total budget.
The total, yeah, so, okay.
Yeah.
So am I being just thick? So I'm not picking on No Square, but since Bree's here, I was looking at what they got. So for example, this is why I'm trying to figure out what we're doing here, because they got 23-24, they got 30,000, and then the next time, as Bree mentioned, 38. So that's for 24-25. So.
Well, you're right. I mean, we're talking about total budget. If you look at page 5 of the report, right? So you look at Arts Commission budget, Laguna College of Art and Design, Laguna Art Museum, Cultural Arts Funding, and Playhouse, right? Those aggregate numbers were based previously on 10% of the whatever the total pool was. And it does go up and down based on the actual collections. I'm just saying they've already incurred those budgeted line items are already down this fiscal year from last fiscal year, just because of our collections. And they'll be down again next year if we go to the 8%. I'm just suggesting a way to try to immunize them from, this reduction happening.
Well, there's already a reduction.
There's already a reduction this year, continuing the pain next year. Why can't we go back to either a higher percentage, or my concept was, if we look at last year's collection as not last year, the 23-24 collection as sort of the high water mark, say we'll at least grant that amount of funding, and you could do it out of the destination management piece, the 500,000, or you could just change the percentage and phase it in over time. Either way.
So I would be open to, because what I like about this is I really do think this plan is, we're taking basically 15% from because I do think that there's limits to what you can do with the social media and the marketing for Visit Laguna. I really think that the best way to bring, it's a win-win when you have a group like the Coast Film Festival come in during the off season and they actually attract people who stay at hotels, right? But really I don't really care about that as much. What I more care about is that it's great for the residents. It's a world-class cultural experience that we really want more of. And that's, I think, the whole point of this. So going into this next fiscal year, I think we're definitely going to be putting more money into arts than this is currently doing. The question is, to what extent, and I think this is sort of the crux of the issue, to what extent should we be doing it on the basis of just trying to backfill what the existing groups got last year? I would be more open with it and flexible and open to, based on the specific needs of the groups, going out with that $500,000 and being flexible. But I don't know that I'd want to, promise a certain amount of money, because I do think at the end of the day, what I'm excited about is we're going to be putting more money into the arts. And if this is approved as is in the next fiscal year, 25, 26, than we are in 24, 25. Because we're taking that 15%.
So what you're saying is
Visit
that would
Laguna.
be a separate conveation.
As we
The
determine how to allocate.
$500,000 would be dispersed.
Well, because my whole point of and I think that there's sort of some, and I think maybe the name change could be helpful for what destination stewardship. I don't want to. Nobody here wants to attract more day trippers with this money. The whole point is to double down on being an arts colony. And one, you can't be an arts colony without any artists living here. That's just a fact. Number two, we really need to up the cultural experience in this town where you have cool, where we need to reactivate the Irvine Bowl, where we have live music there. We need to have you can't look, we don't want to just keep doing the same thing that we've always done. The whole point of Laguna Beach, of this arts colony, is that we're supposed to think differently and be open to trying new things and having new cultural experiences for our community. And so that's what I'm excited about. And so that's why I'm supportive of it. But I think, I don't know if I don't have a specific recommendation, because I do appreciate what you're saying, Bob, that we should try to provide a cushion to some of these groups. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we put this money into play. Because it really goes back to Wayne, what you said at the beginning, why you voted against the tourism marketing district. When you just have a amount of money that's automatically given, it's not really thought about in terms of how it can be creatively deployed. Where the cool thing about this flexibility here is that we could really creatively deploy a lot of these funds and put it in interesting experiences. And so that's why I'm supportive of this. And I think that we could maybe have discretion in figuring out how to spend that in the first year, and maybe support some of these arts groups. But I don't know if it makes sense to set a baseline, because I think it should be based on the merits of whatever proposal it is. That's where I would fall. Go ahead, Mark.
Go ahead.
Well, I think what we're saying some of the same thing and some different things, which is you're saying the $500,000 pool, which we're saying 500,000. That's going to go up and down too, but let's just keep it simple. 500,000 affords the opportunity to do additional arts related efforts. Maybe artist housing for some of it. Maybe you give an example of the Coast Film Festival. They're not currently on the list, but they could receive a piece of that. All of that's good. And you're saying, okay, there's more flexibility to fund more activities, arts activities, than we have historically. Good thing. I agree with that. Still doesn't address the concern that I think the long-term organizations have of, it just leaves it open-ended, right? Because you're saying, well, we're gonna reduce the historic ones, the 5 historic programs. So they know they can count on 8%, and then they'll come here and make a pitch to us to get basically indemnified out of the 500,000. And that's an approach, but that offers a lot less certainty to those organizations. I would be more inclined to transition them in or keep them whole for a period of time until when I think everybody believes that it's going to take off and our total collections are going to go up again. Well, that's great. And then maybe you just, you can revert down to the 8%. So It's a question of whether you grant some certainty to these existing groups with a transition period, or whether you just say, well, come make your pitch.
Yeah. I think that's a good summation of the crux of the issue.
So can I just start with narrowing a few things down? And I'm not sure exactly how to do this. Megan, if I do it inappropriately, will you let me know? Is there, are there any strong opinions with the fellow council folks that the 10 years, on the 10 years
Against it?
or for it?
I don't
I'm
have
just trying to, I'm trying to focus our
I
conversation.
don't have as much of a problem with it, because I think what we could always do if we wanted to get rid of this is we could just say, let's go to the voters and do a 3% tax, TOT increase and absorb the arts into that. And that'd be the end of, so I think we have options in terms of doing that.
And well, and I would also
think that
remind everybody
predictability is
that,
good.
and I understand that there was the social media, that the way they handled social media was not good. There's been a lot of misinformation here that I'd like to address at some point. Aaron made the point that there's been no structural changes. And, Aaron, I have to say, you're sitting on the sidelines. I've been up close and personal to this. The organization's turned upside down. I don't know what bigger changes could possibly occur. So, there's a lot of integrity that's going into this effort, and we're missing that. We're missing that. Alex, you hit the nail on the head. You explained it very well, that this is us trying to focus on who we are, not worried about the marketing aspect of it, and worrying, just focusing on being the best we can be. And that's what this is about. The social media thing in the past, I don't know. It was unfortunate. I think social media took everybody by surprise. I don't know if anybody knew exactly what it was going to do, but anyway.
But the social media issue is not just Visit Laguna. Social media is a very broad issue.
I understand, and I understand the residents' sensitivity toward, the fact that some of the coves and spots that were discovered through it, and I understand, and I don't think it benefits us to do it, to be honest with you. That's why we're here.
Yep.
So, again, the 10 years, I think is, we started this out a year. It was every year it got renewed. Think about that 20 years ago. And so think about all of these organizations that are beneficiaries of the money now. Back then, it was a very uncertain thing, right? It was renewed every year, right? And then we went for 5 years.
Point.
And now we're going for 10, which actually allows everybody a lot more stability. And, all of these can get more legs, and people can plan better. I think that this is the beginning of a conversation when it comes to the arts. And, I liked a lot of what everything that Joe said, actually, as far as, all of these things that are happening around the country and all of these, and the world, and all of these different cities. And the gentleman at the dance festival the other night made a very good comment about, Laguna Beach being recognized globally for its art scene. And, I would love to get there and be that one of these days. And I think that if we come up with a way to help all of our organizations be their very best and be innovative and creative, the question is that we're going to have to start asking ourselves some hard questions. And what's it going to take to get there? And get out of this stagnation that we have. So I don't think it's a secret that the artist space is important to me. This council, a year and maybe a half ago, put it as a priority to start to figure out solutions for artist housing. Alex, you just said it, we can't call ourselves an art colony without any artist housing. So this is an attempt to solve, some of that. Bob, your comment about trying to backfill this until it reaches reaches an equilibrium. That's an idea. I mean, do we consider capping it going forward if we were to do something like that at 3% instead of letting it go whatever the market goes? Like I said, I don't think it's fully appreciated if this thing grows at 9% a year. That's a lot. And business expenses, in all due respect, Bree, don't go up an average of 9% unless you're a growing business, right? So Anyway, so if I get back to the 10 years, we're okay with 10 years? And then now it's just really the distribution and how to figure, deal. So now we're to the 500,000. So everything is good. We're only talking about how the arts organizations get funded. Is that a fair statement?
And then I think there's, within that question is sort of to what Bob and I were talking about, the temporary, you have to answer that question and the answer, the temporary solution in the meantime, right? Where if you want to have a backfill approach or some other, I think those are sort of
We have two ideas. Yours is folks come back to us and I guess make a proposal for a piece of the $500,000. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think that's what I am suggesting, because my whole point is I think that you want certainty that we're investing in the arts. That certainty exists. I don't know that we necessarily need to have certainty that certain groups are going to get the money. I think we should have a contest of ideas and encourage innovation and creativity, because that's what our arts, legacy is all about, in my view.
Okay, so we have that. And then Bob, you're saying that the folks that have been getting this so far deserve some certainty going forward, and that we should come up with a plan that would keep them fixed at what they currently, or at least, keep them fixed at what last year's revenue. Is that what you're proposing?
Well, I mean, that's one approach to it, right? There's two approaches. One is that approach where you're trying to get them kind of back to an equilibrium where they were before we had the downturn in the TOT collections. And then you'd once you hit that level, then you default to the 8%, which is in the plan. I mean, the other approach is to phase in the reduction from 10 to 9 to 8 over time. But I don't know. I just think we heard tonight from several that it will be impactful to, some of these, maybe not to the individual recipients of the cultural arts funding grants necessarily, but some of the bigger ones like No Square, it could be, you're talking about $7,000 on a $38,000 gift. So, yeah, I think, I don't know how we resolve this different approach.
Well, I think that, we're the ones who get to make the decision, right, about how we spend the 500. So I think that, if someone comes in, they make a really compelling case, like, look, because I'm, losing this percentage of money, I'm closing my doors. I think it would be rational and it would be compelling, and that would be so I think that flexibility works, and I think there's a mechanism by which we could, without having to create these guarantees, we could be
I think
deal with those issues on a case by case basis.
And yeah, with due respect to that, I think the likely outcome of that is going to be if the art museum or the Playhouse or Laguna College of Art and Design comes back in and says, hey, I want more out of the 500,000, the answer is going to be, no, we got a lot of other organizations that really need, that haven't got anywhere near the 240,000 that you're going to get this year that we need to take care of. So the reality is, for those organizations, it's going to be what's on the page.
But like if the Arts Museum comes up with some super innovative program that they're going to spend, $1 million and they want 250 to, why wouldn't we want to, I don't know. I just think flexibility is good here. That's how I'm looking at it. Go ahead.
I think certainty to these organizations who adopt annual budgets is more important than.
That is an interesting point, I will say. So I didn't think of that. I thought when we were originally talking about this, Alex, that it would just be to get them back whole again. But what you're saying is if they came back with a proposal, it might not be limited to being whole. It could go beyond
Why
that.
not? If that's the best way to catalyze the arts in this community, I think we should just be open and flexible to innovative proposals that advance the arts. I don't think we should just be, just doing things based on what they got last year. I don't think that tells us anything about the impact it has on the community. So anyway.
I think there's a real difference between stable, reliable operational income and innovative new program income. And I think that we can do both here. And I really support Bob's idea of let's help these organizations get through what has been a tough year, will continue to be a tough year, likely will be slightly better next year, and then maybe in following years will start to increase again. Let's support these organizations in getting through these tough years, and then let's move towards a more a balance where we're balancing that stable operating income with funding innovative work.
So if we want to do that, what if because to Sue's point, the cultural arts grants are decided by the Arts Commission and it changes every year. So what we could do is just backfill, so that there'd be a 20%.
The money would just go to the category, the cultural
Yeah,
arts.
so for year one, we give the cultural arts grant. So what would that be? So if we make an assumption about the proposed budget here, what would
So just to give you an idea. So in 23, 24, we had 22 applications and we gave out 321,000. Recommended for 24, 25 is 380.
But we anticipate that number going down.
Yeah, but we
in
anticipate the
future
number going
fiscal
down.
years.
Okay, I think so if this proposed budget that we're looking at on page 5, if this were based, so if you go for cultural arts grants, if you go from 8 to 10%, that would go from 240 to 300. Am I getting that right? Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So why don't we, for the first year, we take $60,000 from the 500,000, put that into the cultural arts grant, and the Arts Commission has that extra money that they can use within their discretion to support these different groups.
My only issue with that is that you have LCAD and the Art Museum and the Playhouse who are still dealing with a pretty significant decrease. And those are the organizations, if I understand this correctly, that are already seeing the impacts of our current fiscal year.
I haven't heard, so I don't, have you,
What do you think about
what
that?
is those groups'
Karen?
position? Have you talked to those groups? Because
Hello.
Karen,
Okay, exact question, please.
have you talked to, so Hallie raised the concern, which is a good one, about, because I think we came up with a solution to deal with these smaller groups, which is what who we've heard from today. Have you spoken to, Laguna College of Art and Design, Laguna Art, and we heard from Joe, Laguna Playhouse, those groups about concerns on their end about this approach, or are they supportive?
They are very supportive of the direction that Visit Laguna Beach is taking, and they depend on those funds. When this originated in 2000, it originated many reasons for them, because the college was not doing well. The Festival of Arts was being lured to San Clemente, and the Laguna Art Museum was being lured to Newport Beach. So at the time that the bid was created, it was genuinely created to protect the landmarks in our city.
Mm-hmm.
And they need these funds to continue in the manner in which they've raised the bar for arts as I'm going to say headliners.
Yeah.
Because they provide it year round and exhibit, it's on the very last page of your presentation, but Exhibit A defines exactly the way the arts were defined that were going to get the largest money. You had to be a year-round art venue. You had to be within the city guidelines. You had to have a professional organization. You had to, yes, sir.
Well, what he's asking you is, have you talked to them about the decrease?
They are prepared. They are aware of the decrease, the calculations that Gavin presented to them. Yes.
Bob, is
more of a decrease would be very tough.
When you've expressed concern about these organizations and supporting these organizations who are relying on this funding, when I use that term organizations, are you thinking more of these large landmark organizations, or are you thinking more of the cultural arts grants?
No, I was thinking in particular about the Playhouse and the Art Museum. I have not talked to LCAD, but I know it's significant for those two. And they made, it's not always comfortable to speak up and say, I'm opposed to getting a haircut, right? I want to play ball. But I think it's to the museum and the Playhouse. I think those are significant reductions this year.
Well, maybe we should go with the cultural arts and deal with that and put that as part of tonight's decision. And maybe we should talk to each one of those individually. And maybe, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see what came out of the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think an easy way to do it would be to go the direction Alex was going and just keep these at all, make them all 300,000 in year one. And then I think everybody's fairly confident that by year two, the hotels are going to be humming again and there's going to be plenty of money and the numbers will be above, even the 8% number will
That's
be
year
above
one.
the 300,000.
So your proposal is to wait a year
I'd wait a
to
year.
implement the decrease in funding?
Well, effectively, I'd give them 10% in year one out of our 500,000, right?
So you take 500 and then 60, and we might need Faye back up here for the math, but 60 to, so you'd give 60 to each of the four and then to the cultural arts. So that'd be 4 times. So you take 240 of the 500 and you basically redistribute that for year one.
Yes.
That sounds like a fair proposal, because then you're still going to get $260,000 that could be for these more, going forward. You're giving the cushion to everyone. And then, we figure it out from there. How does that sound? Do we have some consensus?
Yes, and does that also include the cultural arts funding grant program?
Yeah, so it would be for the Laguna College of Art and Design, Laguna Art Museum, Cultural Arts Funding, and Laguna Playhouse. It's 4, right?
I support that.
And then we take,
Before you go
go
further,
ahead.
I would urge you to talk about percentages, going back to 10%, which you have, rather than dollar amounts. Because again, what if the amount is significantly lower or higher? I don't want to have the city promising a dollar amount.
What about up to the amount that I just described? And then with the percentage?
What
Or
if,
either
what if
way
there's a
works.
significant collapse in
'Cause-
TOT? Wouldn't
'cause
we all,
that's a
we
good
would all
point.
have to share it?
Aren't you suggesting a percentage up to $300,000?
Well, I think the simplest approach, why don't we just say half of the money that we're taking in for this would, and I'd like to rename it Cultural and Environmental Stewardship Enhancement, would be going for a backfill for year one, for the four groups that were just described. Good. How does that sound?
Let's say it's 8%.
It's what?
It's 8% in year one, right? 2.
8% of the, okay, yep.
Yeah.
So
I agree
And
with
so-
the city manager. I think keeping it at 1% protects the city.
But then we're just for our context, if it's based on this proposed budget, it would be 240 or 250, I think, right? 240 because it'd be 8 out of,
8% out of 3 million, so it's 240, yeah.
good. I think we have a clear consensus here.
Gavin, do you have any questions?
Yeah, actually, I just want to make sure I always want to make sure I'm crystal clear. So percentages are good. And so what I understand is there's obviously the 5, there's,
Kevin.
What 5?
I'm sorry, the Arts Commission, Laguna College and Art Program Design, Laguna Art Museum Programs, Cultural Arts, and Laguna Playhouse. You're giving you're basically increasing the allocation from 8 to 10 on 4 of those 5. The Arts Commission the Arts Commission programs would not get that increase. So with just the 4, it's 240, which we would take out of basically the city's portion of the destination, the new, but destination stewardship enhancements would come out of that.
For 1 year.
For 1 year. And so for 26, 27, it would be basically lower percentage on destination, an 8 for Arts Commission, 10, 10, 10, and 10 for the other groups. And then in year 2, we would go back to what you see in front of you, which is the Visit Laguna Beach getting 25 for sales and marketing, 10% for admin and operations. Destination stewardship goes back to 25, and everybody goes to 8 in the second year, which is 27, 28.
Yes.
Sorry, we're confused with your years. You're not talking about 25, 26.
Oh, I'm sorry, 25, 26 is the goes to 10, and then 26.
Year.
26, 27.
26,
Yeah, I'm a year
27
ahead.
is the
Yeah, the second year, sorry.
reduction year.
getting ahead of myself on fiscal years. Does that,
And then we amend it to be, instead of destination stewardship and enhancement, I think we call it cultural and environmental stewardship and enhancement. Do you like that, Mark?
And Megan, maybe,
Because destination makes it sound like it's about.
so I understand that. It's just that we've been mulling this around with attorneys. And so I just can't say what we can change it to right now. I mean, Civitas, you guys have been.
Do you have a concern?
You would be able to change that at this stage of the process.
Okay, so, but in that language would be okay?
I'm okay with it, yeah.
Okay. Then you can have it.
Let me ask you, this is a little bit of a sidebar question, but remember when we talked about the 500,000 initially, it was the hotel's giving us 500,000 to do some enhancements to our town, to make our town. Yeah. So it's just coming out of that. So are the hotels okay with us doing it this way? Because I thought their 500,000 was meant to.
No, that's the one-time contribution that you're referring to, Sue. I think this would be from the ongoing for the next fiscal year.
Is that right?
I think so.
Okay. Okay.
Right? So technically that 500,000 is there because we don't know if this will even be 500,000. Depends on the, right? Okay, good. Do we have consensus up here?
Is everybody clear on what we've just talked about? Okay.
yes.
We need a graph.
Should I try to reiterate it? Okay, it is for year one of the 10-year plan. It is a 10-year plan. The percentages for the four of the 5 arch recipients would stay at 10%. For year 2, it would drop to 8% with an expectation that TOT overall is rising, a rising tide. That's what's being proposed. And the 10%, the 8 to 10 for the 4 entities would come from the city's 500,000 and would cost roughly 240,000.
From the city's 25% is a better.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for that correction.
And that, which is now called, which would not be, instead of destination stewardship enhancement, it'd be cultural and environmental stewardship.
Right.
Do we need enhancement?
Say it again, cultural and environmental.
Cultural and environmental stewardship instead of, and I think enhancement's kind of, I don't like that word here. So let's make it cultural and environmental stewardship. That's simpler and cleaner, right? What do you think about that, John? I don't see, where's, you like that? Okay. He's the marketing guru. Okay, so I think, does somebody want to make a motion? Holly, do you want to try or Bob?
I'm sorry to belabor it. I mean, I know it's super late, but I do have one other point, which is on the Community Stewardship Standing Committee, right? Which is, I think, important in terms of oversight. It says here on page 2 of our report that the draft language for the committee will need to be developed and implemented following the renewal of the district. Why can't we get that done? We're coming back in June, right? Why can't we get that done coterminous with the renewal? Because if it doesn't happen coterminous with the renewal, I mean, I know it'll happen, but we don't really have a mechanism to make it happen as the city council once it's renewed.
Bob, we have a board meeting in middle of May, when we'll be discussing this very topic, looking at our bylaws and distinguishing how we can create this. So we, by June, would have some sort of an answer for you. It is important to know that the credibility of the board already consists of certainly hotels, a representative from the Orange County Airport. We have a retail component. And in the past, we've had an art component with the Festival of Arts. Sharby was on our board for almost 7 years, who, for busy reasons at work, had stepped down in November. So laying out the opportunities of credibility, and a board is a rotating thing. You have a general manager that comes in with great experience, and then they're there for 4 years or 5 years, and you have to wait till they can step up, get their job clear, and then come back on our board. So we're having a little bit of a rotation issue right now, but the opportunity to step into a stewardship program has given us the value of understanding the other types of citizens that we would like to have on the board. And we're exploring those very specific opportunities now.
So, Bob, are you suggesting that the actual people are identified?
Well, what I,
just the description.
you're saying draft language for the committee will need to be developed and it's intended to be incorporated into the Visit Laguna Beach bylaws. Ideally, what I'd like to see is this comes back in June. The bylaws have been revised to the extent they need to be revised. They describe this standing committee. The management plan describes the standing committee as part of the plan, right? And whatever else you're going to, however many members you're going to have on it. But yeah, we could
Describes the positions of the standing committee, not
Correct.
necessarily the individuals.
Correct. I just like the whole framework to be agreed to and in there. I don't want to leave that hanging.
You sound like an attorney.
I think we
Okay, can you do that?
I think we can do that at our board meeting, and we can probably change the bylaws in time for the June 10th meeting. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Okay. Somebody want to make a motion, or do we have more to discuss? I do. I really appreciate everyone who came and participated. I feel like this proposal got better because of all the input, and I think we came up with a solution that I hope that I think is going to really double down on our commitment to the arts, but while also maintaining the dealing with any decrease. So hopefully there's an increase in TOT where everyone is going to be, after this 1 year, everyone will be, maybe Hotel Laguna will be open in 26, 27, right? And we'll have that TOT to help
Okay,
fund this.
that's getting carried
Make a
away.
motion, Sue.
Get carried away now.
Make a motion. You want to make a motion, Bob?
Isn't it just receive? Because this is just a public hearing.
Yeah, so you have clear direction? Does everyone have clear direction?
I feel like we do, yeah.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking it out with us.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to 19. So we have the public hearing has been open on, this is the annual weed abatement program. Do we have the fire marshal? You want to come back up here? And do we have the that was Susan? She left. Hi. So did you address the issue with Susan?
Good evening, Mr.
Hi.
Mayor. Yes, we did, and she's
Good.
satisfied and she got all her questions answered.
She's not in
Good.
jail?
No, she's not.
No.
No citation, nothing like that.
Good. Okay. Thank you for that. So then what we're going to do is, so we have the public hearing open. Is there any other public comment on this item related to annual weed abatement? Bree, you don't have anything on this?
Yeah. Yes.
That was, yeah, anyway. Okay. So I'm going to close public comment on this item and bring it back to Council. Megan, how do I go about doing this?
Mr. Mayor, I'd recommend we just go down the list of the votes and state the recusals and, just briefly step off the dais, unfortunately. So it's going to take a minute to do this. Yeah.
So you do close the hearing?
So let's close the public hearing and then so start with which number?
So number 2, there were no protests though. So you can collectively determine that there were, as I understand it, that she wasn't protesting, right? We've resolved her issue. So there were no protests lodged. So
number, I don't have to abstain technically. So can we just take 2 and 7?
sure, if you don't think, and
You have to abstain.
It's not I don't own it.
Oh, okay.
So so let's take 2 and 7, right?
sure. Let's do 2 and 7.
Move approval for 2 and 7.
Well, I think too, we'd say we'd overrule any protests, right?
Yeah, there were no protests. So you just make a determination, there were no protests.
So
No
no-
protests on 2 and then 7.
7
And can't we do 3 too?
and 3.
3, okay.
And what about, would we do 8 at the end or could we do 8 as well?
You can do 8 now.
8,
Add
2.
8 to it, so
That's my motion.
2, 3, 7, and 8.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now, Mark, you're gonna leave do you wanna?
So Councilmember Orgel will leave the dais for potential conflict of interest relating to his personal residence.
We already opened it on everything. And then, so we'll wait for him for a second. I'll move the recommended action for item 4. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
4-0. Okay, Mark can come back, and then Hallie, you're next.
Councilmember Jones will leave the dais and recuse herself for potential conflict of interest related to her personal residence.
Okay, where's Mark? I'll move item. What's he doing?
5.
Okay, he doesn't need to be here for it. I'll move item 5.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Bob. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 3-0. Okay,
Me.
Sue, you want to get up?
Councilmember Kempf will leave the dais and recuse herself for
Okay,
potential conflict of interest related to her personal residence.
and no, we have one more.
Can't go.
And then, okay, I would move item 6.
Second.
Bob seconded. All in favor? Aye, 3-0. And then that's it. We got it. Okay, so now we're gonna finish off with item 20, and I feel like it was a big night for safety, so it's very fitting that we already have, we had the wildfire safety plan, and we already got an item off the list with that one district, right? Isn't that great when you have a plan and you already start implementing it on the same day, same night? So great work, Bob and Sue. Item 20, and thank you. This is related to the safety general plan amendment, and finding this action exempt from CEQA. Louis and Anthony, thank you for being here. Does anyone want a staff report, or has everyone read this?
No.
You don't want a staff report is what you're saying? Okay. So I don't think, and no questions from council?
Well, actually.
Go ahead.
I do. I wish it weren't 11 o'clock, but there are a number of things in here that we're obligating ourselves to do that I don't know whether we're doing them or not. But bear with me here. Let's go through these. So page 19, which says we're required to transmit the updated element to the board for review and approval, which is the one of the state agencies. So we will do that, I guess, with this amendment. Is that right? And then so on, I guess the other question, then on page 25, fire hazard, some of this is whether or not this is still current. I know this was, the primary purpose of this update was to incorporate the local hazard mitigation plan. But some of this, what we've done in the wildfire mitigation, fire safety plan, I think impacts this. So question on page 25, has this incorporated the 2025 CAL FIRE maps that just came out? Do we need to do that?
So just to provide a general summary, so what we're doing is we're trying to move as quickly as we can to make sure we're capturing as much revenue we can from the state in case there was an emergency, a cost share. So what we're doing is we're taking the already adopted local hazard mitigation plan and putting in the safety element, which has already been approved by council. This is just an extra step that we have to do to comply with state law. So very minor changes were made to the hazard mitigation plan. And the safety element, basically just putting it in there for council approval through this general plan amendment. So we didn't go page by page and make sure that everything was up to date. Just wanted to move quickly on this in case in the event that there was.
To Bob's question, I think was, when are we implementing the updated what's it called? Very high fire severity zone plan. That was your question, right, Bob?
Well, and yeah, whether or not, I think Louis just answered it. There's a number of things in here that we were supposed to have done or have done. I think what you're saying is you've just kind of made minor changes to incorporate the local hazard mitigation plan. I would just say, and it's not the time at 11 o'clock at night to go through it, there's a lot of things in here that I don't know if we're doing. There's things in here that I'm not sure are accurate. For example, at the top of page 26, talking about parts of the city continue to experience infrastructure challenges associated with water pressure and flow. I mean, there's stuff in here that just isn't current.
Yeah.
So appreciate what staff did, and I think it's great when we always try to optimize our opportunities for grant funding, but there's just
so
there's just a lot of stuff in here that needs to be looked at. So maybe we want to do this and then do a more comprehensive run through this, but because it's not part of our LCP, I guess we can amend it periodically, but
in general, I kind of agree with you, Bob, that we should have we should be really, we'd rather have a plan that's shorter and makes sense for what we actually want to achieve as goals, as opposed to something that's just longer and it's not realistic. But so maybe at some point we can spend the time on figuring that out.
Not verify that the things that are in here that we say we're going to do, which are all the implementation actions, are really things we're still going to do. I'm not sure they are all things we're going to do or have done.
FEMA does require that the local hazard mitigation plan be updated every 5 years, and we're 2 years into it. So we will have to be doing an update in the next couple of years on it anyways.
Yeah, I don't think it's the local hazard mitigation plan as much as it's these implementation actions that, the number of them conduct feasibility studies on this, that, and the other thing. I mean, we can't just have stuff in here if we're not really doing it.
Councilmember Whalen, I think you're right. I think it requires a full study is probably where it is at this point. So I think in order to meet the compliance that staff's looking for, I recommend you adopt what's before you tonight, and then staff should come back with a plan to present to you on how it can update the full element. I think at a comprehensive level, I think this and a few other elements actually require that kind of review at this point. So I think, but in order to maximize grant funding, I think it makes sense to proceed tonight.
Okay.
What do you think about that, Bob?
I think I think that's fine. It's just, yeah. Sounds like we need to do.
So you say elements, you mean general plan elements?
Yeah, I think that some general plan elements.
How many, 7?
There are numerous general plan elements. That yes, some general plan elements could use some study. They just haven't been updated in a while, and sometimes some cities will do comprehensive reviews of their entire general plan, and I think the city hasn't done anything like that in a while. So that may be something that Dave and I can talk about, whether we recommend that or some more abbreviated, targeted approach.
Yeah, and then there's the question of whether we want to spend time on, comprehensively updating this or something else, right? In terms of just prioritization, because I agree, I think this is something that we should update, but I also think there's other, it's a question of prioritization, right? And so I think that I think we should at some point go and update this, but for right now, I think we should just adopt this as is, unless there's anything egregious. And then if anyone wants to work with staff on updating this, that could be done at some point. What do you guys think about that?
I think we should move ahead. My main concern is I would want somebody to go through this and look at this and say, are we doing this? Like, there's a whole lot of stuff in here that I'm not sure is being done.
Yeah, and that maybe it should be done.
Or should be deleted or revised or omitted,
Or is important that we should be doing, but that we're not, because there's all these things in here that we're not going to do.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, we shouldn't.
I agree.
We create a lot of tasks for ourselves, and
we don't want to go on the
these are
shelf.
tasks that should be removed. I don't know, but anyway, I think
I'm on the same
adopting it
page.
tonight is fine, and then it sounds like it needs
It-
an update.
Is some of the grant funds contingent on actually accomplishing some of these?
Well, I don't think it's grant. I think it's if there's or what was it, Louis? What did you say?
So AB 2140 requires that the state basically adopt the local hazard mitigation plan into the safety element to be able to receive the maximum portion that the city could receive in case there was a disaster. So they would help with post-disaster recovery efforts. And then to my understanding, it also makes the city more competitive for grants as well.
And sorry, that's like Cal OES grants that are in FEMA, if FEMA exists, funnels through Cal OES. Okay. Yeah, we wouldn't want to avoid that.
Yes, I think for sure on the first part, right? If there is an issue, we'd want to. Okay, so did we open, I don't remember, is there any public comment on this item? Greg and Aaron, you guys don't want to comment on the safety element? No? Okay, let's bring it back to the council. Any comments or questions? No?
Well, whatever we decide, can we, I'd like to check with Dave to see, I mean, we're doing the comprehensive code update. I just don't want to assume or that staff's going to be able to jump on something that isn't practical.
I think that's a good point. I interpret this as that if we want to spend the time, yeah, what do you think about that? Do you think staff has the time to work on this, Dave, or is this something that if we want to prioritize in the future, we could pick something else that we deprioritize?
I think, as Megan said, it'd be helpful to adopt it tonight, but I would like to come right back to you with a plan of what we can accomplish when, because I'm nervous, as Bob's stating, of adopting something that
That we're
says
not
we're going
following
to do
through on.
something that we may not be following through
Got
on.
it.
So
I
we
think-
need to try to resolve that as quickly as possible.
And it's
So-
not that we're all saying that we know for a fact that we're not doing all these things, but it's more of a question of we want to make sure that we are,
Right.
right? Just for the record.
Right.
Needs to
Is
be
that a fair
accurate.
characterization? I don't think you're
Yeah,
saying that
I
we're
was,
not.
right. If we had time, we could go through this step by step and just say, are we doing
Yeah.
this or not? Or is there a plan to do it or not?
But we're not
And-
ignoring this.
and
We're just saying. we
I'm
wanna
not
make
saying
sure.
that, I'm not saying I know that we're, omitting some of these things or not doing some of these things, but we just need to investigate.
Agreed. So I would move the recommended action and then have staff come back to, at some point to make sure that we are, implementing this important document.
Right. And we'll come back to you quickly on that. Just on what our next steps are with this. Just after adoption.
Do you want to second that?
Second.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think we should just hire Bob to redo it.
See, maybe Matt lost.
Why not? I know, but aren't you partially retired? Why is that bad? Are you kidding? Everybody appreciates believe me.
Council items?
Huh?
Anyone have a council item?
No.
No council items?
Nope.
Okay, then let's adjourn till tomorrow.
Till
Okay.
tomorrow. I'm not sure about
3:45?
Tomorrow.